Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents. The
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to two petitions. These returns will be tabled in electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Avalon, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Mr. Lamour seconded.
From Avalon. Moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to indicate that to the chair, the honourable member from Regina Capel.
I think we should have a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. MacDonald Avalon, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Hearing from members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack. All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr.
Mr.
Brassard.
Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Gooding.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. City Deputy Naupal.
If members weren't able to vote due to a technical difficulty, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Sièges pour 175, 175. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, reprise du débat.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on a question of privilege motion with respect to documentations not submitted pertaining to SDTC and the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou had 9 minutes and 40 seconds left in his time. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the Winnipeg North talking about the security clearance, which would imply that only one person should know the names, Mr. Speaker. We as Conservatives believe every Canadian should know the names, just like every Liberal should be entitled to speak out. You know, just last week, Mr. Speaker, well, the member from Winnipeg North sure is excited. He must not like what we have to say, because just yesterday, actually, sorry, it was just last week, I believe it is, when the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition left, we gave him rousing applause because he did a great job. And the Prime Minister from his seat made a seal motion, as though implying we are all seals, and he talks about Conservatives being muzzled. And then we find out the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, is told there will be consequences if he doesn't fall in line. What did we hear all day yesterday during question period, Mr. Speaker? Why are those Conservatives being muzzled? I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker. We actually take pride in not being muzzled on this side of the House. We take pride in being able to ask questions. The member for Winnipeg North asks just about every single question when there are people behind him that are more than capable on this side of the House. We believe that people should be unmuzzled. We are free to speak in our caucus. We are free to speak our mind, and that is not something that the Liberals can claim. So when they say, Mr. Speaker, that we are muzzled, and then that very day, the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, says, I can't vote as I wish because I can't serve my constituents as I wish. And why? Because the Prime Minister's gonna muzzle me. I believe the term was shackles. Now, the Liberals don't like shackles. They hate mandatory minimums. They've allowed people to serve sentences of house arrest for violence, gun crimes like extortion with a firearm, drive-by shootings. You can serve those all now on house arrest because of this Liberal government. So we know they don't like shackles. But the Liberal caucus is shackled in so many ways, Mr. Speaker. The shackles, it's just encumbrances everywhere on the government benches. You just can't list how many encumbrances there are over there, Mr. Speaker. And who gets to speak? Just last week, I spoke about the member for Winnipeg North. He's asked just about every single question in this debate. In fact, I think I've seen one, maybe two people. There have probably been 1,000 questions asked in this debate. For the Liberal side, I've seen that member ask 95, probably 99% of them. This is the government. They have, what, 158 MPs? And yet, one member. It used to be two members. It used to be the member for Winnipeg North and Kingston and the Islands. I guess the member for Kingston and the Islands has lost his mojo after that whole defamation thing. But now it's the member for Winnipeg North only being allowed to speak. And we're the ones who are being muzzled, Mr. Speaker. You can't write this stuff. Seriously. This Liberal caucus is just so muzzled, and I'm looking over, and there's so much despondency. You see them when they're in question period, and they have to give their rousing applause. It's like, it's the applause, you could just see the thought bubble above their heads. Please put me in cabinet. Please put me in cabinet. Please put me in cabinet. That's what's going through their heads, Mr. Speaker. and only a select few. And then we're going to go back to seeing what we saw 2 weeks ago, which was this. The crossing of arms. The 24 who will remain nameless, but they're united. Don't worry, Mr. Speaker. They are absolutely united, and they're absolutely muzzled while they're united, Mr. Speaker. And you know why they can't tell us they're not united? Because they're muzzled. They are shackled. And finally, somebody like the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek gets to tell us about the shackles. So here we are, talking about a privileged debate, being led by one person from the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking about massive fraud. Massive fraud. And the Liberals, particularly the member from Winnipeg North, loves to tell us about the Conservatives did this, and as I said yesterday, it's like the ghost of Stephen Harper is hiding under somebody's bed. Right? They don't want to focus on the last 9 years of complete and utter failure. The member keeps on doing his wink, wink, nudge, nudge conspiracy theories, as in what's in the past about the security clearance. Never mind what happened with the reporter in the Kootenays. We'll leave that one alone because we don't want to talk about that. I wonder if that would come up in a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. In any event, really? Did you hear, Mr. Speaker, did you hear what the member from Winnipeg North just said? Maybe it was a bad date. Did he just say this?
Did he say that?
Okay, this is...
That was just insane.
Okay, I'm not usually speechless, Mr. Speaker. I am speechless. The member for Winnipeg North said, in reference to it, this isn't, we can say these things in jest. This is somebody who came forward and said they were groped by the Prime Minister. And the member for Winnipeg North just said, maybe it was just a bad date.
Point of order for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I don't mind the member quoting me, but at the end of the day, I was referring to his leader, not the Prime Minister.
Okay, this is falling into debate again, but I just want to caution everybody when we're accusing each other of doing things. Sometimes this causes a little disorder in the House. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Let's just do a little. They do a year in review, Mr. Speaker. Let's do a little speech in review here. I say something. I call out the member for Winnipeg North for talking about his conspiracy theories of what's in the background. And then I say, why aren't we talking about things in the background of the Prime Minister, like the reporter in the Kootenays? And in response, the member from Winnipeg says, maybe it was just a bad date. And then he stands up and says, no, that's not what I meant. Canadians aren't stupid. You're not stupid, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Liberals here know, but again, there might be consequences if they speak out. In fact, that member should be standing up and apologizing. I will actually stand here for 5 seconds and let him stand up and apologize.
The Honourable, on a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if that's the way the member interpreted it, and I believe he's being honest, then I would apologize. But that's not what it is I was referring to. I was referring to his leader.
Okay. The Honourable member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I thank the member for doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's get back to the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek. I'm glad at least the Liberals are allowed to apologize when they do wrong, because we know they're not allowed to speak their minds. We just know that, Mr. Speaker. And here we have a $400 million fraud. When we're in question period, Mr. Speaker, you see the Liberals, they hang their heads in shame when people are saying this, especially in the backbenches, and the Prime Minister can show as much fight as he wants, and he'll stand there and do his thing where he points at the ground and says, we won't stand for that. Well, clearly they don't stand for much when it comes to their MPs speaking out, because we know now that if their MPs disagree on something, which frankly, I think reasonable people can disagree on this issue, on the GST holiday and the GST check. That's something on which I believe reasonable people can disagree. It's obvious that reasonable people could disagree on this. And yet, you have the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek disagreeing and being told there will be consequences. How many times have you seen Conservatives speak up? We're actually allowed to talk on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. In fact, if you look, and this actually goes for the NDP and the Bloc as well, every single one of their members is free to stand up and to speak up. We compete on this side of the House for who's going to get to ask questions. You'll often see 2 or 3 Conservatives stand up when it's time to ask questions. And what do we see on that side of the House? We see the member for Winnipeg North consistently stand up and ask questions when he has capable people behind him. Just last week, I called them out and I said, you have 3 strong women behind you, Mr. Speaker. I told that member through the Speaker, 3 strong women, why don't they get to ask a question in this government? Are they muzzled as well? Why is that? I remember when Candice Bergen was still here, and she was our interim leader, and she actually said that to the member from Winnipeg North. What? There are 4 strong, capable women behind you. Why don't they get to ask a question? Perhaps it is because of the shackles. Perhaps it is because of the muzzling. And this is after 9 years of this government. It is so tired that they expect one person to carry all of the baggage, all of the weight, wink to all the conspiracy theorists. We as Conservatives will stand for it. Hand over the documents, release the names, let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Muzzled member for Fleetwood Port Kells, he hastens to add. I would ask my honourable colleague if he's convinced that the entire Conservative caucus was willing to stiff the Ukraine when the vote came up on the free trade agreement, not once, not twice, maybe 3 times, maybe 4 times, who knows? But they all voted against that, even though I know Selkirk Interlake Eastman is a very strong supporter of Ukraine, and yet he was bullied into voting against it. Does the honourable member believe that everybody in the Conservative caucus voted against that based on their own feelings or the influence of dear leader?
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do commend this member for staying off social media for a little while. I haven't had as much fun with his social media posts of late, but I'm happy to answer the questions. We as Conservatives are united, and we voted based on a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to get into Ukraine, where are the weapons that member's leader promised? Where was that member, and where were all of these members when a turbine was sent back to Russia for repair? Something that would have stymied the Russian economy. That member has no moral high ground on Ukraine to talk about this. I will always stand in support of Ukraine, as will Conservatives, as will that member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe.
York Simcoe, and thanks, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's not often that I would rise and actually thank the Prime Minister, but you know, he came to my riding to East Gwillimbury with the member for Newmarket Aurora. It was unbelievable. He couldn't even do an announcement in a Liberal riding. He had to set up a mock grocery store above a grocery store because he couldn't even do an announcement in the grocery store. And why I'm going to thank the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, every time he comes to my riding, I get so many lawn sign requests. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'd love to get him back again if I could, Mr. Speaker, but I wonder if my colleague could comment on this tax trick that we're seeing for Canadians. If he could comment.
The honourable member, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I'm just glad the member is here and not in Lake Simcoe right now. I would be remiss if I didn't say, where's his rural top-up? This is something that he's often saying in this House, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the tax trick. Conservatives, Liberals like temporary relief. Conservatives believe in permanent relief. That's why we will axe the tax. The Liberals want to take the GST off of a small number of things for a small amount of times. We, as a Conservative government, want to take that Liberal proposed 61 cents a litre carbon tax off permanently. So Canadians have a choice. We can have a carbon tax election where they decide, are we going to just take off the GST for a couple of months on a few things, or are we going to take off 61 cents a litre permanently? That is the choice. This government should call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide, and in the meantime, release the names.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I put the question to my honorable friend from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. In his speech, I think he spoke in error in saying that to request that all opposition party leaders fulfill their obligations in applying for top secret security clearance has the implication that only one person then knows what potential foreign influence has affected currently sitting members of parliament. As someone who has top secret security clearance, I remain baffled that the leader of the official opposition has declined to apply for such. And I asked my honorable colleague for Kamloops Thompson Caribou if he might want to reflect on what he said and correct the record of his own statements, because clearly a federal party opposition leader having top secret security clearance does not mean that only one person knows the top secret information. I'd also ask him to consider whether he really means that top secret information that's illegally shared under our federal legislation should be sent to all Canadians.
For Caribou, Thompson Caribou.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. I don't believe I actually spoke in error. The point I was trying to make is that the government is implying that only one member of the Conservative Party should see the names and then be muzzled. We as Conservatives won't be muzzled, and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands is talking about top secret information. The top secret information, Mr. Speaker, is how that information was derived. That's what we call evidence, obviously, right, Mr. Speaker? We're not talking about that. What we're saying is, if there are people who have been compromised in this House, compromised to such a degree that NSICOP has put this in a report, that our intelligence authorities have said there are issues, why is it that Canadians should be going to the ballot box without knowing whether the person they are putting an X beside may be compromised? That is a cloud that is over every single member of this House until those names are released. So with all due respect to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, I won't retract a thing. I stand by what I said. There should be more than one member of the Conservative Party who gets those names, because every single Canadian should have those names before the next election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, and I will go to Zoom to the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. I want to follow up on the comment that the colleague from the Green Party just had. You know, even if the member of the official opposition didn't want to get the names that you know, from the report that very clearly talk about the fact that the Conservative Party leadership race was compromised, wouldn't he want to get his security clearance anyway, so that Canadians don't feel like he is hiding something from them? That's what I think.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know, there was an interruption there. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I'm not sure if I had two people asking a question or one there, but I thank my colleague for her question. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we believe on acting. We don't believe on being silenced. And when we act, we will act decisively. And we will act decisively to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. That is something that Conservatives are committed to doing. That is exactly how we will act. We will not be muzzled in doing those things. Unlike the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek, we are entitled to speak out, to say these things. And when we get information that's of interest to Canadians, we will speak out about it, and we will say these things. And the member of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition will not be silenced. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do agree with one thing the member opposite says, that they do know how to act. They act constantly when they're talking about those slogans and putting them out there. But besides that, I'd like to understand, you were talking about NSICOP right now. I believe the motion being, through you, Mr. Speaker, I believe the motion being debated in the House is actually regarding the STDC. So I'm wondering if the member opposite is confused. The documents that were asking to be released, the Attorney General, both the Auditor General and the RCMP have asked us not to release, and the Speaker ruled that this should go to PROC to be discussed. So I'm wondering, I understand that his leader has said that he would use the notwithstanding clause in order to in order to override Canadians' rights and freedoms. But we're worried about Canadians' rights and freedoms, and we want to make sure we're doing this correctly. So could the member opposite perhaps address why he feels it's okay to override Canadians' rights and freedoms and not be careful that we're not protecting those essential rights? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Wow, there's a lot there to unpack. We started with what was SDTC, Green Slush Fund, then we went to overriding rights and freedoms and whether it should go to PROC, whether the documents should go to PROC. Mr. Speaker, here it is. Crimes were committed. $400 million was stolen potentially from the Canadian taxpayers. And that member wants to talk about rights and freedoms. What about the Canadians' rights and freedoms? What about the taxpayers' right to know what happened through unredacted documents being tabled? Those documents should be tabled. That is the right of every Canadian to know. What are these Liberals so afraid of that they won't table those documents unredacted?
Get the money back.
Reprise the debate, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that the debate now be adjourned.
Mr. Van Couverden, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the debate be now adjourned. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The element for Bell River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because Conservatives stand for democracy, I request a recorded.
Call in the members. calm. La question.
The question is as follows.
And seconded by Mr. Lemerer. Move that the debate be now adjourned. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now start or proceed with the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sgro.
Ms. Sgro.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo. All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber and the chair will recognize them. I see no one online. I see Madame Yip.
I'd like to register my vote as yay.
Ms. Yip, yay, pour. Count the votes. Anybody else? Nope. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Resuming debate on a privilege motion regarding the failure of a witness to provide information to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, and the amendment of Mr. Cooper.
And I know when we left this last time, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil did get 3 words in, so we will accept the 20-minute speech on this one. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arguably the shortest speech in the history of the Westminster parliamentary system, I would argue, but we'll have to do some research on that. But I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for adding that extra second on to allow me 20 minutes to speak about this important issue. And Mr. Speaker, if you were writing a Hollywood script, you could not write a better script than this. It has everything. And I'm going to touch on that in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker. Intrigue, fraud, crime, criminal investigation, all of it would make for a blockbuster Hollywood movie, and yet here we are in the House of Parliament playing this one out because of a minister that was using his position to further himself, further his business with business partners that are suspect at best. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what I'd like to do for the next couple of minutes is just to revisit how we got here. As you know, Mr. Speaker, your ruling on the question of privilege that was brought forward by the committee, you agreed that privilege had been breached. There is an appropriate motion that was moved at that time that was effectively calling Mr. Anderson, the former minister's business partner, to the bar to answer the questions that he refused to answer at committee. Now, in the 12th report on the Standing Committee of Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, I was obligated by the committee as its chair to present this report to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and it had to do with the compliance of a minister with the Conflict of Interest Act, and it was really, in essence, failure to respond to an order of the committee. And of course, through the SDTC scandal, the fact that Parliament is seized with that privilege motion as well. Mr. Speaker, you understand that the supremacy of Parliament is paramount when we at committee or members ask for documents to be received, that the expectation is that those documents will be received because, again, the supremacy of Parliament is paramount. We have the right to compel the documents when we feel that they're not being provided to us. So on Tuesday, again, to revisit this, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, May 7th, this is the letter that I wrote, the report that I wrote to Parliament. The committee agreed, pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, to undertake a study of the compliance of a minister with the Conflict of Interest Act. In the course of this study, on Thursday, June 6, 2024, the committee adopted the following motion: that in light of media reports and the minister's testimony at this committee, and the Ethics Commissioner's confirmation that he is considering opening another investigation into the minister's actions, the committee call on the following witnesses to appear before the committee and testify for 1 hour. And that included Stephen Anderson, the character in question, and Kirsten Poon, who was a partner with Global Health Imports. And that the committee requests that Stephen Anderson and the minister produce for the committee all of their phone records, text messages, iMessages, and all instant messages and call logs from all applications from September 8th, 2022, within 7 days of this motion being adopted. That September 8th date, Mr. Speaker, is critical in the context of the information that the committee was seeking in relation to the minister's actions in conducting business that he was not allowed to conduct. Mr. Anderson mentioned that some of the information requested was personal in nature. Fair enough. Requested that this information be guaranteed to be kept confidential, and that in the absence of the guaranteed confidentiality, that he would not submit some of the documents, and in the end, he did not submit any documents, despite the fact that the committee had compelled him to do so through an order. Now, pursuant to the same motion, Mr. Speaker, the committee invited Stephen Anderson to appear before it. During his appearance on Wednesday, July 17, 2024, Stephen Anderson repeatedly said that the Randy referred to in many text messages was an autocorrect. Oh. An autocorrect. Somehow there was a mistake. That over 9 occasions, by his count, that the Randy in question in these text messages were in fact auto-corrected. There was also some suggestions that it could have been somebody named Randeep. But there were only 3 directors of this company, 2 principals, Mr. Anderson and someone named Randy. So it was highly improbable that there was a Randeep involved in this. And Mr. Anderson, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, he repeatedly refused to answer members asking for the name of the individual referred in the text messages, and that he said that he would consider providing that information on a confidential basis if the committee was to move in camera. Well, fortunately, Mr. Speaker, despite the obstructionist efforts of the Liberal members of the committee in its wisdom decided not to go in camera and asked Mr. Anderson to provide the name of Randy. And it goes on further that the committee noted to the Speaker in his ruling, the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, at pages 1078 and 79, that witnesses must answer all of the questions which the committee puts to them. It goes on. I'm not going to read. It's in the manual. The committee also noted that on page 1081 that the following is noted in relation to the witness: refusal to answer questions or failure to reply truthfully may give rise to a charge of contempt of the House, whether the witness has been sworn in or not. And that's really the point that we're at right now. And as a result, and in response to Mr. Anderson's refusal to provide the name of the individual referred to during the meeting and other documentation requested, the committee adopted the following motion: that the committee order Stephen Anderson to produce all of the previously requested documents in addition to the name referenced in today's testimony. And if those documents were not received by Friday, July 19th at 12 p.m., the chair prepare a report, which I'm reading from, to the House outlining the questions that Stephen Anderson refused to answer in writing and during testimony. Mr. Anderson, provided documentation to the committee. However, much of the information requested by the motion was not included, and more specifically, the name of the individual he was referring to during his testimony was also not provided to the committee. So pursuant to the order adopted by the committee did not receive any of the documents requested from the witness, and most significantly, the name referenced during the committee meeting of Wednesday, July 17, 2024, continued to be withheld. The committee, as I reported, feels that it was their duty to place these matters before the House at this time so that the House may take measures that it deems appropriate. Well, those measures, Mr. Speaker, as you have indicated, are to have Mr. Anderson, in a humiliating fashion, come before the bar of the House to answer those questions that were posed by the committee members. And once we dispose of this motion and we vote on it, despite many, as I said, obstructionist attempts by Liberal members of the committee to not get to this point, we are at this point where Mr. Anderson will be called before the bar to ask the questions that have been demanded of him. More specifically, who is the other Randy? Who is the other Randy. And that's what we need to get to the bottom of, Mr. Speaker. Now, as I said earlier, you could not write a Hollywood script better than this. It has it all, Madam Speaker. Has it all. The meeting, the chance meeting of the former minister and Mr. Anderson on an airplane flight coming out of Montreal and striking up a conversation about how it would be great if they got into business together. And I bet that the minister sure regrets that decision at this point, given the character that he was aligning himself with. The company was set up after that chance meeting, and those connections are critical because the minister at that time was not in government. He had been so previously, but he had gained a tremendous amount of connections within government that could elevate and escalate this business into dealings that it would not otherwise have. And certainly over the course of the last 9 years, the extent of insiders, the connected cronies that have benefited as a result of their connections to this Liberal Party are well documented, not the least of which is the SDTC scandal, Frank Baylis. The list is as long as the day of those insiders connected to the Liberal parties who have benefited as a result of that connection. The opportunity, well, there was an opportunity. The opportunity was for pandemic profiteering, Madam Speaker. We had gone to the height of a pandemic. There was procurement that was being done all over the country to try to supply PPE, for example, contracts that were being sole sourced. So the opportunity was there for pandemic profiteering, a perfect storyline for a Hollywood script. The fraud, which we've found out since, Madam Speaker, 7 lawsuits have been filed against the minister's company, of which he was a director of. 7 civil suits for fraud, not supplying material that had already been paid for. In fact, Madam Speaker, one of the last straws, it wasn't the only last straw on this, was the fact that there's a sworn affidavit that was just filed a couple of weeks ago that actually names the former minister as the Randy in question in one of these civil lawsuits. And so that sworn affidavit is certainly an indictment on who was involved with it. Then there was the fire. The famous fire at the company that still to this day remains unsolved. How this warehouse was set on fire that housed many of the products that GHI was storing. The cocaine connection, where one of the people involved with this company was it's almost laughable. They were found to be transporting cocaine on an airplane, sharing a mailbox with this company. The cover-up, the extent to which the cover-up went on, and I mentioned that briefly in the information that I provided earlier, but the text messages, the fact that they weren't submitted after they were asked. And Madam Speaker, the importance of those text messages is because Mr. Anderson was directly communicating with the minister while he was at a ministerial retreat in British Columbia. And yet there was denial after denial on the part of the minister, and there was denial on the part of Mr. Anderson, and yet it's been proven through the text messages that they were in fact communicating. Wow. Well, the minister was sitting around the cabinet table. Intrigue. Hollywood script. And I did mention this earlier, but I think it's worth mentioning again, Madam Speaker. We saw many of the Liberal members really trying to obstruct the committee's work on this, whether they were filibustering certain motions. The role of the Ethics Committee as an oversight committee is to get down to the bottom of ethical breaches and violations, whether it's related to the Code of Conduct or the Act itself. And they were obstructing in every way. I finally had a sidebar conversation with the Vice Chair, and I said to him, if you're willing to stake your political career and capital on defending this guy, given the amount of evidence that has been produced before us, the text messages, the civil lawsuits, the sworn affidavit, I said, this is not a hill that I would die on, quite frankly. And we've seen in recent news that they let him go. But again, more intrigue, the money, almost $110 million in contracts, a $500,000 fraud case that's going on for not supplying PPE to a company that had already forwarded the money. And of course, we heard about the Indigenous connection too, Madam Speaker. The fact that the company had claimed an Indigenous connection and be able to submit bids on Indigenous procurement and contracts. And certainly the Mighty Ogo has been dealing with that and other committees as well. But the minister was embarrassingly had to step down as a result, in large part, because of that false claim of the Indigenous connection. And I think the icing on the cake on this one, and the last straw, was certainly the police investigation, Madam Speaker. The fact that the Edmonton police are now involved and engaged in a criminal investigation onto this company. I think the Prime Minister had no other choice, Madam Speaker, but to force the resignation and have the minister stand down as a result of all of those things. A beautiful Hollywood script that would probably be a moneymaker if it was to be produced. Now, of course, if you were to produce a movie like that, you'd need a cast, you'd need an ensemble. So who would some of those cast members be? So, maybe perhaps for Randy, we might look at Stanley Tucci or Jason Alexander from Seinfeld. Stephen Anderson. I thought, as chair of the committee, I saw him come into I think he thought that he was auditioning for a reality TV show when he came into committee. Honestly, he lacked the credibility and the indifference he showed to our committee in requesting this information was quite something. So who would play him? Brad Pitt, maybe. Charlie Sheen might play him. Who would play the chair of the committee? Who would play me? Well, I think Mike Pence would be a good choice, but I'm not sure that the former Vice President of the United States would go. So I'd settle for Tom Cruise if that was the case, and then for the Prime Minister, I'm thinking maybe Kevin from The Office would be a good choice for that. But other ensemble members, Madam Speaker, Rosie O'Donnell certainly would be there. Gerald Depardieu. My favorite actor, Denzel, would be part of that. Ryan Reynolds. We could get Cher in there as well. Macaulay Culkin and Jude Law. I suggest that perhaps for the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, that would be a good choice of actors. And of course, Dog the Bounty Hunter, because he would be himself, because the committee has summoned both Mr. Anderson and the other one, Papineau, Miss Anderson and Papineau to the committee. We summoned them the other day, so we're hoping. So maybe Dog the Bounty Hunter can find them because they're nowhere to be found on the radar. But Madam Speaker, seriously, the minister has stepped down, forced to step down as a result of all of the things that I've listed that would make this perfect Hollywood script. He said he wants to clear his name. He's going to take time to clear his name, and he has not. I haven't seen him since. I suspect that he's probably out there. And I really would like to give the minister an opportunity to clear his name. We have Mr. Anderson. Once this motion does get approved, Mr. Anderson will be appearing before the bar. The motion indicates how many members on each side are going to be able to ask Mr. Anderson questions. And if the former minister and the member from Edmonton Centre truly wants to clear his name, I can't think of a better way to do that than in this place, facing his accuser. I think that would be a perfect opportunity. Get out of the fetal position, lick your wounds, come in here and face your accuser, Madam Speaker. And so I want to give the member from Edmonton Centre that opportunity. And so that's why I propose and I move, seconded by the member for St. Albert Edmonton, Actually, I'm going to change that to the member from Cypress Hills Grassland, because I don't see the member in his.
He's here.
Are you in? Are you in? Okay. Yes. So I'm going to move, seconded by the member for St. Albert Edmonton. Yeah. Either Macaulay Culkin or Jude Law. That the amendment be amended in subparagraph F1 by adding the following: followed by an additional 10 minutes, which shall be allocated to the member for Edmonton Centre. That'll give him an opportunity to face his accuser in this place at the bar in an attempt to clear his name, and I think that will make for an interesting ending to this movie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Brassard, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be amended in subparagraph F1 by adding the following, followed by an additional 10 minutes, which shall be allocated to the member for Edmonton Centre. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Staying with the theme of Hollywood productions, I'm thinking of Homer Simpson and the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, quite frankly. Because when I think of Homer Simpson, I think of just to the degree in which the leader of the Conservative Party continues to thumb his nose at the issue of getting a security clearance. We have every leader in the House of Commons that has recognized that foreign interference is such a serious issue, yet we still recognize that the leader of the Conservative Party believes that he doesn't require it, even though there have been allegations that his own leadership was interfered by foreign interference, Madam Speaker. Among other issues related to foreign interference, we still have the leader of the Conservative Party refusing to deal with the issue. So the question is, when the Conservatives are on the issue of character assassination, I'm wondering if he would reflect on the character of his own leader and indicate why it is he believes his leader does not have to get a security clearance.
For Barry Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the vein of the Simpsons, I would like to thank Montgomery Burns for asking that question. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I prefer the character of Homer Simpson over the Prime Minister any day, too, by the way. Madam Speaker,
more likable.
We're talking about $110 million in contracts here. We're talking about 7 civil suits that have engaged against the former minister's company, sworn affidavit where he's been named by the person who has been filing the lawsuit. This is and a criminal investigation too, which I touched on in my speech. This is about having Mr. Anderson come to the bar and once and for all finding out the truth not just from Mr. Anderson, but also finding out the truth from the former minister. Like, we need to get to the bottom of this. And I know that the former minister has stepped down. I'm giving him an opportunity through that amendment to face his accuser before the House. But this is about the integrity of this place, and this is about committees and the power of committees to compel. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Shefford. My colleague was comparing some statistics and named some names that are characters from the U.S. If he wanted to make it more relevant, there are some French-Canadian characters he could have named, like Rémi Girard, Patrice Godin. I could name a whole bunch of people, but I would encourage him to watch some Quebec shows so that he could give some better examples from the Francophone culture in Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I named Gérard Depardieu. He's from France, but I was born in Montreal, and I spent my younger years watching René Simard. I watched Céline Dion. I think I'm dating myself a bit with those references, but I did like Quebec music. Bye Bye Mon Cowboy, for example. Who sang that? I know that song really well. I have a lot of respect for Quebec. That's my province of birth. My parents were half my family is from Quebec, and every time I go back
Come out there, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that that my colleague and the chair of the incredible Ethics Committee just made, because I think it touches on an incredibly important point in this whole saga. We have a culture of corruption that has been allowed to flourish within this Liberal Party, to the point where it seems like Canadian news coverage does look like a Netflix binge-worthy Hollywood-type drama. So I'm wondering if my colleague from Ontario could share about some of the ways that the Ethics Committee has been working to ensure that some answers are found in regards to the lack of ethics that we see in this Liberal government.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for that question. Look, I've had a front row seat for the better part of 2 years at all of these things that have gone on. The SDTC scandal, for example, although it's touched many committees, actually started at the Ethics Committee. And generally, the Ethics Committee has been working well, actually working better recently since, well, I can't even say that the coalition agreement has been ripped up because it seems like it's been taped together. But I know the NDP member has shown some consistency in his actions over these 2 years in wanting to get to the bottom of things. Sometimes he's sided with the Liberal side, but what we've seen more than anything else is obstruction from the Liberal members of the committee. They've, on many occasions, filibustered when motions have been presented. It's an oversight committee, Madam Speaker, you know that. It's got the majority of opposition members on it for a reason, because like OGO, like public accounts, and like ethics, it's designed to hold the government to account, and what we've been seeing is more of that lately, and I'm glad, and this is the reason why we're at this point with Stephen Anderson. He's been called to the bar. It wasn't unanimous, but it was the will of the majority of the committee to report this to the Speaker, and the Speaker has found that a question of privilege has been breached in the lacking of the information provided to the committee.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, I think Canadians following along would rightfully see that we have both a Conservative and a Liberal Party blaming each other for which one is most corrupt, which of course is not a very a good thing for our democracy. I wonder if the member would like to provide some insight on changes he would like to see within our legislative system that would make Canadians feel more confident that, you know, a next government, whether it is New Democrat, Liberal, or Conservative, would have some guardrails on corruption, because Canadians today are looking at, you know, a government under Stephen Harper that prorogued, that was plagued by scandal, and now a government under the current Prime Minister that is prorogued, that is plagued by scandal as well. What would those fundamental changes to our legislative system be from his perspective?
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would remind the member that the NDP party, despite the fact that it's a fourth party and has never formed government and will likely never form government in this country ever, has been involved in corruption issues in the past. So it's quite rich for them to talk about that, but and to lob, as they do from the corner over there. That's okay.
Mrs. Strathcona on a point of order?
Yeah, I would just like to ask that member to retract that. I don't think that there's any way for him to have honestly said that the NDP has actually caused any sort of corruption, as we have, as he mentioned, not been government. So he
the honourable member has made her point. The honourable member for St Albert Edmonton on the same point of order.
Yes, on the same point of order, I'd remind the member for Edmonton Strathcona of one Dave Stupich, the former finance minister of British Columbia and member of Parliament, who stole from charities to funnel it into.
This is beginning to be debate, and I would like the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil to finish his answer.
Glass houses and stones. Well, I think the worst part of what the member from Edmonton Strathcona is talking about is that for the better part of 2.5 years, they have been supporting, through a coalition agreement, all of the stuff, all of the scandals, all of the corruption, all of the expenses, all of the, everything, including the loss of civil liberties, if she doesn't like what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, tell her to cite which standing order rule that she's citing on this, because everything I'm saying is correct.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons, the House and Procedure, Chapter 3. Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. The House of Commons, House of Procedure, Chapter 3, talks about when a member repeatedly gives false information, that is something that can be ruled as unparliamentary.
That is, I think, a matter of debate, and I am not prepared to judge because I haven't been following the conversation. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
They can make those claims all they want, Madam Speaker. I'll stand by everything I said. In 2022, they signed a costly coalition agreement with the NDP, whereby they would support, or with the Liberals, where they would support the government.
The word from the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Yes, it is useful now and then for the Conservatives to be accurate. It was not a coalition, and he's misleading the House.
We will proceed. I think the honourable member has given an answer. Questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the minister, the Prime Minister. Yes. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Me, Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you so much, as always, to my entertaining colleague and the chairman of my committee for that speech, although it really pains me deeply to be identified as obstructionist. I do not think I'm obstructionist. I'm sure the member would like to correct that on the record when he speaks. But my question was really, I looked at the minutes of the July meeting where we reported Mr. Anderson to the House, and I look at it, and the vote was unanimous, and the honourable chairman had said that the vote was not unanimous. My feeling is it was a unanimous recommendation, because I do believe Mr. Anderson should be here before the House. So I want him to correct that as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe in what I was saying was with respect to going in camera. I can tell you that wasn't unanimous. That's what I was referring to my honourable member. I do want to say that he conducts himself with great honour and great integrity at the committee. Yeah, thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And on a point of order, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the debate now be adjourned.
Okay, I'm just a reminder that the honourable member doesn't need to mention a point of order. He had the floor, so he didn't have a point of order. Okay.
I was ready to give a speech.
Well, Mr. Vancouverden, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that debate be now adjourned. Si un député participant.
If a member participating in person wishes for a recorded division, or that the motion be passed on division, wishes a recorded division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate it to the Speaker.
To Government House Leader.
Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, proposes that debate now be adjourned.
Voting electronically is started. The House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepfner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson. Katusek, he's
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the honourable member for Sandwich-Gulf Island, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a technical difficulty, but I wish my vote to be recorded as yay. Thank you.
Ms. May, yay, pour.
I see Mr. Sousa.
I am now voting in favor. Mr. Sousa, yay, pour.
Any other hands up? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. I see the Honourable Government House Leader standing on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the consideration of Government Business Number 43, I move, seconded by the Minister of National Revenue, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Here. Yep.
Ms. Gold, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves the following motion, that the debate be not further adjourned. Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will be a 30-minute period of questions and answers. Order. I would invite honourable colleagues who wish to ask questions to stand or use the raised hand function so that the chair has an idea how many members intend to participate.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The question that I know many Canadians are asking, while these Liberals, supported by those NDP, are offering a small tax trick for a few Canadians, including Christmas trees, but only if you buy them after December 14th. And if it's anything like my household, the tree's already been set up for a few days. Madam Speaker, the question is very, very simple. Why don't they reject the tax trick and instead vote to axe the carbon tax for all Canadians for good?
L'honorable ministre du Revenu national.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours étonnant à quel point ils n'ont rien compris à propos des changements climatiques, à quel point le prix sur la pollution, c'est important.
It's important for our children and our grandchildren to put a price on pollution. So we recognize that things are hard right now for families, for seniors, and for Canadians in general, and that's why we have no control over the price of products, but we can eliminate the GST for a certain period of time to give Canadians a break during the holidays and in the difficult months that often follow. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can provide her thoughts on how important it is during the holiday seasons when we afford every member of Parliament, all of us of all political parties, have an opportunity to be able to give a bit of relief to Canadians during the holiday season by agreeing and voting for a tax cut for the GST on a number of products. I believe most Canadians would see that as a positive thing. I find it shocking that the Conservative Party, the leader of the Conservative Party, wants to vote against this motion and want to continue the filibuster as opposed to actually debating the issue of giving Canadians a tax break.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague's quite right. This is what we've been seeing over the past weeks and even years, I might say. When there's something we want to do to help people, to help Canadians deal with difficult situations, they're never there. We know that things are tough right now. We know there's pressure on families and people over the holidays. And even though we don't have any control over prices, we do have control over taxes. So we've made the choice to scrap the GST for 2 months to give Canadians a break.
For Barrie Innistu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the page could provide me with some tape so I can tape together the coalition agreement that was apparently ripped up by the leader of the NDP. What a shame and what a sham, Madam Speaker.
From the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
That you could remind the honourable member that we're not allowed to use props, and maybe he should remember that. Thank you,
yes, we are not allowed to use props, as the honourable member well knows, including slivers of paper. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I did want to tape this back together, but I'll do that later. What a shame and a sham, Madam Speaker. Instead of fixing the structural problems that exist within our economy, the government, through their NDP partners in this costly coalition, are just throwing crumbs around. The problem is, and we've heard from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the challenges that this is going to create on business at their busiest time of the year, Madam Speaker. How can this government justify this at this point when business is panning it? Economists are panning this plan as not structurally fixing it. They could do that by eliminating the carbon tax and other tax measures, but they're just providing crumbs right now. And worse yet, they're undermining democracy. They're undermining this parliament with this spending measure with very little scrutiny. This government and the NDP partners are circling the bowl right now, and they're desperate to try to find anything they can to find any relevance in their existence. They're going to fail on this, and then we're going to have a common sense Conservative government that's going to do the things that needs to be done to fix this country, to return normalcy and decency back to it.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Madam Speaker, I'm shocked by that. Seriously, how can he say that we don't respect democracy when they, Conservatives, with the support of the other parties, are blocking this parliament and have been for weeks? That's the insult to democracy. They are deliberately trying to break our democracy and not respect our institutions. Yes, we have lots of constructive measures to propose, with, for example, taking the GST off the construction of housing and helping people who provide food in school settings. And so we have a green industrial strategy as well to encourage companies to invest in R&D and innovation. So we have lots of constructive measures to propose for our economy, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her speech, but, you know, Canadians need a break right now. And so giving them a break over the holidays, it's supportable, but the NDP just a few weeks ago proposed taking the GST off essentials permanently. And while, you know, this is a small bit for Canadians, and of course we want any break they can get, but why not take the GST off essentials permanently?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do understand the question from my colleague. It's important. So we're starting off by giving people a break on the GST for 2 months, which is a particularly tough time for Canadians. And it's important to strike the right balance with these measures, helping people who are the most vulnerable at times, and then at other times helping workers. At sometimes we're helping people with disabilities. At other times we're helping people, seniors. So we have to strike a balance. And we know that times are tough for workers. So by creating this GST holiday, GST, HST holiday, that will help people out during this particularly tough time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this little gift, that their fake Christmas gift, Madam Speaker, is exactly what what this HST holiday is, given that Christmas trees will be GST, HST free in Newfoundland and Labrador, but the decorations to go on them, well, hopefully you had some from last year, because guess what? Decorations will still have the HST and GST in Newfoundland and Labrador, and menorahs aren't included. So, you know, is there some anti-Semitism going on? We know there's anti-seniorism and anti-disabled, because why are those needy groups not allowed the $250 checks that people making $150,000 are going to be able to receive? And then the federal pension plan was just robbed of $2 million. And where did that go? To this fake Christmas gift, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
The Honourable
Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is pretty hard to follow. It wasn't very clear. But one thing is for sure, we're not fake. When we announce things, they're real things, not fake things. And the dental care I don't know what planet the member's living on. There are hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are already taking advantage of the dental care program, so it's not fake. Could I ask the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier to either be quiet or leave the chamber? The Honourable Minister. So I can assure you, when we announce something, we go ahead with it, and it's totally real. For example, the disability benefit, which is very real, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Fanshawe?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'd like to ask to the Minister, the CFIB, as was commented on by a Conservative colleague, they're calling on the Department of Finance to give affected small businesses a credit, a minimum of $1,000 in their GST, HST accounts to cover the administrative and programming costs of what this will cost to them for the holiday season. Is the government willing to do that to ensure that this isn't hurting those small businesses? Certainly the NDP is in favor of that. I'm wondering if the government is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. So we also heard the request from Restaurant Canada. Well, Restaurant Canada said this would be beneficial to them. So I think that there is an advantage for businesses here who are going to be able to advertise this tax break. And we know that businesses, and, up until not too long ago, I was a business owner. I know what it's like to run a business. And when we see an advantage for our clients, we know that it's an advantage for us as well. Our entrepreneurs are more and more well-equipped with good computer systems, and I'm sure they'll be able to apply this tax break in the coming months.
Honourable Member for Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because the NDP Liberals are trying to fool Canadians with this tax trick, small businesses are forced and are very much scrambling to reprogram their point of sales machines and to find the time and money to pay for these changes. Madam Speaker, it's a shame that the minister here today did not care to think about the impact this change would have on the small businesses this government purports to help. We all know an election is coming. Can we just stop with the desperation and call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So once again, I think that our system of small and medium-sized businesses and big businesses is working well in the country. They're well equipped, the technology is ready, and they'll certainly be able to put these changes into application. When it's good for consumers, it's good for businesses. And so I have full confidence that it's going to be perfectly doable and reasonable. Thank you.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I noticed that the opposition is calling this a gimmick, a fraud, a trick, because they can't call it what it is, which is a tax cut. If they called it a tax cut, they would have to vote for it because they've been asking for a tax cut. So we're giving them this tax cut. And the only gimmicky thing here is what the Conservatives have been doing for the last while in the House by blocking any progress. But I wanted to say in response to calling this a fraud that stakeholders, Restaurant Canada, has said this is a big win for the restaurant industry. It restores much-needed hope in the industry. We're optimistic it will translate into increased spending at local restaurants across the country. So could I please ask the minister if she could comment on why the timing of this tax break is so important for restaurants?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague because, yeah, absolutely, she's brought forward an opinion that shows the extent to which this is going to be beneficial for our businesses. And, you know, we know that businesses often have an increase of business in December, but January and February tend to be tougher months. So by having the possibility to offer a rebate of 5 to 13%, according to the taxes that are affected in various provinces, well, that's going to allow those businesses, and particularly restaurateurs, to better serve their clientele. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have a simple question for the minister. Why a little GST break on Christmas trees but not on menorahs? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's quite a long list of products that are particularly in demand during the holiday season. And among other things, there's children's clothing, gifts for children. And the intention is to ensure that a great number will be able to benefit from this tax break.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to ask the Minister for a little bit of clarity. You know, I've been speaking to business owners in Edmonton, Strathcona. I just spoke to a restaurant owner this morning, actually, and her concern was, I mean, the minister has said over and over again that there's computers and it's easy to do. This business owner was telling me that it will be very, very difficult for her to do that. And the problem is that it's at a moment in time where business owners are already very busy because the Christmas rush has already started for many of these businesses. Now, for her, what she would have liked to have seen was that this would have come sooner, that this would not have been so last minute. And I'm wondering if the minister could comment on the fact that it took, weeks after the NDP had called for this action to be taken for the government to finally take the steps and in fact has not provided the information that businesses need to be able to do the job, to be able to get through the holiday season, the very busiest season of the year for them.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is indeed a very busy season for our entrepreneurs, for restaurants, for our retailers this pre-holiday season, and we're certainly working with the full team at the Canada Revenue Agency on this. Today, even, you'll see on the CRA website a link that helps to explain all the information related to this tax break for the next 2 months, from December 14th to February 15th. So that information is on the CRA website, and we remain obviously in touch with the various associations that represent businesses so that we can answer their questions in an expedited way. And we'll continue to add documentation to that webpage so that businesses have all the information they need at their fingertips. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I'm rising to ask a question on behalf of a business owner in my constituency who has 3 dollar stores. He has about 3,000 items per store that he'll have to change. Given 30 seconds per item, to go through, that's 90,000 seconds, that's 1,500 minutes, that's 25 hours. Between 9 p.m. that night and 9 a.m. the next morning, he has to pay somebody 25 hours, likely overtime. So we're going to call that $30 an hour times 750 hours is $1,500 per store because he's got to pay them to do it, take the GST off, put the GST back on, times 3 stores. It's $4,500. What's the government going to do to put $4,500 back into this business owner's pocket that he has to pay for their bad idea?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm happy to know that employees who work in these businesses get $30 an hour in income. So, once again, I think that our business owners will find a way, with all the systems they have at their disposal, to make the changes that are necessary, because it's important to give this tax holiday to Canadians during the holiday season. And once again, businesses know that what's good for consumers is good for them. It increases business, and so it's good to make those investments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I've listened to this conversation a lot, and truly it is a gimmick, Madam Speaker. When you're looking at this, we have money that will not be going out like they had promised. But when we're looking at people going to buy their Christmas gifts as of December 14th, ask any family member that's trying to get organized, that's already done. We know the costs are being reduced for only 2 months, and as of February 15th, it will not exist. So the impact to these businesses long-term will also be difficult. I want to go back to the question specifically to the businesses. Have they actually done a cost evaluation of how much it's actually going to cost small business with people with employees under 10? How much it's going to cost for this GST holiday?
The
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, Madam Speaker, we're talking about a GST rebate for 2 months, which is going to benefit all Canadians. So on items that are among the most purchased during the holiday season, and this holiday is going to continue after the holidays because we know that January, February is always a bit difficult. The credit cards are, always a bit more full. So this is going to give Canadians a break during this time of the year where, there's a lot of pressure on parents and grandparents. So we really want to make sure that with this this tax holiday that we're giving Canadians a boost.
I'm a Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Madam Speaker, I myself and of course my NDP colleagues understand full well that people are struggling to make ends meet right now, and anything that we can do to help people to be able to make ends meet, to just add a little bit of help to their pockets is a positive thing. Something that's coming up over and over again today is around the impacts on businesses, around the items that are being chosen to have the GST removed off of them. And I agree, there are some problems with that. And I'm wondering if the member could share why she and the Liberal Party did not just follow through with what the NDP was asking for, which is having GST removed off all essentials permanently, including home heating, cell phones, and internet and groceries. None of these problems that are being expressed by the Conservatives right now would even be an issue if they had just followed through with removing them off all products, all essential products for Canadians. Why did the Liberals not do that? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's always difficult to find the right balance, right? There are some who want more, there are some who want less. But I think that with this measure, which is timely, which comes at a critical time in the year, I think we've found the right balance. And once again, my colleague earlier said it very clearly. Restaurants Canada, which represents a huge number of restaurants across the country, have confirmed that for them this was great news, that they are ready to make the necessary changes. And once again, when it's good for consumers, it's good for businesses.
Colchester.
Madam Speaker, obviously the NDP Liberal Coalition, which is alive and well, is keen to talk about their tax trickery when we know it's not a tax cut because, of course, it's not permanent. The other interesting thing is we know that 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank every month. We know that 1 in 4 parents are giving up meals to feed their children. We know that there are cases of scurvy in this country. And what do we have the GST removed from? Candies. Confectionery classed as candies are goods sold as candies. Candy floss, chewing gum, chocolate, popcorn coated or treated with candy, chocolate, sugars, or artificial sweeteners, chips, crisps, puffs, curls, sticks of popcorn, brittle pretzels, salted nuts and seeds, fruit bars, roll-ups, or similar fruit-based snacks. This is ridiculous. We have people starving in this country because of the bad policies of this NDP Liberal government, and they want to give people chips and crisps? Nonsense.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Merci,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's nothing that we can say that will make the Conservatives support a measure that will help Canadians. It's against their religion, helping Canadians. We've seen that with the school food programs, for example. They're against that. They talk about food banks, but they're not willing to support programs that we're putting in place to like school food programs. And, when we're talking about the tax holiday, we're also talking about diapers and car seats, kids' clothing, kids' shoes, pre-prepared foods. So there's a wide range of products that are essential products, diapers, clothes, again. So, and there are also a number of, other important products, particularly for the holiday season. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member from Maguiguagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question when it comes to the impact on businesses, because I wonder if the Liberals consulted businesses before bringing this measure into place, because, to have to make so many changes for just 2 months, that's a lot of costs for small businesses. And I think, we're talking with businesses and people in our riding who are maybe going to make the choice to close. There are Christmas markets, for example, who are saying, listen, it's not worth the trouble for me. What are they saying to those businesses? Are we supposed to say, okay, no big deal? And does this not create a sort of inflation? Because at some point, the missing money, the money they don't bring in is going to have to come back. The Honourable Member, the Minister for National Revenue. Well, listen, when it comes to being dramatic, that's about the best performance I've seen today. Christmas markets. Listen, in my region, we have a lot of Christmas markets. In my 35 municipalities, there's a lot of them, and I'm very happy for that. And once again, this tax holiday applies mainly to products for kids, diapers, clothing, car seats, shoes. So what we want here is to give Canadians a break during the holiday season and during the following weeks and months, because it's at that time when Canadians need a bit of a boost. Parents, grandparents are under pressure. They want to take kids out to restaurants, for example, and so that's why we're trying to give Canadians a boost when they need it.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am glad to speak to this important bill. This tax measure, this tax break for Canadians during the holiday season through Christmas, Madam Speaker, this will make a world of a difference. What I do is I sympathize for the Conservatives who are being told, are being shackled, that they cannot vote for this tax measure for their constituents. They should stand up and support their constituents. They should support this important tax measure, this important bill. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, how will this impact, how will this affect positively the residents of Mississauga East Cooksville?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I absolutely agree with my colleague. This measure will help Canadians, and because of that, we can't expect the Conservatives to support it. It goes against everything that they do in this House. When it comes to, for example, the Canada Disability Benefit, or when it comes to approving funding for school food programs, the Conservatives aren't present. We can't count on them. So once again, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we want to give Canadians a tax break on GST and HST in various provinces so that the holidays can be more affordable, and so that we can do a bit more to help kids, among others. That's what we want to do at this time. We want to give parents, workers, grandparents a break in the holidays and the time after them. Thank you.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we have here is the Liberal Minister of National Revenue, the person responsible for collecting all your taxes in Canada, defending the 2-month tax trick of the Liberals to reduce taxes on cheesies and chips and beer. But most of today, that minister has been bragging about the lower cost restaurant meals that this will allow people to get. I'd like to ask the Minister of National Revenue, who has access to all the tax data in Canada, how many of the 2 million people a month that line up at the food bank will benefit from the lower cost restaurant food?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, once again, this tax holiday that we want to offer Canadians over the coming months covers children's clothing, diapers, children's shoes, car seats, books as well. Books, toys, puzzles, board games, prepared foods. A prepared meal that you might bring home. So, this is something that our government has tried to do from the very beginning. We want to help people when they need it most. We want to help those who need it most. We've done that with the Canada Child Benefit. You'll remember, back in the day, all families across Canada under the Conservatives got the same amount of money. We've made some changes so that the money that families get is proportionate to their amount of revenue. That's lifted millions of kids out of poverty. So we want to continue doing this, giving Canadians a boost during the holiday season.
Facing a very serious situation in Canada with Canadians really struggling. As we know, 1 in 5 children are living in poverty, 2 million at food banks, and homeless encampments are popping up all over our cities, all over the country. And what's really interesting about this is it almost seems that the Liberals are finally admitting that Canadians are, in fact, really struggling after 9 years of their governance. And what makes this a trick, Madam Speaker, is that they're selling it as some big grandiose gesture to bring relief when really it's only on relatively few items for relatively only a few weeks. So my question is, how can they possibly justify expecting all this praise for this when really all this amounts to is a few breadcrumbs for Canadians when what they need is large-scale, permanent tax breaks like a carbon tax, axing the carbon tax. That's what Canadians need, Madam Speaker, not a few breadcrumbs from this Liberal government for a few measly weeks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, what disrespect for Canadians, Madam Speaker. We know that, what we're talking about here is a tax holiday for 2 months. But what would the member say about when she's talking about breadcrumbs? No, the dental care program, people, particularly seniors, are really benefiting from that. The disability benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, and all the investments that we've made in the housing sector. So we are there to help Canadians, Madam Speaker, but we certainly can't count on the Conservatives. They're going to be there to cut if ever they come back to power.
Go find a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the question on this debate is the closure motion and not the question of the bill itself and the GST cut. So I have a question for my friend, the Minister. I am always against closure motions, but after almost 2 months where we've been here in this House in a situation where we've been paralyzed, I'm going to vote in favor. But I will ask the Minister if there will be changes put in place to protect the most vulnerable in Canada in the next versions or the next bills coming up. The Honourable Minister, a very brief answer. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, obviously, right now we're talking about this particular tax holiday, but as we've seen over the last few years, our government is there to help the most vulnerable Canadians. We've shown that in many ways with the Canada Child Benefit, with the dental benefit, with the food program in schools, and many more.
To interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Madame Gould, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, proposes that with respect to the study number 43, the debate be now not adjourned.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot is going.
Madam Speaker, because this is such an important issue for democracy, Conservatives would ask for a recorded vote.
Calling the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moves that the debate on government business number 43 not be further adjourned.
Get started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Hutchings. Correction, Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Sepfner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Sidlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Ms. Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Ms. Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Retour à Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Recorded as yay.
Ms. May Sanicko-Filens, yay pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. Okay, we'll do that. See that the honourable member from London Fanshawe is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice, the House now proceed to statements by members, followed by oral questions, and that the usual allotment of time be accorded for each rubric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. It being 2:24, pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to statements by members, followed by oral questions. The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of concerned Pakistani Canadian community members, including Dr. Barbara Rana, Mr. Saif Pannu, and Mr. Muhammad Akmal Gundara, to address the alleged recent killings of unarmed protesters in Islamabad supporting Imran Khan. A symbol of justice and democracy, Khan inspires millions striving for transparent governance. Despite political persecution, his leadership has fueled a movement for unity, accountability, and electoral fairness. His supporters continue to advocate for human rights and democracy. Canada must stand in solidarity with people of Pakistan who continue to stand up for their rights and freedoms. Ongoing human rights violations cannot be ignored. We must act now to demand justice and accountability and to prevent further loss of innocent lives. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
To recognize the important work of the Bruce Oak Recovery Centre in my riding. The centre is a non-profit residential treatment facility located in Winnipeg, founded by Scott and Ann Oak. It provides addiction treatment and recovery services to individuals struggling with substance abuse disorders. And with a 57% success rate, the centre works. I recently spoke with Shane Sturvey Highfield. Shane struggled with addiction since youth, but thanks to the centre and his own determination, he will be 3 years sober in December. He has his son back, and he has a good job working for Manitoba Hydro. Success breeds success, and so Scott Oak has now broken ground on a second centre in Winnipeg, the Ann Oak Recovery Centre, named for his late wife. Treatment saves lives. Conservatives won't give up on those who are struggling with addictions. Common sense conservatives will stop taxpayer-funded drugs and put that money into treatment and recovery to bring our loved ones home drug-free.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of Lebanese Heritage Month, which pays tribute to Lebanese culture and its incredible contributions to Canada with its varied traditions, delicious cuisine, and remarkable contribution to our economy and more. Canadians of Lebanese origin have enriched our society for over 140 years, beginning in Montreal. Today, there are over 200,000 Lebanese Canadians, including 8,000 in my riding of Vimy.
Difficult circumstances and journeys of many Lebanese families who sought new beginnings in Canada, including the challenges of conflict in their homeland. Their courage, determination, and success in Canada inspires us all, and we are grateful for them. Together, let's honor this heritage and our Lebanese Canadian fellow citizens but also let us all wish and pray that a permanent peace takes a firm hold in Lebanon.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Pâtres Verchères. I'd like to pay tribute to the 50th anniversary of La Ressource Corner Store, founded in 1974 by André Desroches, who also founded the Business People's Association in Boucherville. This family business, over the years, became a true institution in Boucherville. La Ressource is much more than a simple corner store where you get milk or a bag of chips or some beer. 25 years ago, they were groundbreakers in stocking their shelves with terroir products, local products, and microbreweries products. So going into there is like going into Alibaba's cave. You can choose beers there like you would choose wine at the liquor store. And with Frédéric Desroches, La Ressource is now in its third generation of owners, and it is as involved and committed to the community as it was under his grandfather. Congratulations on 50 years, and long live La Ressource.
The only thing that I've read in recent memory is a celebratory post from a Ford MPP celebrating tearing out bike lanes in the city of Toronto by saying that it's going to make it safer for people on bikes. Where's the data? Really? Let's be clear. Bike lanes save lives. If someone has a problem with their design or their location, take it to our mayor or city councillors. That's why we elect them. It's time that we look at charter cities and how to better protect our cities from this kind of overreach. I ran to make sure that our federal government was a strong partner to the City of Toronto, and we are. Strong partners don't roll over each other's toes. The Ford decision is going to cost lives. It's going to cost taxpayers. It's going to take away an affordable way to get around our city, and it's going to add to traffic. How's that for a lump of coal for the holidays? Bah humbug. So let's stand up for the City of Toronto. Let's stand up for charter cities.
The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
I'm the proud nephew of Tony Sturgeon. Tony's recent passing brings a deep sadness to our family, along with major change. Tony leaves behind the love of his life, Aunt Christy, and daughters Mandy and Kyla. Our family will be forever grateful that Tony found someone as wonderful as Christy to share his life with. Tony's love for Christy and his daughters was always evident in our family. He was deeply proud of both daughters and was always excited to spend time with his grandchildren. Toronto Maple Leaf fans are loyal for obvious reasons. We are all long-suffering, but few were as loyal as my Uncle Tony. We shared this passion, and it returned every fall, along with the common sorrow in the spring. Tony leaves behind a great legacy of two beautiful daughters, their children and families, a lifetime of good humor, and memories will hold close forever. We will always miss you, Uncle Tony.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, more than 3,000 Canadians live with ALS. One is a constituent. Matthew Brown's courageous battle over the years has inspired me to do more. Mr. Speaker, recently, just a few days ago, in fact, on Parliament Hill, we saw ALS Action Canada organize an effort that brought together Canadians living with ALS, their family members, their supporters, in fact, supporters that include members of the NHL alumni, in support specifically of Mark Curtin. Mark Curtin is a former Toronto Maple Leaf. He played for the Detroit Red Wings, the Vancouver Canucks. He had a very good NHL career, and he shared with us his efforts to create the ALS Super Fund, an effort that in less than 1 year has generated more than $1 million in support of awareness and for research. It's efforts like that that inspire us, across party lines in fact. As chair of the ALS All-Party Caucus, I want to do more, and I know members in all parties feel that way. We will continue to advocate for people like Matthew, for people like Mark, for the 3,000 plus Canadians living with ALS, constituents, Canadians, we are with them. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Alfred Pallon. Mr. Speaker, with the holidays fast approaching, our government is taking decisive action so Canadians can celebrate with family and friends without having to worry about the high costs of the holiday season. We're putting more money back into the pockets of Canadians with the new GST exemption. Starting December 14th, children's clothing and toys, restaurant meals, alcoholic beverages, Christmas trees, and much more will be GST exempt. This will help my constituents of Alfred Pellan and all Canadians enjoy the holiday festivities and support local businesses and keep more of their hard-earned money. Will the Leader of the Opposition cut his caucus some slack so they can put the needs of their communities ahead of his political ambitions by supporting this plan which helps local businesses and families? Or will he continue to silence them and stand in the way of progress at every turn?
The honourable member from Langley Aldergrove.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, our once safe towns and cities are now rife with crime and chaos thanks to this Liberal Prime Minister's radical catch-and-relief bail policies that allow dangerous people to stay on our streets. Our worsening public safety record has been made evident by a recent Fraser Institute study comparing our crime stats to the USA. Well, the numbers are in. Violent crime is up in Canada and now exceeding the United States by 14%. And then there's property crime, also exceeding the USA by a shocking 27%. And all of this is under the watch of this Prime Minister, nothing to be proud of. You know, Mr. Speaker, we used to be proud of our public safety record. We used to think of it as one of our distinguishing features, something that was a source of national pride. Well, no more. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities. It's time for a common-sense Conservative government that is going to focus on public safety and bring back safe streets. Thank you.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, I rise today to remember Robert Smythe, a true pillar of Centretown who passed away on November 15th. For over 50 years, Robert dedicated his life to preserving the character and history of our community. As the founding editor of the Centretown Buzz, Robert captured the stories and struggles of our neighborhood with passion and care. He shared downtown Ottawa's history and architecture in a way that brought it to life, championing the preservation of not just heritage buildings, but also the modernist and brutalist structures that reflect our city's evolution. He was a tireless advocate for affordable housing, a community builder, and a passionate pedestrian who knew every corner of Centretown. His memory will forever echo through downtown's streets, its cherished buildings, and people's stories that define our community. May Robert rest in peace. Thank you.
The honourable member from Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. And now they've broken Canada's immigration system. Conservatives have learned there are over 3 million people in Canada that need to leave by December of next year, and the government does not have a plan. When we pressed the minister on this at committee, he simply shrugged his shoulders and said he expected people to leave voluntarily. At the same time, he also expects asylum claimants to grow. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. The facts are, student demonstrators have said they will not leave voluntarily, and asylum claims are growing. But the NDP Liberal government hopes this problem will just go away. Well, hope is not a management plan. The truth is, the NDP Liberals have no plan to ensure these 3 million temporary residents actually leave Canada. They don't have a way to know if they've left. They won't even prevent them from staying. They won't stop them from claiming asylum. They won't even control our borders. Simply put, the NDP Liberals broke our immigration system and don't know how to fix it. Mr. Speaker, where is the plan?
The honourable member from Brandon Souris.
Speaker, more and more Canadians are realizing the true role of the NDP leader and their entire caucus in keeping the Liberal government in power and shielding them from an election. Even after President Trump's unjustified threat of a 25% tariff on Canada's already fragile economy, the NDP Liberal coalition continues to defend their harmful carbon tax, a tax that costs the average person in Manitoba $693 and over $900 in some other provinces. No matter what the NDP Liberals say, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer made it clear the carbon tax makes most Canadians poorer. Unfortunately, the NDP leader doesn't care. Instead of voting with Conservatives to express non-confidence in this government and trigger an election, he is focused on securing his pension, and is prepared to quadruple the carbon tax. It's time to let Canadians choose a strong Prime Minister who will defend our economy. Let's fire this Prime Minister and call a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows Canadians work hard and that many are still feeling just barely more comfortable with their finances. That's why last week we introduced the new Working Canadians Rebate, a tax-free payment of $250 that will go directly to more than 18 million Canadians. If you worked in 2023 and earned up to $150,000, this rebate is for you. Whether it's to help pay bills, buy groceries, or save for the future, this is real support for Canadians who work hard every day to meet their needs and their families. This rebate is designed to recognize the efforts of Canadians, to give them a helping hand when they need it most. In addition to the tax holiday on essentials like groceries, snacks, and children's clothing, our government is providing Canadians with significant savings and real relief at the checkout. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go get it. Let's get to it. I hope all MPs will support this bill.
Griesbaum.
Boyle Street, Bissell Centre, TWOW Outreach Collective, 4B Harm Reduction, Water Warriors, Smile Yeg, Bear Claw, Beaver Hills House, Hope Mission, and Reach Edmonton. These are the names of the frontline organizations in Edmonton helping our neighbors survive. Houselessness is a crisis in Edmonton. Over the past few weeks, 4 people have already frozen to death. Things are so bad that last winter, over 100 people living on the streets lost a limb due to frostbite. The majority of these are Indigenous. These harrowing statistics, Mr. Speaker, put the work of Edmonton's local organizations into focus. Compassionate, understanding care, supportive housing for those who need it most, wraparound services that go far beyond just putting a roof over people's heads. But these organizations need help. I urge the government to work with provincial and municipal partners to ensure that the people who support Edmonton's most vulnerable have the resources they need. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can end poverty and we can end houselessness.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the University of Quebec in Montreal has just pulled off a masterstroke by appointing Pauline Marois as Chancellor, another historic first for the woman who was the first woman to be elected Premier of Quebec. Of all her impressive service for Quebec, Ms. Marois says what she loved best was being Minister of Education because that's where she could make the biggest difference. And that she did. By creating the network of public childcare centres, she made a major contribution to Quebec women achieving one of the highest employment rates in the world. At a time when UQAM is facing new challenges with a role to play in revitalizing the Latin Quarter and ambitions for a faculty of health sciences, she who describes education as a pillar for any nation wishing to grow is the right person in the right place. Bravo, UQAM, bravo, Ms. Marois, and long live the Chancellor.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these Liberals, life has never been so unaffordable. Now with Canadians struggling and his party languishing in the polls, the Prime Minister comes up with this 2-month temporary tax trick. Even his own MPs are fed up. The Liberal member for Hamilton East Stony Creek called the plan incomprehensible and revealed that he's been threatened with consequences for speaking out. He told the Toronto Star, quote, "It says a lot about our government is at this point right now, and it says a lot about some of the shackles that have been put around MPs," unquote. The Prime Minister silences anyone who dares to disagree. Canadians deserve better than Liberal hypocrisy. It's a 2-month tax trick today to distract from their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. No wonder the Liberal MP for Hamilton East Stony Creek calls this plan incomprehensible. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax for everyone, everywhere, for good.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, children's scarves and warm woolen mittens, books and newspapers tied with strings, these are a few of my favorite things. Restaurant meals and crisp apple strudels, snacks and candy and schnitzel with noodles, toys and board games and the joy that they bring. These are a few of my favorite things. And these things will be exempted from GST starting December 14th, Mr. Speaker. This tax break will give Canadians more money in their pockets during the holidays, a time when the costs go up for many families. When the dog bites, when the CPC stings, I simply remember my favorite things, and soon will be exempt from GST. The good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, I encourage members opposite to vote in favour of this tax break and let Canadians have more of their hard-earned money.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. The Prime Minister is weak, and he's lost control of our borders. He opened Roxham Road, and he kept it open a year after the Americans offered to close it. He invited at least 700 foreign students by implicitly promising that they would be able to stay here permanently and who will now have to leave. And he lost 500,000 people. What is his plan to reestablish order at the borders and prevent American tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our colleague knows very well, the relationship with the United States is the most important relationship that we have with any other country. When it comes to security and when it comes to the economy, we work very well with the Americans, and we have for many years now, for many decades. And he also knows very well that 18 months ago, we signed a new third-party agreement, which the United States have celebrated since then, and which are going to bring back to the attention of our colleague. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Since the Prime Minister enjoys invading provincial jurisdiction, he's lost control of his own jurisdiction. He is incompetent when it comes to federal jurisdiction, like borders. It's the most important federal jurisdiction. In fact, now the provincial premiers have lost confidence in this Prime Minister. The Premier of Quebec is sending Quebec's provincial police force to defend the borders. Alberta's Premier is doing the same. Ontario's Premier is saying exactly the same things. How can we trust this Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Our colleague is talking about trust and jurisdiction. I answered this question a couple of minutes ago. If there's something that he can control, Mr. Speaker, it's he could ask for his security clearance so that he could protect his own caucus. He's not able to protect himself and his own caucus, and that's an issue of trust, Mr. Speaker. The trust of parliaments and the trust of Canadians depends on the ability of the Leader of the Official Opposition to control his agenda and to ask for a security clearance.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This weak Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of immigration, lost control of our borders, and now we're facing massive threats to our economy. Right now, there are as many as 500,000 people here illegally. There are 700,000 students who came here with the implicit promise they'd be able to stay forever, and now they're being told they have to leave with the temptation that they might head south for the much stronger economy than we have here, which would provoke a massive retaliatory tariff. So what's the plan to reverse all the damage the Prime Minister's done?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of people come to this country every year and then leave. They're called tourists. Hundreds of thousands of people come here as temporary residents and then they leave. Some become permanent residents. there is a plan to achieve that. They will migrate into permanent residency, but not all can stay here, and when they refuse to do so, they will be removed. But you can't make this up, Mr. Speaker. What the member opposite, the leader of the opposition, is doing with the member of Edmonton Millwoods is going around to these people, pandering to them, promising them to have visas and promising not to deport them. That is highly irresponsible and it's incompetent.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that member hallucinates almost as badly as his weak leader, who refuses to stand and answer for his own border failures. Let's look at his record. He opened Roxham Road. He kept it open for a year longer than the Americans required. He put out a tweet saying, "Welcome to Canada," inviting people to come here illegally. According to that minister's department, there are 500,000 people here illegally, all of whom could be tempted to go south of the border, provoking a massive retaliatory response. So once again, what's the plan to fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Speaker, we'll tweet out the video of him pandering to people, entertaining false hope, promising visas to everyone, promising they won't get deported. That's highly incompetent. Worse than that, Mr. Speaker, is he's refusing to get his security clearance. That is irresponsible for any purported leader of this country, any responsible person in politics. He needs to grow a pair, get the briefing.
There is a large flexibility that the Speaker gives, of course, to the language that's used in here. But I think that might be beyond the border. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister if he could just withdraw those words.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw those words. On a day like this, I would say he's all flannel and no axe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, once again shows the erratic, out-of-control government we have over there. His Prime Minister is hiding from questions. His Minister is losing control of his words and his mind. This is a government that is falling to pieces. The Prime Minister has lost control of the border, lost control of immigration, lost control of our finances, and now lost control of his caucus, who are saying that they've been intimidated into voting in favor of his tiny tax trick. He's lost control, but he's holding on to power.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the member is talking about. On this side of the House, we can have conversations, we can have debates, and we don't get shut down from speaking like the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about today. We are moving forward with a GST cut for every single Canadian. And what have we heard from the Leader of the Opposition? He's opposed to tax cuts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's all talk, no walk. He's not there for Canadians. On this side of the House, we're going to support Canadians and let our members have debates and conversations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. For weeks now, the Bloc Québécois has been asking the Liberals to increase resources at the borders. Weeks that they've just come back with the condescension that they're so well known for, that they have a plan. But listen, yesterday the Prime Minister announced to his colleagues, the premiers, that he was going to do what the Bloc has been suggesting for a week now, increase resources at the border. You know, up to last night, there was no plan and there were no resources at the border. So why do the Liberals always have to wake up at the last possible minute? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague knows very well that the relationship with the United States is the most important relationship that we have when it comes to security, economics, and the border. And that's why for many decades now we've worked well and actively with the Americans, and we've done that in recent years, particularly under Mr. Trump's administration. Mr. Trudeau, rather, the Prime Minister, had an excellent meeting yesterday with the premiers, and it's on the basis of ongoing collaboration that we will deal with the issues raised in that conversation. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, better late than never, the Liberals have finally realized they need to increase resources at the border, but they're still unable to tell us exactly when, how much, and how. And that's really serious because in just a couple of months, Donald Trump is going to impose tariffs on our entire economy. They only have 2 months left to fix the leaky border. And until last night, they continued to claim they didn't think there was a problem. Now that they've finally seen the light, can they please explain what the details of their plan are? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, and Canadians know, borders are very important, and it's in the interest of the Americans that they be protected. It's the interest of Canadians that they protected. And that's why we are working together on this question. I had a conversation with Premier Legault this morning, and I also spoke with Quebec's International Relations Minister. I've also had the opportunity to speak with a number of influential Republican and Democrat senators in the United States who are all allies so that we can work together to make sure that our two countries are protected. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, as we see every Christmas when things get going again, the Liberals woke up just the other day and said, hey, we're going to send out $250 checks. But the NDP noted that they forgot a lot of people, seniors, persons with disabilities, people who aren't able to work. The Liberals panicked, and so they pushed that measure back. But, you know, the real question here is, are they going to fix their measure so that they can help people who really need it? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today is a great day, Mr. Speaker, because we are going to be voting with the support of the NDP for a tax holiday for all Canadians, including seniors. And we'd like to thank them because on the other side of the House, what we're seeing is a Grinch who's going to stay a Grinch and who doesn't want to vote for a tax holiday. So I'd like to thank the NDP because they have a heart like we do for all Canadians, but we're going to continue working with them to make sure that we support all Canadians across the country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
But they're not supporting all Canadians. The Liberals are letting Canadians down. Almost everyone is cutting back. Life is expensive, and that is especially true for students, seniors, and people with disabilities. And the Liberals' plan? Excluding them from the $250 rebate. Even the Liberals' own MPs think this is absurd. And the Conservatives, they want to give tax breaks to billionaires like Galen Weston, but won't give a tax break to everyday Canadians. When the Conservatives show you who they are, believe them. So will the Liberals fix their botched rebate, yes or no?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Tourism and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And, you know, we introduced for the first time a Canada Disability benefit. You know, my brother has a disability. Ours is the first government that has put in place direct help for people with a physical disability. Mr. Speaker, the $250 check that we're going to send out, it's a check that we want to send out to workers. And coming from a party that has always claimed to stand up for workers, it seems a bit ironic that they're against it. That having been said, we think that 1 million seniors who work will have access to that check, and also persons with disabilities who are working, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have the Honourable Member from Thornhill.
After
After doubling the cost of housing, adding an inflationary carbon tax to everything that Canadians buy, and giving us the highest levels of debt in the G7, the Prime Minister's plan is a temporary, tiny 2-month tax trick. But not even small businesses are fooled. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business says that only 4% of small businesses expect a sales boost because of the latest last-ditch effort for the Prime Minister to save his own job. If he's so sure about his plan, why doesn't he call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
Right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
With respect, the member ought to look at what the Retail Council of Canada has said on the matter, what Restaurants Canada has said on the matter as well, Mr. Speaker. Small business owners in my community across the country will benefit as a result of this tax cut. It's exactly what it is. A tax cut for workers, a tax cut for families. What's also surprising, Mr. Speaker, and I just heard the name, they talked about Aaron O'Toole. That's exactly right. He put this initiative on the table in the summer of 21. We're supporting it now. You know who else supported it? The Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. He reposted a tweet from Aaron O'Toole at that time, but doesn't want to support it now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't a tax cut. It's a distraction before a much, much bigger permanent tax hike. Even his own Liberal MPs are now opposing this. The member from Hamilton East Stony Creek says that he was threatened with, quote, consequences if he voted against it. Rather than threatening his own MPs, muzzling them like he's accused others of doing, we have a weakened Prime Minister terrified of facing Canadians. So if he's so sure about his own leadership, if he's so sure about his own plan, why won't he allow his own MPs to have a free vote on this one today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Workers going for groceries, Mr. Speaker, who want to eat out, who want to buy gifts during Christmas, Mr. Speaker. That's who's on our mind, Mr. Speaker. Families who want to buy diapers for their kids, who want to buy kids' clothes. That young family who's excited about a new child coming into the family, Mr. Speaker. Car seats are expensive. There's a tax savings on that too, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition supported this initiative in 2021, but doesn't want to now because it's a Liberal initiative. Will the real Pierre Poilievre stand up in this House of Commons?
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn. Sorry, I did not hear the Honourable Member, and I'm going to ask members to, if members were able to hold their voices unless recognized by the Speaker, it'd be easier for the Speaker to hear a statement. The Honourable Member apparently had mentioned the name of another Honourable Member. I'll ask the Honourable Member to just rise and use the name of...
It's an honest mistake, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Turning temporary 2-month tax tricks won't save this desperate Prime Minister. After doubling housing costs, doubling the national debt, doubling food bank usage, now he's blaming Canadians for not feeling the vibe of this pricey gimmick. Now he's even threatening his own Liberal MP from Hamilton East Stony Creek for not supporting this vote-buying scheme. Instead of threatening MPs to take cents off Skittles, call a carbon tax election now so common-sense Conservatives can axe the tax for good.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I know the Leader of the Opposition knows a thing or two about threatening his own MPs, because if they don't speak in 3-word slogans, we never hear from them again. But, Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that on this side of the House, we are excited to deliver a tax cut for Canadians. And for the mom who has to buy diapers and groceries and a car seat, this is meaningful for her, Mr. Speaker. Who it's not meaningful for is the Leader of the Opposition, because when it comes to supporting everyday Canadians, he would rather support himself than give them a break over the holidays. That's so disappointing, and Canadians across this country are disappointed in him. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
The only thing they're cutting is moms that have have to cut down on the nutritious food that they can give to their kids and sending them into food bank lines. And after this temporary tax trick is done, they're going to jack up the carbon tax on April the 1st, making everything more expensive. And anyone who doesn't believe in this Prime Minister's radical plan, he threatens them with consequences. This inflationary vote-buying scheme will add another $6 billion to this Prime Minister's growing deficit. Instead of taking chump change off chocolates, call a carbon tax election now so we can axe the tax for good.
The Honourable Government House Leader in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the GST that we are proposing to remove is going to be removed on essential items like groceries, like children's clothing, like diapers and car seats. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the honourable colleague has children, but if he did, he would know just how expensive those items are for Canadians. And for Canadians who have to buy these essential items, this tax cut makes a difference, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand why Conservative members of Parliament don't get that, but I hope they change their mind and support this measure because it's a...
Ask the Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's. Please, I will ask again the Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. The Prime Minister is desperately trying to create a distraction, Mr. Speaker. He's trying to trick voters with a 2-month tax trick, but everyone can see through what he's doing. Earlier today, somebody came to my riding office to criticize what the Prime Minister is trying to do. This government is uniting Canadians against them, Mr. Speaker. Will they give Canadians election so that they can elect common sense Conservatives to give hope back to Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Economic Development. Once again, Mr. Speaker, today is a great day, Mr. Speaker. Canadians across the country, Quebecers, are going to have access to a tax holiday. I don't understand how my colleague from across the way doesn't want to support Canadians. Their hidden program, Mr. Speaker, is to make cuts to housing, among other things, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that they don't want to support Quebecers. They don't want them to have a tax cut at the toughest time of the year, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. Listen, Conservatives will cut taxes and axe the GST on new homes. That'll mean savings up to $50,000 on the purchase of a new home, and it'll create 30,000 new housing starts, Mr. Speaker. That's a real idea to bring a long-term solution to problems created by this government. Canadians are smart. They can see what's going on. They're going to pay the price for this government. That's why we need elections now, Mr. Speaker. I will ask the Leader of the Official Opposition, please, to sit down. The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, it's difficult to accept that question from the Conservative Party because in her province, in Quebec, we have signed an agreement with the province to build over 8,000 new affordable housing units with a major investment with $1.8 billion. That's a successful agreement that's in place now. The Conservative Party's position is to cut that agreement, to cut this program that's going to build affordable housing. That's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. It's not an acceptable position, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. The government tabled its bill on the GST and set aside the $250 checks that they promised to just about everyone except for seniors and except for those who are the most vulnerable. They should take this opportunity to take a step back and seriously ask themselves what their priorities are. This government is ready to spend $6 billion to buy votes, but they're refusing to improve OAS for 65 to 74-year-old seniors. That would fix the injustice that they're suffering from right now, and it would cost 2 times less than this gift. Will they give royal sanction to C319 instead of trying to buy votes? The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Economic Development for the Regions. Mr. Speaker, all I'm seeing today is, it's not boat buying. I want to make sure that Quebecers and Canadians have the opportunity to buy essential products during the holiday season. What I don't understand is how the Bloc Québécois can't support a measure that's going to directly help not only all Quebecers, but also seniors. Mr. Speaker, today I got an email from a constituent saying the Bloc just lost my vote because I'm insulted by the way that they are blackmailing us. Order. The member for Shefford. Now, this is, becoming a habit for this government, forgetting seniors. They're saying, look, we've done enough for them, so nothing else, too bad. But there are seniors who won't even be able to benefit from the GST holiday because all of their income is going to cover their basic needs. The government could act if they're able to give $250 to just about everyone, just to show how generous they are. Well, then they'd be able to spend $6 billion. And if they're able to spend $6 billion, to buy votes, well, they could invest $3 billion in OAS instead of giving money to lots of people who don't need it. Why not simply improve OAS? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where was the Bloc when we increased pensions for seniors over 75? They voted against it. Where was the Bloc when we increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%? And, that's, for the most vulnerable seniors. Where were they for the Canada Dental Program? They voted against seniors in all those cases, Mr. Speakers. Where was the Bloc? Well, they simply voted against all those measures. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, it's pretty clear what Liberal values are. Giving money to a couple that makes $300,000 a year, but giving nothing to seniors. They think that that is fair. The Liberals said the Conservatives are marking political points by having no sense of social justice and no solidarity for those who are having a hard time making ends meet. So we should do the same thing. It must be working. If it works for them, it'll work for us. The government needs to get its values straight. On the one hand, there's their $250 check that no party here agrees with. And on the other side, there's C319, which would improve pensions for seniors, and all parties agree that it should be passed. Why aren't they making the right choice? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I would invite the Bloc Québécois to go speak to their constituents, to look them in the eyes, and every time they say that they want to increase pensions for seniors aged 64 to 75, but they should explain why they voted against all the measures for seniors in Quebec that we put in place. They didn't want the improved GIS. They didn't want the dental plan. They didn't want anything for seniors, Mr. Speaker. So they're saying one thing on the one hand, and they should say the same thing on the other hand.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, because the NDP Liberals are trying to fool Canadians with a 2-month tax trick, small businesses are being forced and are scrambling to reprogram their point-of-sales machines and to find the time and money to pay for these changes. It is a shame the Minister of Small Business knew and did not care that this tax trick would hurt the very businesses she purports to help. We all know an election is coming. Can we simply stop with the desperation and call for a carbon tax election today?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that member and his party can offer small businesses are slogans on repeat, cuts to programs that are essential, and cuts. So, Mr. Speaker, our tax break is not just good for small businesses, it's good for their customers. This tax break isn't just helping families, it's also supporting the entire community and boosting their neighborhood independent grocery stores, restaurants, retailers, and small businesses that power our local economy. CRA has provided further guidance on this today, which will help support small businesses, and small businesses can call the CRA hotline to get further support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, 40% of Canada's economy is tied to our relationship and trade with the U.S. But after 9 years, we have no softwood lumber deal. And what's happened? Tariffs have doubled, and they're set to double again if we have a first increase but a second if Trump gets his way and we don't fix the border. After 9 years, Mr. Speaker, we have lost 90,000 jobs in softwood lumber, 40,000 each in Ontario, Quebec alone. The last Prime Minister solved this in 79 days. It's been 3,311 days. Where's the plan for softwood lumber?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up for forestry workers and our lumber industry. We stood up for Canada when the U.S. imposed aluminum and steel tariffs on us. What did the Conservatives said? They urged us to back down and capitulate. When we renegotiated NAFTA back in 2018, we stood strong and protected Canada's economy, while the Conservatives asked us to capitulate. We have a proven track record when it comes to negotiating, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to protect Canadian workers and Canadian industry. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, there's no Team Canada when the plan is to pile on taxes, make energy and production more expensive, and sideline our Canadian industry on the global stage. What kind of team has no game plan after 9 years, has lost 90,000 softwood lumber jobs, got kicked out of CUSMA negotiations, and sat on the sidelines when Mexico overcame Canada for the USA's #1 trading partner? But here's a Canada First plan. Axe the tax, scrap the cap on oil and gas production, and fix softwood lumber. Why doesn't the Prime Minister use that common sense Canada First plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is a very important partner to our economy and to our relationships with the rest of the world. When you talk about trade, we have $1.3 trillion of trade last year with the U.S., which is a record since we renegotiated NAFTA in 2018. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be at the table with a Team Canada approach as we continue to protect Canadian businesses and workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I ask the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Okaktitiyi, 3 First Nations children have died since January due to this government's non-compliance with Jordan's Principle. The Liberals are actively fighting against the Human Rights Tribunal's orders and allowing First Nations children to die while in care. There are over 40,000 Jordan's Principle requests in the backlog. Liberals are not even trying to fix this. When will the Liberals stop fighting First Nations children and uphold First Nations rights to care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we care deeply about First Nations children. Jordan's Principle ensures that First Nations children can access the care they need when they need it, regardless of where they live. Since 2016, the ISC has funded approximately $7.8 million products, services, and supports for First Nations children. The number of requests has grown exponentially over the years, and we're increasing funding so ISC can meet the demand. All governments need to do their part to keep First Nations children safe, healthy, and supported.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Here's the latest horrifying story involving the airline's mistreatment of people with disabilities. Air Canada failed to secure a brain cancer patient in a wheelchair. She fell out and was left bleeding and bruised. We're talking about a failure to protect people's safety and dignity. We're talking about a failure to uphold their basic human rights, and yet, despite dozens of stories like these, people with disabilities have seen zero action from this government. Either these Liberals don't think things in the air sector have gotten bad enough yet to act, or they simply don't care. Which one is it? Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, this government takes accessibility very seriously, ensuring that all passengers are treated with dignity. In May, for example, we had a summit that listened and learned from those that have accessibility issues, and of course recommendations came out of those meetings to ensure that we work with the airlines and, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, demand that they address the issues as the member has brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Humber Valley Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I continue to hear a lot of noise from the members opposite about affordability, but no real solutions. Last week, our government made an exciting announcement to support Canadians over this holiday season. Would the minister share...
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek can start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to hear a lot of noise from the members opposite about affordability, but no real solutions. Last week, the government made an exciting announcement to support Canadians over this holiday season. Would the minister share more details about our government's plan to put more money in the pockets of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We know that Canadians need more support these days, and that is why we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, lifting hundreds of thousands of Canadian children out of poverty. We cut childcare costs by 50% to help families, and we cut taxes for small business. And now we are giving all Canadians a tax break. We're eliminating the GST on essential goods for 2 months to support Canadians through the holidays. This means groceries, this means children's clothes, and more will be tax-free, so Canadians will have more money in their pockets. Conservatives oppose this just as they want to cut all kinds of supports for Canadians. While they play political games, we are working for Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Canada's 3 million temporary migrants do not appear poised to leave voluntarily. That's the headline from a major Canadian newspaper. The immigration minister naively expects that they'll leave voluntarily. Migrant advocates admit they have no such plans. This sets the stage for mass overstays and more illegal border crossings into the United States. This strains our relations with the newly elected U.S. administration, now threatening a 25% tariff if we don't secure our border. What is the Prime Minister's plan to enforce the laws and ensure that people who need to leave do so?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
First, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite can get their facts straight. They float around numbers, 3 million, 5 million. They actually don't know what they're talking about in response to their own order paper question. I hear them heckling me, but who they really should be heckling is the leader of the opposition, who is pandering to all these groups, promising visas to everyone and not to deport anyone. That's not responsible. He really needs to grow up if he's going to be responsible. Thank you.
Now, ask the honourable member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie, please, not to take the floor unless recognised by the Speaker. The honourable member from Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the minister had no answers at committee when I asked him the same questions. He doesn't know his numbers because he has no plan. It's really simple. The lack of a plan threatens the integrity of our immigration system. It risks significant diplomatic damage with this newly incoming U.S. administration. Are they deploying more police to the border? They don't know. Are they deploying advanced technology, and are they using it for border surveillance? They don't know. Are they going to use CBSA with more resources, more agents on the border? They don't know. YouTube videos aren't enough. Will the Prime Minister present a Made in Canada First plan that will make sure that everybody that's required to leave will actually do so?
Order. Order.
I guess you're not grown up enough, eh?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Conservatives are a little nervous about me responding, probably because I'm going to point out the fact that they cut over 1,000 jobs from CBSA. They were warned that their cuts would lead to more guns, more human trafficking, more drugs entering our border. But what did we do on this side of the House? We reversed those cuts. We invest in our police services. As a result, we've seen an increase of 600% more misrepresentation in investigations happening, and a decrease of migrants entering the border through the south by 50% because investments work.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Hear how nervous I am, Mr. Speaker. Well, after 9 years of incompetence on immigration, the Prime Minister has no plan to protect our borders. Imagine only 2 days before President Trump's threats, 16 people were arrested trying to cross our border illegally, and many have also crossed into the U.S. since the beginning of 2024. What's the Prime Minister's plan to put Canadians first, protect our borders and our jobs? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no more important relationship than that of Canada and the U.S. worldwide. And that's why we always have to invest more in this relationship when we know that Canadians want to make sure we protect their interests. And that's why, for us, the border is very important, as is security, as it is for the Americans as well. I have been very involved recently, speaking with my counterparts, also with several U.S. senators. And, of course, we do have a very good plan because it's in the interest of Canadians. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we're here because they have created chaos and disorder in our immigration system at the borders. After 9 years, it's clear this Prime Minister is too weak to face Donald Trump. In 2016, he opened up our borders to the world after promising the Canadian dream. All of these people have to go back to their homes. How will he ensure that none of them will immigrate illegally to the U.S.? There's no plan to protect our borders. When will he trigger an election so we can have a strong leader that will put Canada first? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know full well we have to protect our border, and that's why, with the Biden administration in the past, we were able to conclude a safe third country agreement. We will also reach an agreement with the future U.S. administration. It's in our interest and in theirs, and this government's as well. We have this experience with the Trump administration. So rather than doing petty politics in the backs of Canadians, we're going to work together, and it's together we'll be able to come out on top of this. The Honourable Member for Joliette. The GST vacation is a $1.6 billion gift to people who don't need it. It's a reward for spending. Low-income seniors won't see a big difference, nor will minimum wage workers or families who receive Christmas baskets. But it does pay off for those who have reservations at top restaurants or buy their New Year's Eve champagne by the case. How can the Liberals and the NDP subsidize the spending of the rich while abandoning those who are tightening their belts this Christmas? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member in a riding where people often, at the end of the month, have to go buy their food at Dollarama. So when they minimize the impact of the measures we're taking today on the wallets of Canadians and Quebecers, it means they don't understand people who live in a very vulnerable way. We want to give them a break, a tax break that will allow them to have a better holiday season. And I don't understand how the Bloc won't vote in favor of this measure. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Food isn't taxed, so it's not a good example. The GST vacation also puts our SMEs at a disadvantage. Walmart and Best Buy don't mind paying to have their systems adapted and the GST removed, but our small businesses can afford to lose thousands of dollars in adaptation or go through the headache of sorting out which products are taxed and which aren't. Some have told us that it's more profitable to close for 2 months. It's not our small businesses that should have to pay the price when the Liberals and the NDP want to buy votes. Will they at least compensate SMEs? The Honourable
for small businesses.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this tax holiday will help many Canadians and also give small businesses a lift as well. Restaurants Canada has said this measure is a great victory for the restaurant industry, and it expects that our tax break will increase sales, which will bring in $1 million in additional revenue for restaurants. This tax break will help a greater number of people to go to small businesses, and which will boost revenue and our economy.
The Honourable Member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, a new study from the Fraser Institute has shown that that violent and property crime rates in Canada are exceeding those in the United States. In 2014, before this Prime Minister took office, crime rates were lowest. Now violent crime is up 43.8%, which is 14% higher than in the United States. Similarly, our property crime rates are up 27.5% higher than in the United States. When will this Prime Minister admit that he should abandon his failed soft-on-crime policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
While Conservatives use skewed data to talk down Canada, we're actually investing in the brave police who do this hard work every single day. And as a result of those investments, we're seeing massive success in our police services. For example, October 31st, the RCMP announced the largest, most sophisticated drug seizure with over 95 million of lethal doses of meth and fentanyl, because that's what investments make while Conservatives talk down Canada.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Now that answer would suggest that these statistics are all in our head, yet the data clearly reveals that Canada has become a much more dangerous place under this Prime Minister. Since 2015, violent crime is up 50%, and gun crime is up 116%.
Those are numbers.
Since that has happened, we have seen no urgency from this Prime Minister. Where is the urgency? When will he admit that his dangerous soft-on-crime policies has made Canada unsafe, and now Canadians are paying the price?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's safe to say we don't want to know what's in that member's head. But on this side of the House, we are actually investing in the RCMP. We work with police right across this country, and as a result, we're seeing some of the largest drug and gun seizures in this country's history. Conservatives talk a big game, but what they did is they cut to the guns and gangs program to the RCMP. They cut resources at CBSA and our borders. And what did that do? That brought in drugs and guns into our country, and Conservatives made those cuts.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, violent crime in Canada is over 14% higher than in the U.S. We learned this week in the media that a woman had been kidnapped, beaten, and strangled in Abitibi. This government has abandoned victims, fully backed by the Bloc, who voted for C5, a law that allows violent criminals to serve their sentences in front of Netflix. Bloc members will have to answer for their actions and explain why they've preferred to support criminals and rather than victims. When's the election? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about investment. What we did on this side of the House is to invest to protect Canadians, including Quebecers. We invested in border services. We've invested in scanners to keep our borders safe, particularly at the Port of Montreal. The results are as follows. What we saw in Quebec is a decrease of 42% in vehicle thefts. That's action to fight crime, to protect Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that Canadians who work must benefit from support to allow them to face the rising cost of living. Last week, we announced the new Canadian Workers Rebate, which will provide a direct, tax-free benefit to millions of Canadians. Can the Minister explain how this rebate will make a tangible difference in the lives of workers? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a great day for Canadians because we are announcing a tax break for the holiday season to help families and workers, Mr. Speaker, to buy food, go to restaurants, and buy children's clothing. It's incredible to hear the Conservative leader force his members to vote against this measure, even though 2 years ago himself he was supporting this. It's so hypocritical. And we call that, in my area, a big talker and a small doer.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at committee, the Environment Minister recklessly promised to quadruple the carbon tax despite American tariffs that will cripple our economy. He gleefully stated, of course, we're going to continue with the carbon tax. With 40% of our economy dependent on trade with the United States, he should have just said, of course, I'm going to kill our economy.
That's right.
He's done it before, he'll do it again. Why is this minister so hell-bent on vandalizing Canada's economy?
And why? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, because of carbon pricing in Canada, it's generating $25 billion of investment every year in our economy, Mr. Speaker. It's putting more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, and it's helping us reduce our emissions for the first time in our history. If it was up for the Conservative Party of Canada, they would let the planet burn, Mr. Speaker. They would bring the economy down. They would let Canadians down. Not on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We're there for Canadians. We will fight climate change. We will support the economy. We will create good jobs for Canadians.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's radical Environment Minister is willing to drive Canada's economy into the ground with no remorse. The carbon tax will cost the Canadian economy $25 billion by 2030. In the face of 25% tariffs, the minister can do something. He can cancel his planned quadrupling of the carbon tax. If the minister is unwilling to protect our economy, will the Prime Minister at least allow Canadians to protect our economy and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Order. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The Conservative Party of Canada, when it comes to many things, including climate change, is extremely reckless. This is the party that's let the people of Jasper down, Mr. Speaker. For 4 consecutive years, they invested nothing to protect Jasper from forest fires from 2011 to 2015. Zero hectares of fire removal, 0 hectares of mechanical removals to prevent forest fires. They let Jasper down. Now they want to let the Canadians down in the face of climate change. Not on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member from Lakeland.
9 years of economic vandalism proves these NDP Liberals aren't worth the cost. The radical Environment Minister's own department now admits their carbon tax will cut $25 billion from Canada's economy in the next 6 years, but he doesn't care. He said they'll quadruple it anyway. Canadians already can't afford to eat or to heat, house or drive themselves. So with the threat of 25% crushing tariffs on Canadian goods, will the Liberals finally put Canada first and axe the tax for all for good so Canadians can actually afford to live?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Energy.
I'm honestly not sure how Canadians can give any credence to anything that member and those folks over there say. That member on the other side of the House ran on a platform that included putting a price on pollution. It is the height of hypocrisy. At the same time, she and her colleagues are denying the science of climate change, and they are condemning our children to a future that is a terrible one indeed. From an economic perspective, they have no plan to build an economy that will actually create good jobs for our kids and our grandkids. It is absolutely shameful, the positions that they take.
Colleagues. The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, last year we announced a $471 million federal investment in Toronto through the Housing Accelerator Fund to unlock nearly 12,000 new homes over the next 3 years and over 53,000 over the next decade. A few weeks ago, the Conservative leader announced his plan to shut down home building by making dangerous cuts to federal housing investments. People in my riding of Scarborough-Agincourt can't afford these kinds of Conservative housing cuts. Can the Minister of Housing update the House on how he is solving the housing crisis?
Very strong.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I want to thank my colleague for her advocacy on behalf of the community that she represents. Mr. Speaker, we are putting billions of dollars on the table to help cities cut red tape to change their zoning practices.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member, please, from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, to please not participate. He's not recognized by the chair. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start from the top.
We know that it takes investments if we're going to solve the housing crisis. We put billions of dollars on the table to help communities cut red tape, to change their zoning practices, to speed up permitting so they can build more homes faster. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative response to this program, which is helping construction go up and rents come down, is to advocate for cuts to communities, including cuts in communities represented by 68 Conservative members of Parliament. Whoa. We are going to put money on the table to help cities build homes more quickly. It is a shame that Conservative members of Parliament won't even stand up for the communities that they represent to get their fair share of this important funding.
The Honourable Member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the government's massive public sector pension plan surplus is so large that by law they have to draw on it. This surplus was created by contributions from both the employer and workers. Yet the Liberals continue to leave workers out and follow the former Conservative two-tier pension plan, which forces 100,000 public service employees to work for 5 years longer than their colleagues. When will the Liberals reverse this regressive plan and treat all workers fairly?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously recognize the very important work done by the Federal Public Service. We want to make sure that we look into this matter very carefully as to where this money goes. It will go into the general accounts for the moment. We'll be discussing this with different parts of the government, including the unions, and we will come to the right decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
The Honourable Member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to raise with the Minister of Justice Bill C-63. We finally see some movement. It's gone for pre-study to committee. Legal groups that have looked at this, many people have reached me that this four-part bill will help protect children from sexual predation online if we look at parts 1 and 4, where we have large degrees of consensus. Parts 2 and 3 remain problematic. But can the minister tell us what will he do to improve and expedite passage of this bill to protect our children and other vulnerable people from online sexual predators?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, who often acts as the conscience of this chamber. What I would do is simply appeal to all parliamentarians. The issue of protecting kids from child sex predators should not be a partisan issue. Getting this bill into committee is of paramount importance for all of us who want to combat online sex predation, people who would take vulnerable children and spread revenge porn about them. If we all could just simply listen to Amanda Todd's mother, to Rehtaeh Parsons' mother, we can get behind this bill, get it to committee, get it off to the Senate, and protect children. That's what Bill C-63 is about. I hope everyone in this chamber can support it.
This brings us to the end of the period provided for oral questions. Now it's time for the weekly question. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Érables. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 9 weeks, the Government House Leader has actually managed to gain control of the agenda, and it only cost taxpayers $2 billion, $1 billion per day. I wonder if the honourable member has anything else to say about the tricks they will be announcing this week and next week. Would the Government House Leader Or will the government House leader do the right thing, the free thing? Table the documents on the Liberal Green slush fund scandal. Even Richard Nixon ended up handing over the recordings of his scandal, after all. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not really going to thank my honourable colleague for that question, because it wasn't a very nice one, but I will answer it. I am pleased to announce that later today, we will be disposing of Bill C-78, a highly important Government of Canada initiative which will allow Canadians to save through a Canada-wide GST-HST exemption. Canadians will be able to buy basic goods such as groceries, snacks, and children's clothes tax-free.
Even if my honourable colleague doesn't understand or appreciate how important this is for everyday Canadians, I can assure him that we do as a government. We are listening to Canadians and responding to their needs and helping them get through a tough economic time by providing a tax break as we move into the holidays, even if the Conservatives don't want that support to go to Canadians. Furthermore, I would like to inform all honourable colleagues in the House that Monday, Tuesday and Thursday of next week shall be opposition days. Earlier this week, I shared a unanimous consent proposal with the opposition parties that would pause privileged debate so that the Conservatives and the NDP could have their opposition days next week. I hope that we can find agreement on this motion so that the House can debate and vote on the billions of dollars needed to fund the programs and services that Canadians rely on and depend on and expect us to be able to deliver as all parliamentarians for them into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Right on. I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset to 0.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, affaire émanante du gouvernement. Reprise du débat sur une motion concernant les délibérations sur le projet de loi intitulé « Loi concernant l'allègement temporaire du coût de la vie, abordabilité » et sur l'amendement de Mme Larouche.
I'm just going to maybe ask the Sergeant at Arms to go check just on the outskirts. It looks like there's quite a bit of noise going on from there, and maybe it's just that the doors to the lobbies aren't closed, but I know that he's good to go and check it. Thank you. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, it was an interesting question period today, to say the very least, when we understand that the Conservative caucus, led by their mighty leader, has taken yet another flip-flop, Madam Speaker. One of great consequence, I would suggest to you. And I want to take the opportunity to explain why it is that we're here and why it is that I say we've seen this flip-flop. The reason why, Madam Speaker, there's a need for a motion is because the Conservative Party has made the determination that they will enter into an area that I would suggest to you is borderline contempt of Parliament, and ultimately prevented the government from being able to deal with a wide spectrum of issues. Issues that would have a positive impact for Canadians, Madam Speaker. As a direct result of their multi-million-dollar game at for the personal benefit of the leader of the Conservative Party. So as a result, the motion that we are debating is necessary so that we can actually support Canadians, Madam Speaker, with the recent announcement that was made by the Prime Minister. And that is dealing in part with the issue of affordability, recognizing with the holiday season approaching, Madam Speaker, that an appropriate action that every member of this House can ultimately take is to support Canadians by voting in favour of a GST tax holiday on numerous products, Madam Speaker. It is a very powerful message collectively that every member can take to their constituents. I believe it's a wonderful idea. In fact, Madam Speaker, I've now had the opportunity to express my thoughts on this issue for the last number of days. Interesting fact came up today. It's important that people that are following the debate, especially through social media, when the leader of the Conservative Party downplays its significance and is very critical of what it is that we are doing in terms of providing this tax break, Madam Speaker. Very critical. The leader of the Conservative Party has made up his mind, and that's a powerful thing in terms of the Conservative caucus, Madam Speaker, because you'll recall what made national news last week was the manner in which the leader of the Conservative Party has absolute, total control over the Conservative members of Parliament. In fact, if you read what it is that members of Parliament and Conservatives are actually saying about the leader, let me recite a few of the statements, Madam Speaker, from the headline, which starts off by saying, the leaders of the Conservative Party's office maintains tight control over what Conservative MPs say and do. And I quote from the article. And now keep in mind, this is Conservatives, this is MPs that are saying this, Madam Speaker.
Order. The honourable member Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Quorum, Madam Chair.
I will check if we have quorum.
Thanks.
We have online. We quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, my feelings are not hurt because I realize that particular member likes to call quorum when I'm actually speaking. I don't think he likes hearing the truth. And I think he needs to understand that he has members of his Conservative caucus that are out there and they're speaking. They're talking about a leader that goes around Canada saying that he's going to make Canada a free place. But that does not apply for the Conservative caucus, Madam Speaker. Here's what here's what Conservative members are saying. Quote, after 2 years of Pierre Poilievre as their leader, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival.
Another point of order, apology. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
No apologies necessary to the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker. I think you'll find if you review his comments that member is intentionally and inappropriately using the proper names of elected members of the House, which, as you know, is a violation of the standing orders. And while he interrupts me, he repeated his name on more than one time. He needs to withdraw it.
Yes. So I just want to remind members, all members know that they're not to use other members' names by their first or last name, only by their title or by their writing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary with...
After 2 years of the leader of the Conservative Party as their leader, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival, Madam Speaker. It goes on. The man who promised during his leadership run to make Canada the freest country in the world maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members. Madam Speaker, that goes on extensively. One of my favorite quotes from a Conservative MP is this. Here's what Conservatives are saying about their leader. He is the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision, Madam Speaker. That is the leader of the Conservative...
Another point of order, the Honourable Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
You know, often in this place, and you know as well as anybody, Madam Speaker, that we talk about different things. We're supposed to be focused on the particular topic at hand, and you give us certain latitude. This member goes on many rants, and he's far off topic. I'm not even sure what he's even referencing that's sort of on the table today.
So So another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I've listened to over 200 Conservative members stand up on a filibuster, and the latitude that is provided and the number of cheap shots, character assassinations from the Conservative caucus coming over to the Liberal benches is truly record-setting. I think the member needs to sit down, be calm.
I'm sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's point of order is actually a point of debate. The Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies knows full well that there is some latitude. I hear it on both sides. It's not one or the other, where some of the stuff isn't quite related, but they eventually bring it back to the motion or the bill that's before the House. So I'm sure that the honourable member will mention the bill on a number of occasions while he's referencing his documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and it should be relevant, but again, as I said, there's some latitude, and please make sure that you're referencing how it affects the legislation that's before the House.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. And if members would just be a little bit patient, what we're talking about is the character of the leader of the Conservative Party. And he has actually made a decision in regards to
this is becoming to be a regular thing, and I would hope that I'm asking the honourable member to quote the standing order that he is wants to rise on the point of order. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise on a point of order because the member is talking about the character of members of this House. We know that that is not appropriate language. He started out by speaking about misleading this House and stating that this party, the Conservative Party, was doing that. I want to point out that where we've been at in this House for the past number of weeks is because that party has misled the Canadians.
I haven't heard the standing order yet, and from what I can see is that this is a point of debate. Again, I would hope that members will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who only has 4 minutes and 49 seconds left, before he'll take questions and comments, and the Honourable members will be able to elaborate on what their thoughts are at this point. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, follow the line here. You have the leader of the Conservative Party who has actually dictated to his caucus that they have to say whatever it is that he says. And by the way, according to Conservative MPs, they are being watched. And if you don't say the right thing, you're in trouble. If you say the right things and you repeat the slogans, you get the gold stars. That is not me. That is Conservative MPs, Madam Speaker. And when you talk about the GST, the decision has been made. And this gets to the flip-flop, Madam Speaker. You now have the leader of the Conservative Party saying, okay, Conservative members of Parliament, the law is you have to say no to your constituents about giving them a holiday on GST products, Madam Speaker. And I find that shameful. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, every one of these Conservatives are going to stand up and they're going to vote no to giving that GST break on numerous commodities, Madam Speaker, to their constituents. Now, they will come up with all sorts of lame excuses as to why it is that they say no to it. But before they think about those lame excuses, let me remind them. Here's what Aaron O'Toole said. He was the former leader of the Conservative Party. He said, we will remove GST from the month of December on purchases from retail stores to provide immediate relief for cost of living. Now, this is what the then leader of the Conservative Party said. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that the current leader of the Conservative Party not only liked the idea, he retweeted the tweet that Aaron O'Toole put out. And for those Conservatives that say, well, you know what, social media, we're not on social media, well, I trust they read their election platform book. Because if you look on page 51 of the election platform book, what does it say? A GST holiday. What? On the one hand, you have the Conservatives on saying that, no, it's a bad idea today, But it wasn't that long ago when they were telling Canadians that that's what they would do if they were in government, Madam Speaker.
Like pricing pollution.
Tell me something. How do you define hypocrisy, Madam Speaker? I think that one only needs to take a look whether it's this policy or the policy on the price of pollution. You know, the price of pollution that was also made reference to earlier today, where you had 100 plus, actually 300 plus Conservative candidates going around, just like they did on the GST break, Madam Speaker, going around to Canadians saying, you know what, in December we're going to give you a GST tax break, and by the way, we support a price on pollution, which is a carbon tax, Madam Speaker. But they support it. And then the election comes by, and then we get the Conservatives then doing a couple somersaults or flip-flops on the ideas. So now all of them, and we see that every day, they say no to the GST break that we're trying to provide, in which they supported in the last election platform, and their former leader tweeted on the issue, Madam Speaker. They're going to say no to that. And at the same time, now they're going to say we no longer support what we told Canadians in regards to the price on pollution. And to add insult to injury, Madam Speaker, instead of giving that tax break to constituents, they're also going to be cutting the carbon rebates, taking more money out of the pockets of Canadians, because we have the parliamentary budget officer who's made it very clear 80% of Canadians have a net gain when it comes to the carbon rebate versus the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. But this leader of the Conservative Party has dictated to his minions that they have to say what he is saying. And if you don't say what he's saying, you're in trouble. Ask the member from Abbotsford. What happened to him when he went offside, when the leader of the Conservative Party said, I'm going to fire the governor of the Bank of Canada? Where is he nowadays, Madam Speaker? What role did he play prior to that statement? Because Conservatives know if you're not in step with the leader of the Conservative Party, you don't have a place within that Conservative caucus. At the very least, Madam Speaker, you're going to be sitting way in the back. And there are examples of that, Madam Speaker, but you're telling me I've ran out of time.
Oh, no. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually a serious question about the bill. I'm hoping I can get a serious answer. Just today, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business released a statement. They surveyed their members. They say a majority of small firms oppose the GST holiday that his government is proposing. Only 4% of small businesses believe that it will actually improve sales. 75% say it will be costly and complicated to implement the holiday. 65% say there's not enough time to implement the change. The bill is putting pressure on our small businesses to comply with onerous back-of-the-napkin changes while they should be concentrating on making a living. Why won't his government actually stand with small business?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I explained in my comments how they're going to come up with excuses. You know, where was that concern when Aaron O'Toole said that he would do it for 1 month? We're doing it for 2 months, Madam Speaker. Where was that concern then? Maybe what I should do, Madam Speaker, is I should ask for leave of the House so that I can actually table the tweet that Aaron O'Toole tweeted and the leader of the Conservative Party retweeted, Madam Speaker, showing not only did he...
The honourable member is asking to table the document. Does he have unanimous consent to table the document? No. Okay. There's not unanimous consent. The honourable member for Prince George. Oh, Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way, he was making the speech. He was asked a very clear question, and all he seems to be able to give back is a diatribe about the Conservative Party. I wish he would just simply answer.
Point of debate and not a point of order. I would ask members to please, when they rise for points of order, then they should actually quote the standing order that they are rising on. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, to the honourable member, so we have the Conservatives running to put a price on pollution, and they forget about that. They then ran on an idea of cutting the GST for Christmas, but they've forgotten about that. What really concerns me is when the Leader of the Opposition stands up and says, I will not allow any attack on a woman's right to choose. What are the chances they'll forget about that when they get the chance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I truly believe that the more that Canadians get to know who the leader of the Conservative Party is, the more that they're going to be leaving the Conservative Party in a very real and tangible way. Because they know, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, and this is a very good example, on the one hand they say one thing, and then on the other, they'll take a flip-flop, no qualms at all. Not one Conservative. All I wanted to do, Madam Speaker, is to table a document that ultimately, it's a one-page document, Madam Speaker.
Knows, and I've mentioned this on a couple of occasions this week to the honourable member, that he's not to point to a document. He can quote from the document, but he can't even say that he's quoting from that particular document. But I would just, again, ask him not to do that. I would also ask members that want to participate to please wait till the appropriate time to do that. And for those who continue to heckle, I will not be recognizing them for questions and comments if they continue to do it. The honourable member can just wrap up. I have other individuals that are interested in asking questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am here advocating for my constituents that would see the benefits of having a GST tax break on numerous products. There is a great benefit for that during the holiday season. I would like to think that every member, no matter what political party that they are from, would recognize the value of giving their constituents a break and vote in favour of this legislation. That is the responsible thing to do. The Conservatives.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses is asking for, they're calling on the Department of Finance to give the affected small businesses a credit of a minimum of $1,000 in their GST HST accounts to cover the administrative and programming costs that this short-term GST cut would have, like the impacts that it would have on them, to offset that. New Democrats are in favor of that. In fact, we think that making this GST cut permanent is actually the way to go, but in light of that, is the government willing to move forward with that $1,000 credit for the loss that they may receive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the government has actually been very supportive over small businesses virtually from day one going through the pandemic to today. And I would encourage members to look in terms of their communities, the restaurants and many other companies that will have a direct economic benefit by this particular policy. But most importantly, our constituents, the people that we will represent, are given at least a little bit of a break. By providing this GST break on numerous products, Madam Speaker, at a time in which January is a very difficult time of the year for many people. December, because of the holiday seasons and the purchasing that takes place, it's a wonderful thing to do. All of us should be voting unanimously for this legislation. It's disappointing that the Conservatives have abandoned their support of this policy, because at one time they did support it. It was a good idea then, and it's a good idea today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, as always, I'm pleased to rise to speak on behalf of the constituents of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, especially since I'm speaking on the positive measures that our government is implementing to support small businesses and restaurants, including the proposed removal of the taxes, GST and HST in some provinces, from groceries and other holiday items. And Madam Speaker, I would just note that many provinces have already agreed that they will be removing their provincial part of the HST, such as the province of Ontario and Newfoundland and Labrador. They see the benefit of this through their leadership, even though the Leader of the Opposition cannot see the benefit. Now, I understand the holiday period is one of the most critical times for small businesses. They make a significant proportion of their annual sales, helping them to achieve their annual goals. You know, we had small businesses, Madam Speaker, and I know that the holiday season made a huge difference. And consumer spending, encouraging people to come out and buy things, is very important to these small businesses. And thanks to our government's efforts, I'm glad to report that Canadians from across the country will receive a tax break from December 14th to February 15th, helping both consumers and businesses. This will make a meaningful difference for Canadians by making all food as well as other holiday provisions in children's clothing and toys tax-free, providing real relief at the cash register. Importantly, it will also contribute to improved sales and greater revenues for businesses and restaurants from mid-December through to mid-February, as I've said. Many small business stakeholder groups have expressed appreciation and support for this. For example, Restaurants Canada has said, "This is a big win for the restaurant industry. It restores some much-needed hope in the industry, and we're optimistic it will translate to increased spending at local restaurants across the country." Ultimately, this could mean a boost of up to 5%, or close to $1 billion in additional revenue. That's significant. The Retail Council of Canada also welcomed the sales tax relief announced from the government, stating that the removal of GST and HST on a sizable list of goods will create major tax savings for Canadians, along with economic stimulus for the industry. Notably, they also reported that this stimulus will support businesses both through the holiday season and in the first 6 weeks of the new year, which is typically the slowest period of the year for retail and restaurants. We expect the tax break will help restaurants and other small businesses across the country. I'm glad that we can offer the support through the holiday season. I encourage Canadians to take advantage of the opportunity for savings and to shop local as they purchase gifts for friends and loved ones and patronize local restaurants if they're planning a holiday outing. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to many other initiatives that our government is delivering to support small businesses. We will always support hardworking entrepreneurs who contribute significantly to their communities, support good jobs, and enable economic growth. Our small and medium-sized businesses are the bedrock of our communities, and it is essential they thrive. From digital transformation to greening our economy while creating well-paying jobs, our government has an economic plan that will ensure businesses across the country continue to grow and thrive. That's why we are delivering $2.5 billion to close to 600,000 small and medium-sized enterprises by the end of the year through the Canada Carbon Rebate. In fact, the rebate checks have gone out earlier than anticipated and were started to be sent out this past week. You know, reports say that 60% of small businesses are directly impacted by climate change, from floods and droughts to closures and employee absences caused by extreme weather events and illnesses. Small businesses are feeling the impact of climate change. We're going to continue fighting it while putting money back into the pockets of Canadians and small businesses. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to report that we have negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to reduce their interchange fees by up to 27%, or $1 billion over 5 years. This means that small businesses, like the businesses in my riding, will be able to keep more of their revenue and be able to invest in their operations, creating jobs and strengthening our overall economy. This will make a meaningful impact for these businesses, improving their bottom line. Now, these are in addition and build on our government's work to alleviate the global economic pressures that businesses have been facing. Pressures such as inflation, interest rates hikes, and worker shortages. And then, to help Canadian businesses thrive even more, we've invested in them through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, which we are doing again this year. In fact, they've just opened, and the My Main Street programs. And one of the first things that this government did to support small businesses was to lower the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%. Yes, we cut taxes. This was done in recognition of the vital role small businesses play in our economy and our communities. In 2024, estimates are that small and medium enterprises will save $6.2 billion because of this decrease made to the preferred small business tax rate bias. To encourage Canadian innovators to turn their ideas into businesses, we announced the creation of the Canadian Entrepreneurs Incentive that would reduce the inclusion rate on capital gains to 1/3 on a lifetime maximum of $2 million in eligible capital gains. Combined with the increased $1.25 million lifetime capital gains exception, the Entrepreneurs Incentive would make eligible business owners better off when selling business shares worth up to $6.25 million. And the government's 2024 budget devoted $200 million to renewing the Venture Capital Catalyst Initiative, or VCCI, with a goal of supporting venture capital for entrepreneurs who are part of equity-deserving groups and investing in underserved communities, as well as in entrepreneurs who live outside of key metropolitan areas. This investment builds on the previous $821 million the government has already invested in VCCI as well as the multiples of that amount that came in private capital, attracted by these investments and supportive of innovative Canadian businesses. Study after study shows us that increasing diversity in business ownership responds to market needs, strengthens economic resilience, and boosts the bottom line. We also know it's the best way to support economic growth. So we've created a suite of initiatives to ensure that all business owners have access to the capital they need to start or grow their businesses. And we've given young people the option to choose entrepreneurship as a viable career path. That's why we invested $60 million in Futurepreneur Canada to help the organization increase its capacity to support young Canadian entrepreneurs. These investments will support shared prosperity long into the future. We're boosting government procurement from small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as supporting Indigenous enterprises. We understand that the best products and ideas often originate here in Canada, and we want to ensure entrepreneurs are equipped with the tools they need to bring their ideas to fruition. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that these combined measures will continue to make a real, tangible difference for all businesses from coast to coast to coast. In summary, this government has made unprecedented investments to support Canada's small business community, from important tax relief to a range of incentives to support businesses and entrepreneurs, to the extensive COVID support measures through the pandemic period. No other government has done so much for small businesses. In closing, I encourage all members of Parliament to vote for the legislation before them, quickly and unanimously, to ensure businesses and consumers can receive the benefits of these tax breaks and have more money and less stress during the holiday season. So don't be a Grinch, even if your leader is. Think of all the Who's in Whoville, or perhaps all the constituents in your own riding, and give them a well-deserved break this holiday season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech, but a troubling comment. The member from Hamilton East Stony Creek, he was stating quite publicly that he's not going to support this. He was threatened with unspecified consequences, threatened with punishment because he didn't want to support this. He even said caucus was not even consulted. Madam Speaker, this is highly unusual. So I just want to ask the member, was she consulted before the government brought this piece of legislation in? And which businesses in her community did she consult with? Because the businesses in my community are extremely worried about it, especially the cost of reprogramming their computers and the costs that are going to be laid down on them. So could she just let the House know if she was consulted and then which businesses she consulted?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in our caucus, we've been talking weekly about the affordability issues that Canadians are facing. We discuss this constantly, and in fact, last week we had a very robust discussion about such measures as these. We're constantly talking about it, and I've been talking to businesses and consumers in my riding on a regular basis. Every time I'm home, I go out door knocking, I go to events, and I make sure that I check in with them. And I know that they want some relief. I know that they are looking for these kind of breaks this holiday season, and I'm so glad that our government has taken action to decide to do this. I just wish the Conservatives would get on board and help support their constituents too. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, people have been asking for a long time to have a tax break, but they want a permanent or at least long-term solution. And here we have 2 months for a family that is struggling. And I don't think it's news to anyone that for years I belonged to that kind of family. But buying new toys is often impossible. You find toys in thrift stores, in secondhand stores. And for 4 children, I had a budget of $100. So if you have a rebate of 5%, and that's the amount of the federal tax in Quebec, well, that represents $5. So that did not or would not even make it possible for me to get something better to eat for the holiday meal. So I didn't buy beer, chips, alcohol. So how can this rebate really help those who are struggling the most? I don't understand it.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that, Canadians buy a range of things. Every family is different, and we certainly want to help every family. You can't just look at one purchase, but we have to look at the basket of purchases. And certainly this tax break is going to help Canadians. We are trying to make sure that our constituents have some relief. And this is a great way to do it. We've chosen items that families generally buy over the holiday season, and a number of different ones. Different families will buy different things, but tax relief on things like children's clothing, diapers, food, and other holiday items will make a difference, I know, for my constituents. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that, her speech. There's a belief that New Democrats have, which is that we need to ensure that the taxes that people are paying are truly fair. The rich in this country, this super rich, mega billionaires, almost pay next to nothing because this government continues to keep the immense tax breaks that were brought in by Harper. We need to see tax fairness. This is, of course, a temporary measure. New Democrats believe that GST should be removed off permanently on all essential goods. Would the member comment on whether or not she believes the same?
The honourable member has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. I think that we do need to look at our tax system overall. This particular measure, though, is not a tax overhaul, as you know. This is a specific program put in place to provide relief for Canadians over the holiday season. We understand Canadians are struggling right now. Our economy is getting better. We've seen many signs of improvements, but it is still a time where people need help. So we've put in a temporary measure to help them for now, perhaps with a rebate check in the spring, and then we hope to see a better economic situation for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charles Woods, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise, and I just want you to know that I'll be sharing my time with my great colleague from Kelowna Lake Country. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are so desperate, so worried about getting wiped off the electoral map, that they actually think they can buy Canadians' votes for $250 using their own money. It's all borrowed, too. They've already spent all the tax dollars they've collected. So they're borrowing it from banks, and they're actually borrowing money from the banks to give checks to Canadians. So Canadians will be stuck with the bill. You know what it reminded me of, Madam Speaker? It reminded me of, if someone took their credit card to the bank machine and took out $250 and thought that they were actually ahead by $250. That's exactly what this government is doing, all for the crass purpose of trying to buy Canadians' votes.
Order. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Maybe she could tell me which standing order that she's...
I can't, I'm sorry, but it's the one that has to do with relevance of the topic, because we were debating a bill that is talking about an HST break. We're not debating a bill that's talking about rebate checks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, the honourable member is just starting. He's only 4 minutes into his speech. 4 seconds into his speech, or sorry, I meant it in 4 seconds. I know that there is some latitude, as members know. We just saw it with the honourable parliamentary secretary. But I do want to ask members to please be relevant to the legislation that's before the House. I'm sure that the honourable member will be advising this House as he's speaking what relevance he will include the relevance in his speech. So the honourable member for Charles Woods, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as I said, it's all borrowed. It's like putting $250 on your credit card and then thinking you're ahead. That's what this government intends to do. Well, Canadians aren't going to fall for it this time. They're just smarter than that, Madam Speaker. And after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, everything is broken. They've doubled housing costs, doubled the debt, doubled food bank use, doubled gun crime. Food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than in the US, a gap that opened up after this Prime Minister put a carbon tax on the farmers and truckers who bring us food. 2 million people are lined up at food banks, and our GDP per capita is actually lower now after they're having doubled the national debt to over $1.2 trillion. Our GDP is actually lower per capita than it was in 2015. Now Donald Trump is imposing crippling 25% tariffs on Canadian goods, and yet this weak Prime Minister plans to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Can you hear that sound, Madam Speaker? It's the sound of the mass exodus of Canadian jobs fleeing south of the border. You know, Madam Speaker, Donald Trump, he loves our carbon tax. He loves that the Prime Minister recklessly jacked up the capital gains tax too. They're popping the champagne in Trump Tower as we speak, celebrating the economic vandalism of this Prime Minister, who seems hell-bent on exporting good Canadian jobs to the United States. Now, I know Donald Trump wants to put America first, and he should. What Canadians don't like and really don't understand is why this Prime Minister wants to put Canada second. We need a Canada first plan for our economy and security. Now, the NDP leader made a grand announcement during the Elmwood-Transcona by-election. He was terrified that they were going to lose, and so he panicked and called a press conference, proudly announcing, "I'm tearing up the agreement," and that he couldn't support the Liberals anymore. But what happened? I recall even yesterday he made a statement that he wasn't going to support this bill, and now he's made a statement this morning he's supporting it. He just doesn't know what he's doing, Madam Speaker. And now he's taped that agreement back together, desperately hanging on until February 25th, 2025, the day his pension kicks in. The NDP leader has sold out Canadians yet again to this reckless Liberal tax trick that will push Canada even deeper into debt. This 2-month temporary tax trick will be more than offset by the quadrupling of the carbon tax on heat, housing, food, fuel, planned for next spring. So here's the trick. Here's the scam. In just a few months, they will actually raise taxes on all the same things they're claiming that they're giving Canadians a tax break on. Instead of trying to trick Canadians, our leader, the member from Carleton, is offering a common sense solution. Conservatives will axe the carbon tax permanently on everything for everyone for good, and take the GST off new homes to save people up to $50,000 on a new home purchase and stimulate 30,000 extra homes being built every single year. Only common sense Conservatives will bring home powerful paychecks and lower home prices so people can afford food and a home in a safe neighborhood. Now, I want to talk about how we got to this point, Madam Speaker. Imagine, if you will, a Prime Minister actually saying, the budget will balance itself. Or a Prime Minister actually saying, pardon me if I don't think about monetary policy. Or, pardon me, or saying, let the bankers worry about the economy. It seems unimaginable that a Prime Minister responsible for the economy of this country would say such a thing. But it isn't. It isn't unimaginable. Our Prime Minister actually said these things. No wonder we're in so much trouble, but it gets even worse. Just this week, the Minister of Finance, in her weak defense of our economy, said she couldn't understand why Canadians were complaining about the great job she thinks she's doing. Her explanation? Canadians are in a vibe session. Yes, for those watching, the Minister of Finance thinks you just don't get the vibe. That you should feel great when you lose your job. That you should feel great when you can't afford groceries in the grocery store. That you should feel great about not being able to heat your home, about gassing up your car, paying your rent, or your mortgage. That's what she thinks. She thinks you just don't get the vibe, Madam Speaker. She doesn't get it. The truth is, Canadians are suffering, and the Prime Minister doesn't believe it, doesn't understand it. He's weak, he's out of touch, his own Liberal members want him to resign, and it's time for him to go. The quadrupling of the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre will stop our trucks from delivering parts to factories, clothing to stores, and food to grocery shelves. Just last spring, the Prime Minister actually admitted he does know at least one thing about monetary policy. I'll give him that. He acknowledged when sending out billions of dollars in checks, and I'll quote him, he said, as soon as you do that, inflation goes up by exactly that amount. Those were his words. By his own words, the planned $4.6 billion spend for $250 checks, he's committing economic malpractice. This will cause inflation. It will force the Bank of Canada to keep interest rates higher for longer. Now, Liberals like to say most Canadian families get back more than they pay in the carbon tax. They completely ignore the findings of the parliamentary budget officer, who has said many times that when you take into account the economic knock-on effects of the carbon tax, that 100% of middle-class Canadians pay more than they receive in the rebates. On top of this, the inflationary effects of the tax means that families will have to spend $700 more on food this year than they did in 2023. Since 2015, when the Prime Minister came to power, by the way, the price of food has increased by 35%. The price of gas is up nearly 50%. Rent up 33%. Mortgage interest up 73%. You know, Canadians deserve tax relief before Donald Trump made his "I love tariffs" comment. He's been elected for 3 weeks and the Prime Minister did nothing at all to head this off. This killer tariff will devastate our economy when we have a weak Prime Minister who is panicking because he doesn't know what to do about it. Well, there is a leader who can stand up to Donald Trump and put Canadians first. The member for Carleton can't become Prime Minister soon enough. Now, let's talk about small businesses. And I mentioned this earlier in my question to the member for Winnipeg North. The CFIB just released a statement today saying that a majority of small businesses in this country oppose this policy. Only 4% of small businesses actually believe their sales will improve. 75% say it will be costly and complicated to implement the holiday. 65% of businesses say there isn't enough time to implement the change. So, you know, this is a group that represents small businesses in Canada. You know, we also had, they jacked up the capital gains tax. Economists like Jack Mintz say this will hurt way more people than just the 0.13 and blow a $90 billion hole in our GDP, costing 400,000 jobs. And of course, there's the so-called luxury tax. We had the head of the Canadian Aircraft Manufacturers Association at Finance Committee a couple weeks ago. He said this has cost $1.8 billion in sales to the aircraft industry, $90 million in GST revenue, and the government has only collected $15 million in the luxury tax when it cost them $19 million to actually administer the tax. Leave it to the Liberals to create a tax and lose money doing it. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that this country needs a Prime Minister who understands economic issues. And it's enough. Enough is enough. It's time for a Prime Minister who, as Wilfrid Laurier said, will put Canada first, Canada last, and Canada always.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I believe.
Member of Parliament for Vaughan Woodbridge, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Honourable Member from Winnipeg, who I have a great deal of respect for. Today was a great news for the Canadian economy because Stats Can provided information on our foreign direct investment flows. And with that, Canada had $23 billion of foreign direct investment in, $9 billion out, which is a $16 billion, the second consecutive quarter where the Canadian economy is seeing foreign direct investment coming into our country. That means companies and entities around the world investing in Canada. On top of that, we are meeting Canadians where they're at. And Restaurants Canada, the Retail Council of Canada, is applauding our move. And to the member from Winnipeg, City of Winnipeg, I have over 5,000 employees in my riding that work in the restaurant industry that will benefit from this. Increased hours, increased sales for those restaurants. This is a great thing. Ontario has joined in. Wouldn't you agree with all this great data that's come out for the Canadian economy and for our hardworking employees that workers that work at restaurants?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge knows that he's not to address questions and comments directly to the member. It has to be through the Chair. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
That's what we get from these Liberals, Madam Speaker. They know this policy is a flop. They're just trying to put lipstick on a pig. Yeah. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. This policy is a flop. Canadians know it's a flop. They can't be bought with their own money. And small businesses hate it. Hundreds of thousands of business responded to the CFIB survey. Only 4% of those businesses actually like the tax. So I think that's the answer to that member's question.
Yeah. And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What would the Conservatives' plan to help families and with the cost of living?
Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Henningley.
I'm not sure I got the whole question. I think it was all I heard was the Conservatives' plan to help families. And I would just respond to her. I'm sure maybe she missed this talking point in the House. I know we haven't been saying it very often, but I'll just repeat it for her so she has the information firsthand from me. We're going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Well done, Mark. Questions and comments? The honourable for Winnipeg North. Winnipeg Centre, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg. We come from the same city. I represent a riding with children living at some of the highest rates of poverty in the country who, shouldn't be paying the bill for the billionaires and big corporations, quite frankly. And here's an opportunity for us to give some relief to Winnipeggers. And what are the Conservatives doing? They're voting against families. They're voting against single moms. They're voting against kids. And I share that with you, Madam Speaker, because when the Conservative leader was in government, he voted for a $60 billion tax break for big corporations, yet they won't even vote in favor of a 2-month holiday on taxes for people that really need a hand up during an affordability crisis. I thought they were the party that hated taxes. I would like to ask my honourable colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, why, if they're the party who hates taxes so much, why are they fighting so hard to keep a tax in?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, I want to thank the member for her question, but I think she might not have read the entire bill. You see, this tax break benefits billionaires the most.
That's right.
They're the ones who spend more than anyone else. This is not a progressive move by her party, and she's not going to be voting for a progressive tax change. She's going to be voting for a tax that benefits millionaires and billionaires. So if she really is concerned about that, I would suggest that she vote against this bill.
Well, yeah, I know that the discussion today is very interesting, and I would ask members to please, jot down their thoughts and their questions, because I'm hearing them when they're not supposed to be speaking. And I just want to say there's going to be lots of time for people to participate. We are going to resuming debate. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I rise today to discuss this Liberal government's 2-month temporary tax trick that looks like it was written on the back of a napkin as a knee-jerk reaction after seeing some new poll. Canadians are smarter than that, and residents in my community and all Canadians expect better policies to make basic necessities more affordable, like food, fuel, and housing, and to address the causes of cost increases. The measures the Liberals propose won't address the causes of affordability and will not bring sustainable cost reductions that many people and businesses currently struggling after 9 years of this costly Prime Minister and his partners in the NDP have caused. You have to wonder how the Liberals came up with this out-of-the-blue policy to be implemented literally just before Christmas, on the evening of Friday the 13th, no less. The Liberals do not have a one-for-one rule like Conservatives have proposed. The one-for-one rule is where for every dollar spent, you need to find $1 of savings, or for every dollar less in revenue, such as this Liberal measure, you need to find $1 of savings. This is how households and small businesses operate. This is the principle used by the Conservative commitment to remove the GST on new home sales under $1 million to bring savings to home builders and families. Conservatives were transparent in how this reduction in federal revenue would be offset. This Liberal government does not operate or create policies like this. This measure we're debating today is not a tax cut and will only be inflationary. But the Liberals don't want to talk about that. Conservatives have real tax cut plans proposed that will lower costs and spark production. It is also unbelievable how much Canada will be spending on servicing our debt. Our children and grandchildren will be paying for it. It's clear that this Prime Minister has a spending problem. He also has no clue about fiscal responsibility. He stated budgets will balance themselves, that he doesn't think about monetary policy, and his latest statement that bankers will look after the economy. On addressing this rampant unaffordability we're seeing across the country, the measures we are debating today are not a permanent solution. We know how bad things have gotten for Canadians after 9 years of these Liberals being propped up by their NDP partners. While the Liberals think Canadians' families are struggling, this is just in their heads and they're just having a bad vibe, Statistics Canada figures actually show that food prices have increased by 35% since 2015. Grocery prices have jumped by 20% over the past 3 years alone. Food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than in the United States. Now, this gap can be attributed as starting when the Liberals introduced a carbon tax. This has increased costs throughout the agriculture and agri-food supply chain. These rising costs, which haven't increased this dramatically since the 1980s, will see families having to spend $700 more on food this year than they did in 2023 alone. The price of gasoline has also soared. Housing unaffordability has also risen to levels not seen, with housing, rent, and mortgage costs all doubling since 2015. This is real. This is not just in Canadians' heads, and it's not just a bad vibe, as the Liberals believe. One of the things with this temporary tax trick is that it picks winners and losers, this product over that product, rather than lowering the cost of everything. This Liberal measure doesn't acknowledge everyone's place in life or that their priorities are different. Another problem with this temporary tax trick is exactly that it's temporary. It won't help address the causes of affordability over a longer time frame. And it is not addressing costs of basic necessities like nutritious food or fuel or housing. And it won't help hedge against the impending almost 19% carbon tax increase that will hike food, fuel, and housing. Now that's right, on April 1st, this Liberal government, supported by the NDP, will increase the carbon tax again. And this is on its way to increase over the next few years to a whopping 61 cents per litre. Even worse, to add insult to injury, the excise tax is also set to automatically increase on April 1st. And this is on liquor. So again, the Liberals are giving a slight temporary tax reprieve so that you forget that they are going to increase your taxes in just a few months. These April Fool's Day tax increases aren't a joke. They are real. Another thing the Liberals want to divert Canadians' attention away from is how the Canadian dollar continues to drop, with its decrease now hovering around 70 cents compared to the US dollar. The Canadian dollar is the lowest it's been in 5 years, and this will make buying everything from the US more expensive, whether it be a new refrigerator or food sold in Canadian grocers. Food will be costing more than we get from the US, which is a lot of products, everything from fruits and vegetables to cereal, that households, restaurants, senior homes, care centers, hospitals, daycares, and everywhere else all buy. But the Liberals and the NDP don't want us talking about that. They don't want us talking about the fact that there is GST on the carbon tax, a tax on a tax, which is so wrong. Last winter, I had many residents screenshotting and sending me copies of their home heating bills, asking why GST was charged on the carbon tax. And I just responded to another resident of mine asking about this the other day. Now, on this measure that we're debating today, one resident just wrote to me saying, quote, "We don't want the added burden of debt. We want real change," unquote. Now, here is a message from a local business retailer in my community, and Madam Speaker, I need to paraphrase it, not direct quote what he said, because I can't use that type of language here in the House of Commons. And he said that as a merchant, the Liberals have, quote, "no clue," unquote, how much a huge administrative and costly effort these temporary tax changes on select items are going to be, and that his staff and customers are already confused. Businesses and organizations from across the country have also offered critiques of these Liberal measures. The Huron Chamber of Commerce stated the government has, quote, "downloaded the administrative cost of this tax cut onto small business owners, and it's going to cost hundreds if not thousands of dollars," unquote. The Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce stated that these measures will be, quote, "very onerous for small businesses," unquote. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business stated that these measures, quote, "may add confusion and complexity for general retailers with both taxable and new exempt items," unquote. They went on to state how, quote, "Canadians need permanent, not temporary tax relief," unquote. Ian Tostenson, the president of the BC Restaurant and Food Services Association, said that the tax relief will likely have little effect in stimulating the restaurant economy. He stated, quote, "if you look at a restaurant bill of, say, $100, you're talking here about a savings of $5. I don't think that people are going to rev up their cars and head out for that. I really don't," unquote. Quote, "I think it's a misguided policy," unquote. Rather than a limited temporary GST reprieve, he'd like to see governments do more to increase consumers' disposable income so dining out is back on the table. It was reported an owner from Orca Dynamics, which provides point-of-sale products and services to businesses on Vancouver Island and the Gulf Islands, said, quote, "it's a hellscape," quote, "out there for retailers who will have to deal with a tax change on top of their regular work." Quote, "it's going to cost a merchant a lot of labor hours to go through all these products to exempt the GST for just a few months of transactions," unquote, he said. Quote, "the maintenance side of this is a nightmare, a living nightmare," unquote. Now, in closing, Madam Speaker, I want to describe what bringing home the promise of Canada would actually look like. It means lowering the cost of heat, of housing, and of gas. It means lowering the cost of food so Canadians can afford groceries. It means having a long-term impact on the ability of Canadians to afford what they need. Axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone forever. Let's axe the tax and bring home affordability for all Canadians. I have no confidence in this government. Call an election now so Canadians can decide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable friend from Kelowna Lake Country. I do know that Canadians are struggling with grocery prices. We all experience it. But I know the part of the world she's from, and I know that the scourge of the climate crisis has impacted her community, and that vineyards that were successful cannot grow grapes because they've had such unpredictable freezing of grapes on the vine, fires and floods. Now, I know most people don't regard wine as a staple in the grocery stores, but climate change has also wiped out grain crops, had impacts all around the world that have driven up the prices of things like vanilla for ice cream because of the storms that wiped out vanilla in Madagascar. Could she give us a sense of the connection that she sees between the devastation in her own community and higher prices?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for her question. Well, you know, we have not heard from anyone how high the carbon tax has to be in order to stop incidents like that member had just described. And so, you know, this is why we are proposing to axe the carbon tax on everyone, forever, everywhere, because it is obviously not working. All it's doing is making Canadians poorer. And we believe in focusing on technology, not taxes, because the Liberals and all of their partners, they have a tax plan, not an environmental plan.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Workforce Development and
Employment and Workforce Development.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really do appreciate the speech by my colleague. I do enjoy working with my colleague in the HUMA committee. You know, our government, Liberal government, delivered a battery plant for Windsor. 2,000 construction workers building the plant, 2,500 local workers that will be building batteries for generations to come. Conservatives voted against it. We delivered a dental care plan that provided smiles for 15,000 residents in Windsor, Essex to date. Conservatives voted against it. Now we're providing a tax holiday. And I spoke to a young family that said, you know what? This is going to help us purchase a car seat for our child. It's going to help us purchase clothing and other supplies for our child. And so the Conservatives are going to be voting against that too. And so they're voting against jobs for communities like ours, voted against smiles for seniors in communities like ours, and now they're voting against families, giving families the breathing space, financial breathing space that they so deserve. Could the honourable colleague please address that, why they're against all those three things?
Honour for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, what's really interesting is the Liberals never want to step back and actually look at the causes why things are so bad, why there's 2 million people going to a food bank in 1 month, why there's record numbers of homeless encampments across the country, why there's record numbers of mental illness and addiction and crime, and where people can't even afford basic necessities, where we're having seniors going back to work because they can't afford basic necessities and their own medicines. They don't want to step back and actually look at the causes. And their policies and legislation have actually led to the causes. Right. And then they want to sort of, step up and say, well, we're here to help you. And I think a resident of mine said it really well to me one time, where he said, you know, it's like you're walking and somebody trips you, and then, puts out their hand and says, let me help you up. Exactly. Whereas you're lying there looking at them going, if you wouldn't have tripped me in the first place, I wouldn't be lying here on the ground.
Questions and comments? We have time for a quick question from the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I examined the bill yesterday, and I noticed that they're removing the tax on games, but not video games, and then later they take off the tax on video game equipment, so the consoles, the cartridges. So you don't pay a tax you pay a tax not for the cartridge, but for the video game. Doesn't this show a lack of planning and organization from the government?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, je remercie.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question.
What I was saying is, it's that it's like the Liberals had put what they put together on a napkin, in one night. Yep. So you're picking winners and losers. There's sort of random things that they've chosen. This is not solid policy that they've come up with. This is not solid legislation. It's something that they just sort of came up with and threw at the wall and really wasn't well thought out at all. Thank you for the great question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always great to rise in this honourable House and discuss important matters. And today we're discussing a matter in terms of making life more affordable for Canadians and Canadian families and hardworking Canadians, and also continuing to grow the economy. Madam Chair, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Kingston in the Islands, who I've known for many years, and I know presents his view in a very eloquent manner every time he rises to speak, or the honourable member rises to speak. Madam Speaker, as I quickly would like to note, today is a good day for the Canadian economy. It's a really good indication of where we're at. Foreign direct investment flows, something as an economist I very much like. We're at $23 billion in Q3. Foreign outflows, $9 billion. This is one of the largest recorded ever foreign direct inflows into our economy. This is not securities. This is actually investments by companies, transactions. This is confidence on where we're going as a country, where we're going as an economy, Madam Chair. And it's really important to note, because it's something I believe in, whether it's the $10 billion Dow project, the $2 billion Lynn project in Alberta, whether it's the Stellantis plant in Windsor, my honourable colleague down the aisle, the Volkswagen, which is investment which is literally transforming southeastern Eastern Ontario and the St. Thomas area. It's just incredible to see those type of numbers be presented. And again, confidence in Canadian workers and confidence in our country. Madam Chair, We are here to discuss giving Canadians some help, meeting them where they're at. And I know as growing up, we had this saying within the family, every little bit helps, Madam Chair, every little bit helps a family that's working hard, saving for their kids, saving for their future, looking forward to the Christmas holidays, to celebrating Christmas. I know myself, in my riding, a lot of families are going to be getting together for Christmas, just like they're all getting together for across this country. A lot of them will buy prepared meals, Madam Speaker. And in the city of Vaughan, there are a lot of entities that have these prepared meals, and they're going to be saving literally hundreds of dollars sometimes when it's a large family on a prepared meal. Real savings for families. With that, Madam Chair, in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, there are 368 food service establishments. 368 food service establishments employing over 5,000 hardworking Canadians. And you know what? They're going to get a boost. From December 15th to the day after Valentine's Day, especially during January, it's the slowest period of the year for many businesses, including restaurants, they're going to get a boost. If I can name a couple, Romano's, Costello, Via Mercante, Giro d'Italia, Funghetto Trattoria, Desserts Plus. Go on, that's Italian. So many of these wonderful references. Zafferano's near my office, Pizzico. Just all these restaurants. You're going to go in there, you're going to see groups of people before the Christmas holidays, during the Christmas, having lunch. And look, Madam Chair, the province of Ontario has signed on. That is for Ontarians, for the residents. That's about $1.6 billion to $1.7 billion in tax savings from December 15th December 14th to February 15th. These are real savings, Madam Chair. And I'm so proud. Restaurants Canada, the day we made the announcement, they were there saying, great work. Our hardworking members need a break. And you know what, restaurants, they've faced higher costs from higher minimum wage, higher insurance costs, higher input costs. Of course, and we're going to help them. And that's what it's about. Madam Speaker, I have a 3-year-old. And most times it's my wife, I'll be honest, because I'm here in Ottawa. And you go buy diapers, diapers are not cheap. And we don't control the price of diapers. But you know what? Parents with kids at home, much like we did with the National Early Learning and Daycare Plan, we made raising a child more affordable. We reduced fees by 52%, again working with the province of Ontario. And we'll see further relief in January down to, I think, 60%, and then September down to $10 a day on average. We're going to give Canadians a break. We're going to help them out. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because every little bit helps. These are real savings for hardworking families across this country. And Madam Speaker, if the Conservatives wish to vote against it, that's their prerogative. We all make our own decisions. That's fine. The Canada Child Benefit. In my city, 50,000 children and their families receive the Canada Child Benefit. It's exactly 49,440. $192 million flows to the residents of the City of Vaughan, those collecting the Canada Child Benefit, and the Conservatives voted no. Let's be frank. The Canada Workers Benefit, 19,000 people in the City of Vaughan get the Canada Workers Benefit. Over $21 million delivered. And Madam Chair, making life more affordable and growing our economy is what we are about on this side of the aisle, and we will continue to do that. Even in uncertain times, we will deliver for Canadians. Madam Chair, the Canadian Dental Care Plan. I know when I first assumed office in 2015, I heard this from seniors everywhere. And the only place you can send a senior facing emergency dental work was to the region of York or York Region. There was no plan. But do you know, Madam Chair, over 21,000 seniors in the City of Vaughan, including nearly 12,000 in my riding, are on the Canada Dental Care Plan today. These are real savings, and Canadians are saving on average $710. I've had seniors come to my office who, after 9, 10 years, have gone to a dentist. It was unfortunate to hear one person had 8 cavities when I spoke to the dentist afterwards. That's real, tangible progress for Canadians. Now, Madam Chair, we talk about our economy, and in the City of Vaughan, we've had a South Korean firm invest in it, create 300 jobs, $100 million investment. Just about a month ago, we had a food products company invest another $100 million. Every week I'm attending a new business opening, whether it's Vaughan Mills or my riding. I've probably attended 10 or 12 of these in the last 2 months, new business opening. Madam Speaker, Canadians have been through a lot. We know it. The global pandemic, global inflation, which impacted everyone, elevated prices. But we've had the backs of Canadians, and that's what being in government's about. Now, Madam Chair, we're debating a bill to give Canadians some tax relief. Tax relief. I'm all for tax relief. You better believe it. Because I know those hardworking restaurants workers are going to get more hours out of this. Those owners are going to get more profits. And you know what, Madam Speaker? They also receive the small business carbon rebate tax-free, which is being delivered today. I know when I go speak to Josie and Patricia at El Costello, Francesco at Via Mercante, they're going to get their tax-free small business carbon rebates back. They're going to get tax-free money, and they actually receive the tax deduction up front. They're getting a double benefit. And that is something that is very, very important, Madam Speaker. So as we go along, now I will talk about the Canadian Workers Benefit, because it is something that's not in this bill, but we look forward to in the future. It is something to help hard-working Canadians out, Canadians that work hard every day and do the right thing and save and invest and create jobs and pay taxes and do the right thing for their services, Madam Speaker. And when I look at the other items on here, some essentials, like I still go back to Prepare Foods, Bertoni Catering in my riding, Romano's, Aida, all these bakeries. You know what? Their customers going in at Christmas time, at Natale or Noel, going in are going to get a tax break. It's great news. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, the 13% HST in the province of Ontario, the province has joined us in delivering savings for their residents. And that is something I'm so proud of. And I go back, this is about making life more affordable, laying the foundations on social programs that strengthen our social fabric while growing our economy. I think of the Canada Child Benefit, again, tax-free monthly. Almost $200 million flows to the families in the city of Vaughan. The Canada Workers Benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, as I mentioned, and this National Early Learning and Daycare Plan. Now, Madam Speaker, we also eliminated interest on student loans and apprenticeship loans to ensure students get when they're in university, and we raise the amount before they start repaying those loans to get them back in and working. Madam Speaker, Canada is a work in progress, but we're the 9th largest economy in the world. We have a AAA credit rating. Our debt to GDP is the lowest in the G7. Our deficit to GDP at around 1% versus the United States at 7.5%, versus our European friends at between 3 and 5% is the lowest. That is being fiscally responsible. And I think it's something we need to celebrate. These are good foundations to continue to grow and invest in our economy. But, Madam Speaker, there is uncertainty in the world. We know that. And we'll continue to deal with it. And that's what strong leadership is about. I always look forward to getting up and debating in this House about the issues of the day with my 3 daughters at home, the family watching and everything. And Madam Chair, it's always an honor to rise. I look forward to questions and comments from my most honourable colleagues, and I wish everyone a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Recently, I had the pleasure and honour of canvassing in his riding with Michael Guglielmin and the member from Lakeland, Alberta. And I will tell you, knocking at the doors, that's not what we heard. His constituents do not trust him. He continues to say that he wants to cross the floor. Well, believe it or not, Conservatives don't want him. Why is he continuing to bribe taxpayers with their own money? And the restaurants that he's mentioned that I frequent are fed up with this Liberal government. They want a carbon tax election, and I will tell you that Michael Guglielmin will be the next MP for Vaughan Woodbridge.
The honourable for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank you, Madam Chair, and to the honourable member from King Vaughan. I always say in life, it doesn't cost anything to be kind to someone. And my other expression I like to say is God is good all the time God is good. And I will say to the honourable member, the candidate that is running, and I encourage all candidates to run, was a very pivotal role in my campaign in 2015 to beat the minister at the time, Julian Fantino. And that's something that they need to think about, and so forth. And I look at what I've delivered for the city of Vaughan: $59 million Housing Accelerator Fund, the Jane Street investments, the brand new park in Thornhill, the investments in all the community centers across the city of Vaughan, the FedDef investments to Northern Transformer, more coming, more to be announced in the coming weeks, the investments to grow our economy, create the jobs of the future, and all the auto parts suppliers in our riding that depend on the electrical vehicle transition that are transitioning and are creating jobs. That is the record. Madam Speaker, I've delivered for my community, and I can't wait. And when I knock on doors, I know what the residents say, including all the seniors that have the Canada Dental Care Plan and that the opposition...
I'm sorry, I've been trying to give the honourable member the signal to end, and I want to remind members when they have an opportunity to ask questions, if they have other questions, they should wait till the appropriate time to do that. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before my question, I would remind my colleague in the Liberal Party, and it's fine, but then perhaps remind them not to bang on the desks because it can be dangerous for the interpreter's hearing. Should not be banging on the desks. The Conservatives campaigned in 2021 to have a sales tax break during the holidays. They promised it to their electors, and now they're voting against it because it's the worst thing in the world. But I have a practical question. In the NDP, we wanted to have the sales tax on essential goods and basic goods lifted for groceries and children's clothing. And here we have a halfway measure, and it's a temporary one. It's only for 2 months. So what are the Liberals saying to, or what is the member saying to the small businesses in his riding who will have to change their whole taxing system for 2 months, and then they're going to have to go back and do it again? And it's going to cost small businesses a lot.
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. It is a very important question for us in my riding.
Honourable member, an example, prepared foods are a very big item. I know my wife and all mothers and fathers in the evening sometimes don't have enough time to go and get home and cook for their kids. They'll go to buy a supermarket to buy prepared foods. Right now, those prepared foods, you have to pay the HST on them in Ontario. I would like to see that revisited. You know, this is a temporary 2-month tax break. Every little bit helps, like I say. And you know what, Madam Speaker? These are issues that we need to talk about, how we can continue to help hardworking Canadian families, which we've done through so many measures and which we will continue to do because we always have the backs of Canadians.
Brief question, the Honourable for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't blame the Conservatives for having a little bit of amnesia about their GST cut that they proposed in 2021 because it was on everything. So somebody who treated themselves to, let's say, a $25,000 watch would actually save about $1,250. That's a little different with the tax cut being proposed here, and I'm wondering if the member from Vaughan Woodbridge can kind of pinpoint what the big difference is in what we're proposing.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to say, Madam Speaker, the focus of our government is helping hardworking Canadians and helping hardworking Canadian families. This is exactly what we're doing in terms of those who love to dine out and go to restaurants all over the GTA, from Vaughan to Toronto, Burlington, Oakville, Scarborough, all those great restaurants that exist. People are going to have time to spend with their families. They're going to go out over the holidays in Ontario. It's a full removal of the HST. This is $1.6 billion in savings. Madam Speaker, this is providing relief to Canadians, meeting them where they're at and helping them. Because you know why, Madam Speaker? Every little bit helps, and we know that and we understand it. It's too bad the opposition, who ran on a similar idea and voted for this a couple years ago, are now saying, no, 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 we don't like lower taxes. Madam Speaker, we like...
Sorry, I've been trying to give the Honourable Member a signal again. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would ask just for a couple brief moments to report on some breaking news that came out of the Public Safety Committee moments ago. Patrick Brown, the mayor of Brampton and former leader for the leadership contestant for the Conservative Party, has been summoned to the committee to talk about foreign interference and what he witnessed during the Conservative Leadership Convention. I think all members will be equally interested in hearing what... point of order. Point of order.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap has a point of order.
Point of order. I'd question what this has to do with the ongoing debate.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of members that start their speech with something else. I've seen it over and over again on both sides. And so I just want to allow the honourable member. He just started yeah, it hasn't even been 1 minute, so I'm sure that he'll bring some of the relevance to it as well. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, but he does need to make sure that his speech is related to the bill. Thank you.
I am not one bit surprised that Conservatives are not happy to hear that, Madam Speaker. Wow, that should be some earth-shattering testimony we hear from the Mayor of Brampton in relation to foreign interference during that leadership contest. But I will bring this to this issue that we're talking about right now, Madam Speaker. We're talking about removing the GST on some essential items during a time when Canadians experience and will be experiencing a stretch in their wallet in terms of paying for things over the holidays. Madam Speaker, I heard moments ago from a Conservative member about maybe 20, 30 minutes ago where he said, the only people that will benefit from this are billionaires. Billionaires. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, do billionaires like go and buy car seats in the dozens or something? Am I missing something here? Do billionaires buy diapers at Costco in mass bulk or something? Like, what am I missing here? You know, only a Conservative would get up and say that an initiative like this will only benefit billionaires. It's absolutely ludicrous. But you know, what I find most troubling that's been highlighted here several times today, Madam Speaker, is another flip-flop by the Conservatives. All we ever hear from them is axe the tax, axe the tax. Here, but you won't even axe the tax. Well, you will. I'm sure you will, Madam Speaker, but they won't even axe the tax. Literally. We got a tax here that we're ready to axe, and the member from St. Albert Edmonton doesn't even want to axe it. And this is the hypocrisy. And not only is it hypocritical in the sense that they're always running around talking about axing the tax, but this is a tax that they proposed axing in the last election. Literally, the member from St. Albert Edmonton, the member from Carleton, the current leader of the Conservative Party. Let's go back to 2021 for a second, because I think it's really important, Madam Speaker, to put this into context. Okay, so we had Aaron O'Toole, who was the leader. And I'm sure we all remember what happened. His finance critic was a member from Carleton. His finance critic was a member from Abbotsford. And I think I got that wrong. It was a member from Carleton. And the member from Abbotsford had made, the member from Carleton had made, the leader of the opposition, had made a statement about the governor of the Bank of Canada. Oh, yeah. And what did Aaron O'Toole do at the time? He said to the leader of the opposition, he said, "You're out, and I'm putting the member from Abbotsford in your position." So I think it's safe to say, and this is important context, and I'll get to it in a second, I think it's safe to say that there was no lost love between those two. They did not get along. That's right. And even during the 2021 election, you could almost feel the animosity between the member from Carleton and Aaron O'Toole. Notwithstanding that, when Aaron O'Toole made his platform announcement of getting rid of the GST for 1 month in December, you know who celebrated it and reposted it and talked about it and made it an issue?
Don't say Pierre Poilievre.
I wouldn't say his name because I'm not allowed to do that, but it was a leader of the opposition that did that. So just to put it into context, they weren't exactly friends. I would argue that they didn't get along, yet the member from Carleton, the current leader of the opposition, liked that so much that he was willing to put aside his differences about Aaron O'Toole to celebrate the fact that they had brought that along. Flash forward to now, suddenly they don't want to axe the tax anymore. That's where we are. Leader of the opposition is saying this is a phony scam that will result in nothing. We should not, this is just a trick. You know what he should do is go and talk to some of the businesses in downtown Kingston, some of the restaurants in downtown Kingston, about whether or not it will be beneficial to remove the GST from takeout and from eat-in in their restaurants in January. When I was younger, Madam Speaker, in my 20s, I worked in the hospitality industry in Kingston, and I can tell you the slowest month of the year is January. Absolutely. January is the slowest month of the year, and February would probably be the next slowest. This is the time when you can genuinely impact those businesses. We're very proud of the number of restaurants we have in downtown Kingston. I'm not sure if it's because we're heavily populated by all the Queen students, but we like to think we have the most restaurants per capita, most independent restaurants per capita in the country, and this will directly benefit them. So this isn't just about giving a break, although millions of people will benefit and will rejoice in it, not just the billionaires, as conservatives would say. This is about helping our economy to keep moving and helping those small businesses that would typically have a slower time. Now you know what I also hear? I hear conservatives saying, oh, well, it's really difficult to change your sales tax on your system for two months. Back in the 90s when I was doing it, we used to change it on a nightly basis based on drink prices changing every night. It's very simple to go in there and what is currently marked at 5% change to 0%. You can actually even do it now, Madam Speaker, from a smartphone for all of your restaurants that you might have throughout the country. You don't even need to physically be at the terminal to do it anymore. Now, I'm sure that not everybody is using that technology, but the red herring that the Conservatives are throwing around here, that it's just going to be a massive, complex thing for a restaurant or a small business to change the tax percentage from 5% to 0%, is nothing more than that. Just a red herring, Madam Speaker. They're trying to, they didn't see, it apparently wasn't going to be a problem when it was only going to happen for 1 month in December back in 2021. When Aaron O'Toole did it and the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, celebrated it. It would have been simple to do in 2021, but I guess in 2024, the technology has reverted so much back to the 50s or 60s that'll be next to impossible to do. And of course, I'm dripping with sarcasm here, Madam Speaker, because I can't stand to listen to the hypocrisy over and over and over from Conservatives on this. They actively try to find a way to see something fail rather than try to support Canadians. Well, they have a choice. They have a choice when we get to voting on this, whether or not they want to give this tax holiday. And by the way, Madam Speaker, we're not even the ones that came up with the term, or most recently used the term, I should say, tax holiday. It was literally in their platform in the last election. A tax holiday in December. Every Conservative sitting here agreed when they ran that for December of 2021, it was a great idea to give a tax holiday to consumers. Suddenly in 2024, it's the worst thing we could have ever thought up. Literally the exact same program. But this is just typical. It happens over and over. Conservatives continually do this. Every Conservative sitting here also ran on a platform of pricing pollution. Right. And what did they do there? They just completely flip-flopped on that. They changed, they suddenly said, oh no, wait, because we're not doing it, it's a horrible idea. That's not their job in here, Madam Speaker. Their job in here is to hold the government account, not make it their mission to see that absolutely everything fails at the detriment of Canadians, because that's what they're doing. Whether it's filibustering or whether it's voting against measures for Canadians that they dreamt up in the last election, they're always doing it. They just hate the idea. What's more important to them is to see political failure on this side of the House instead of seeing Canadians get ahead. They're more interested in political failure and seeing the government fail than they are in helping Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage all members, including those that have been silenced by the Leader of the Opposition, to vote in favor of this later today. It's good legislation, and it's legislation that we know that they like too.
Questions and comments? The Honour for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has suggested that this is going to help small business. Real, tangible, different. He actually said that he's gone and talked to some of his businesses and genuinely impacting small business. Madam Speaker, this irresponsible inflationary tax trick will not help small business. In fact, today, there was a message from a local business, and I neighbor this gentleman's riding, from Justin Martin from McCormick's Country Store in Camden East, extraordinarily upset by the negative impact that this is going to have on his small business. So when he gets up here and talks about how this is going to help small businesses so much, this government has lost complete control of spending, and the Prime Minister has lost control in just trying to cling on to power. So how can this Member of Parliament suggest that he's helping small business when you get comments like this from local small businesses?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
What I said, Madam Speaker, is that when I was in my 20s, I worked in the hospitality sector in Kingston, and I'm fully aware of the fact that January is the slowest month. And when you're in the restaurant or bar business, Madam Speaker, you look for every opportunity to increase business in that month. That's just a fact. And what people are looking for are ways to generate more business. And that's what this will produce. The member, you know, the member says it's irresponsible policy. Well, suddenly it's irresponsible policy in November of 2024, but when she ran on it in September of 2021, it was revolutionary and amazing, and it should be put in their platform. She's calling, just for the record, she's calling a policy that she ran on irresponsible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard surprising things in my colleague's speech, but I have to say that I am quite used to that. But there are two things that I would like to get a few more explanations about. I'd like to hear his point of view. He said that this bill is for essential goods, and he listed a few items. And some of the items covered by the bill are alcohol and video games and video game consoles. So I would like him to explain how he sees those goods as being essential for young families that are having a hard time. And then the other thing is that I'm personally curious because our colleague said that billionaires do not buy diapers for babies. So I'd like to know what billionaires use for their babies. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
And review Hansard, review everything I said, and if he can find where I said this is only about essential goods, I'll buy him a GST-free beer in December. He won't find it, because I never said that, Madam Speaker. What I said is I said that this covers a whole host of goods. Now, when it related to diapers, I wasn't saying that billionaires don't buy diapers. What I was saying was that the Conservatives said this only benefits billionaires. And I was just saying, well, what? Do billionaires buy diaper in mass bulk that the rest of society doesn't do the same way? I would assume that billionaires would buy diapers the same way that I or the member from Winnipeg buys them. And if they don't, then maybe, and that member knows something I don't, then I would encourage him to tell me.
Questions and comments?
Edmonton Griesbaugh, a brief question, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The last time the Conservatives were in power, they gave a $60 billion tax break to billionaires. Worse yet, they then hire them to go on their staff. They're lobbyists for Loblaws, and today they're here trying to stop a lot of Canadians from getting a break. Madam Speaker, would the member speak to how hypocritical it is that they speak every single day in this place about axing the tax, and now today comes the time where finally we're going to see some tax relief, and they're saying no.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
He's absolutely right. They always talk about axing the tax, but in reality, the only thing they want to axe are people's rebates. That's right. That's the only thing that they want to axe are the rebates that people get through the Canada Carbon incentive. Everything else, they're fully prepared to keep in place, including the GST that they ran on axing when they ran on it back in 2021.
Amazing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And to begin, I am sharing my time with the member for Simcoe North. Simcoe North, yes. And we'll look forward to his remarks when I'm finished. Madam Speaker, what we are seeing with and what we're debating here is the outcome of a desperate gimmick announced by this government a few days ago, where somewhere on the back of a cocktail napkin, they cobbled together some kind of desperate ploy to buy Canadians, to buy Canadians' votes. So the plan originally had more components than what is going to be voted on tonight. We're actually down to only voting on the GST reduction or elimination for 2 months, because they blew it with the rest of their plan that they tried to hatch. They also have a promise that's still hanging out there to give checks to working Canadians that earn up to a net income of $150,000. So this other part of this half-baked scheme fell so flat that not only do Conservatives oppose that plan, the Bloc and the NDP both have publicly opposed it, arguing that it doesn't go to enough people. And the Liberal backbenches are unhappy too. They, when this government goes to spray money as far and wide as possible, it wasn't far enough for the backbench. So what we're down to today is I don't know how they extremely quickly whittled their bill down to that which they thought they could get approved tonight. And based on the comments from the NDP, it sounds possible that this bill will get approval later this evening. But I will vote against it, Madam Speaker, because I have no confidence in this government's agenda whatsoever. Well, what even passes for an agenda these days, Madam Speaker? We see a desperate government desperately clinging to power and clinging to their ability to still have the NDP carry them along as they limp through the final months of their mandate. So we are dealing with an entirely unserious government that is not committed to real reform that will enhance the productivity of this country and deliver the powerful paychecks that people need to be able to afford food and to afford housing and to afford transportation and to indeed afford a few extra luxuries or a few Christmas presents this year, Madam Speaker, for their families. In the announcement earlier this week, where this finance minister came out and made this announcement that included not just the GST removal, the 2-month GST holiday. This included the other parts that they can't even get their own backbench behind. She talked about a vibe session, and what is this of which she speaks? This, she comes out. It's like, boy, all these people that are lined up at the food bank because they can't afford food are really giving off bad vibes. And so if we could just take the GST off a certain laundry list of items, then maybe we can improve the vibe of the millions of Canadians that are struggling to afford the basic necessities of life, which, by the way, basic groceries, residential rents. I mean, these are things that are GST exempt already. And so the argument has been made that people with more disposable income disproportionately benefit from this particular tax removal. And I think that's correct. I think that's demonstrably factual, Madam Speaker. But yes, Canadians are struggling, and Canadians will take whatever they can get in terms of making life more affordable. But what they really need is a serious government that is prepared to tackle the very serious problems that this country faces. We're not going to get there by trying to shake off the bad vibes that have come about from a government that has presided over the doubling of the cost of housing, the price of residential rents, the more than doubling of an average mortgage payment in Canada. Yes, people that are struggling and very from a day-to-day for day-to-day life, Madam Speaker, and be able to afford these basics, it's almost like the finance minister is blaming these people for their bad vibes as they are struggling with what has become of this country under 9 years of this government's rule, Madam Speaker. So the GST off of a specified list of things in this bill isn't going to increase productivity. It's not going to stem the flow of investment that is leaving this country and taking thousands of jobs with them. What it will do, and despite the comments from the previous speaker, it will create a burden on retailers who may carry hundreds or thousands of items that may be affected by this. And it may be easier for a restaurant to just take 5% off everything, but go to a dollar store proprietor and tell them, with a handful of employees, that they need to remark some but not all of the things in their store for 2 months, and then to do it again 2 months from now. And I spoke to a colleague who has a proprietor of dollar stores in his riding, and he knows what this is going to cost him. And it is a true burden, and it's one disproportionately felt by the smaller retailers that where their systems cover less than that of a large chain that might have hundreds of stores, Madam Speaker. But that's just a minor digression about how this sort of half-baked plan that they came up with earlier in the week is just not a solution for the affordability crisis, and it's not a solution to the productivity crisis in this country. So Canadians need much bolder steps than that. They need a government that is going to come in and axe the tax and fix the budget. We're going to axe the carbon tax, Madam Speaker, when we form a government, and we will create far more affordability opportunity for Canadians by eliminating the carbon tax, which makes groceries, home heating, and just about anything, Madam Speaker. But fuel. These are things that Canadians that are necessities for Canadians. We're going to axe that tax permanently for all Canadians. We're also going to have to deal with the budget. And Madam Speaker, this government, which has this moving target of its deficit, can never be predicted. If you were to go through each budget and each fall economic statement since they came to power, Madam Speaker, and see every fiscal anchor or guardrail or whatever they want to call them in the moment that they have disregarded and blown through, including the current one, Madam Speaker, where as recently as this spring, they're projecting a $40 billion budget. The Parliamentary Budget Officer already had them up to $46 billion before this current announcement. This current announcement is going to take them over 50 if they get through, and in order to gain the support of all the parties, including their own backbench, on the $250 payment that they want to make to Canadians this spring, they're going to be way over that amount with no plan whatsoever to rein it in to get Canadians back to receiving the services that they need from their government, to get serious about national defense and about public safety, things that are going to require enormous investment from this government, where we have only seen just the bloat of bureaucracy without improvement to service. We see chaos in department after department after department. Immigration, Service Canada, the Canada Revenue Agency. It's, Madam Speaker, I thought I had about 30 seconds left. You're giving me the sign? I understand. So I'll have that time at the end of, all right, then with that, I'll yield the floor.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour. The honourable member will have time to complete, yes, after PMB.
So you're going to give me a minute after PMB?
Private
No.
members' business, affaires émanant des députés, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-380, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items, standing in the name of Mr. Tucker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So here we are again with private members' hour. They're very, very few nowadays because of what's taking place, and I'll get to that right away. But I wanted to emphasize this particular private members' bill is I would suggest you taking a step backward, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the environment. As all political parties, with the exception of the Conservatives across the way, recognize that our environment does matter. Canadians are concerned about our environment, contrary to what the Conservatives actually might believe. And it's not the first time, Madam Speaker. It's interesting. Here we have a private member's bill that is really not doing very much for the environment, Madam Speaker. And when you take a look in terms of the Conservative Party and their approach to the environment, their highlight, and the member opposite just made reference to it, Madam Speaker. He just said, axe the tax. The theme behind the axe the tax, Madam Speaker, is to attack the price on pollution. And it's a common thing that they say inside the chamber. And there's a reason why they do that, Madam Speaker. Because you may recall last week it made national news how Conservative MPs were complaining and providing comment in regards to the so-called freedom leader, No More. As we find out, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party not only watches very closely what his MPs are saying and doing, but he also rewards good behavior and punishes bad behavior. Now, I say that because the member opposite just spoke about the axe the tax. That's one of the slogans. What do the Conservatives have to say about slogans, Madam Speaker? And I'm quoting directly from a news article that made headlines yesterday. Here's what the Conservatives have to say, Conservative MPs have to say. And I quote, "If the leader invents a new slogan, we know we'll have to use it too." So this is something, Madam Speaker, in which it goes further down the story to say, again, coming from Conservatives, if you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded, said a Conservative source. I should actually finish off the quote. Quote, "You are celebrated in front of the entire caucus."
Wow.
"For being a good cheerleader."
I want that.
Oh, yes. If you're in the Conservative caucus, you get celebrated if you repeat the leader of the Conservative Party's slogans, Madam Speaker. And that's why you often hear them saying, axe the tax, and those other slogans, the bumper stickers, Madam Speaker.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. My colleague is right. You know, so now we have yet a private member's bill. Anyone that follows Parliament, Madam Speaker, would understand that we don't get to debate private members' bills that often. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is because the leader of the Conservative Party is in essence holding the House of Commons hostage. And that's the reason why it's very rare nowadays that we actually get to debate a private member's bill. And it's unfortunate. Even though this particular private member's bill I don't think is that great, Madam Speaker, I do believe that the member might be trying to get one of them their gold stars from the leader. Because what he's looking for, or what the member is hoping to get, Madam Speaker, is to allow for and encourage plastic use in Canada, Madam Speaker. I remember back in the days when I was a member of the Manitoba Legislature, and the thought at the time was that we would encourage people to use less plastic bags. And we tried to amplify that by talking about how long it takes for a plastic bag to disintegrate. And Madam Speaker, you'd be amazed in terms of just how long it takes for a plastic bag. We're talking about many, many years. And the thought was, well, maybe we should bring in private members' legislation to deal with it, to ban the use of plastic bags. And there are alternatives to it, Madam Speaker. And I believe I had even support from some progressive conservative. And there is a huge difference. Don't be confused by the current Conservative Reform Party that we see opposite, Madam Speaker. There are progressive conservatives, just not very many of them in the Conservative caucus today, I would argue. Those are the ones that are designated to go to the back or to leave the caucus, I would suggest, Madam Speaker, the progressive-minded ones. But there are still ideas that are there that are in fact tangible, that will make a difference. You know, if you were to Google search, you know, plastic bags and the nuisance and the damage to the environment that they cause, you know, one of the pictures that comes to my mind right away is plastic bags in trees that stay there endlessly, Madam Speaker, because of a wind pickup and they get carried into a tree and they'll be there for a long, long time, Madam Speaker. And these are the types of things in which I believe that a vast majority of Canadians are very much sympathetic to. What can we do as a population to improve our economy and our environment, Madam Speaker? You watch some of those nature shows, especially anything to dealing with waters, and you'll see how plastic is harming our environment in many different ways. I make reference to plastic in trees. You can talk about, remember the old Coke, or not just Coca-Cola, plastic rings, Madam Speaker, that would hold a case of pop together. And when you see a fish that's being strangled by one of these plastic items, if you take a look in terms of storms that come in from the coast, especially in some countries, Madam Speaker, you will see literally yards and yards, hundreds of yards of plastic being washed ashore. If you take a look at the type of plastic that we'll see when water rescinds, this is a very serious issue, Madam Speaker. Take a drive out into rural communities and the amount of plastic waste that you see. We see different levels of government and citizens trying to be able to contribute to cleaning it all up through recycling programs. There are initiatives that we all can take, including looking at ways in which we can ban certain single-use plastics, Madam Speaker. There is so much potential that is there that one can introduce that I would suspect that a vast majority of Canadians would actually support, Madam Speaker. I don't know to what degree you would actually get, you know, wide support for legislation that takes away from the value of protecting our environment from plastic, Madam Speaker. And it seems to me that this is what this legislation is advocating for, which is consistent with what we see from the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, as I started to talk about the price on pollution. There was a time in which individuals like Erin O'Toole and other progressive conservatives would actually see the value in things like price on pollution, on looking at ways in which we can deal with single-use plastic. But no more under this particular conservative reform leader, Madam Speaker. Instead, we see the far right taking control of the leader of the Conservative Party's office, Madam Speaker, at a substantial cost of good public policy. And we have seen examples of that even today when we talk about, members of Parliament and Liberals and New Democrats wanting to give a tax holiday to Canadians, Madam Speaker, in terms of a GST on many products, and you have New Democrats and Liberals saying yes to it, but yet you have Conservatives who said yes during the last election, but are saying no, Madam Speaker, today. It's because of that attitude, that far right within the Conservative Party that's more concerned about Conservative self-interest than they are about public interest.
The honourable member is short of time, and we resume debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Tucker, seconded by Ms. Gladue, move that Bill C-380, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
If a member of a recognized party wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I request to record a division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 4th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, on a point of order.
Can I seek unanimous consent to provide my speech on this bill, please?
The honourable member doesn't have unanimous consent. Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, yes. Is standing on a point of order.
It's okay, just you see it.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, is standing on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would request unanimous consent from the House to let me do my speech. I know I was just had a little bit of a trip in the hallway there, Madam Speaker, and I was a tiny bit late coming in. Matter of seconds, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member have unanimous consent from the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My understanding is we'll give unanimous consent for both members to be able to speak.
Resuming debate, the Honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And the NDP have a long history on fighting against pollution and climate change. The NDP has been calling for plastic regulations and a ban on single-use plastic for years. We continue to lead the way when it comes to addressing plastic pollution. For example, MP from my colleague has put forward a motion M80. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, it's from Campbell River.
Powell River.
Powell River. Thank you so much. Yes, for example, my colleague from North Island, Powell River, has put forward a motion M80. Thank you so much. Calling on the government to ban styrofoam in aquatic infrastructure. It was the MP from
Courtney Alberni.
Thank you. It was my colleague from Courtney Alberni in 2018 who proposed a national strategy against plastic pollution. And I want to thank my colleagues for helping me out on this today. I just had a little trip in the hallway and it's got me a little bit flustered here. I proposed a national strategy against plastic pollution, which was agreed by all parties but has yet to be implemented by this Liberal government. And thanks to a motion by former MP Megan Leslie in 2015, plastic microbeads are now banned in consumer products. In addition, Canada has made legally binding international commitments to reduce plastic pollution in addition to being plastic-free by 2030. This can only be done through advancing policies on plastic, not by tearing them down, which this bill does. But this is the culture of the regressive Conservatives. Canada has a responsibility as a rich and developed country to reduce our waste and to be a climate leader on the international stage. We cannot let the regressive Conservatives kowtowing to petrochemical industry set the tone for our international commitments to people. An NDP government will end all public financing and subsidies of petrochemical companies, meaning big oil and gas, who profit from producing more plastics. Corporations who are fueling the climate crisis and our pollution problem should not be getting rich off of their pollution and should definitely not be getting government handouts to help them do it. Ending government handouts to fossil fuel companies is something the residents of Port Moody Coquitlam want. They want their government to take real steps towards putting an end to pollution.
That's right.
They're also concerned about the proliferation of plastics in their lives and within the ocean. The last NDP MP for my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam and Morin-Belcarra was Finn Donnelly, and he stood in this House over 6 years ago to share that it was Canadians who first proposed World Oceans Day at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. However, over 30 years later, the issues are more overwhelming than ever before. Climate change, plastic pollution, open net salmon farming, illegal fishing, and habitat destruction all need immediate attention. This cannot continue, and that is why New Democrats are moving forward to end plastic pollution. We're not going backwards like the Conservatives continue to do. Canadians want their governments to take action, and they're taking action too, organizing beach cleanups, banning plastic bags, and saying no to more plastic. It's time the Conservatives get a climate plan too and address this pressing issue. Solutions to pollution and climate change require a belief in science, though, Madam Speaker, which the Conservatives don't know much about. In fact, it was the Harper government that attacked science and scientists. An investigation by the Information Commissioner of Canada showed that Harper government muzzled scientists. The investigation came about after a complaint by the University of Victoria's Environmental Law Clinic and the advocacy group Democracy Watch. The group submitted a report detailing a series of examples of Harper government officials blocking media access to scientists. In one case, the government scientist was ordered to get permission from the Minister of Natural Resources before he could talk to reporters about a flood that happened 13,000 years ago, Madam Speaker, even though this research had been published in journals. Another example, it took 11 government employees and 50 emails to decide how to answer a reporter's request to interview a Canadian government scientist who was part of a NASA team studying regional snowfall patterns. It was shown that most of the muzzling involved scientists researching climate change. We cannot go back to the Conservative era. We know Conservatives don't have a climate plan, and they don't believe in reducing fossil fuel emissions to slow down catastrophic climate change. And in fact, the Conservatives are trying to reduce the very important climate change discussions down to a dislike of paper straws and coffee cup lids. They are deeply unserious, and they are not up to the challenges of the 21st century.
That's right.
And in fact, if they could get their way, they would roll us all back to the years of bench seats in cars with no seat belts and no concerns for the emissions they produce. And that is not the only thing they would roll back. They would roll back women's rights, pension eligibility age for seniors, climate protection policies, affordable childcare, dental care, pharmacare, and Indigenous sovereignty.
That's right. We
just need to look at what the BC Conservatives have already said. They would undo commitments to UNDRIP provincially.
Shameful.
These are the realities that Canadians would experience with a regressive Conservative government. I want to go back to the oceans. Oceana has a report published in 2020 called Drowning in Plastic. It shares that Canada introduces millions of tons of plastic, and 87% of it ends up in landfills or in the environment. And much of that plastic we discard ends up in the ocean, threatening whales, birds, turtles, and all marine life. Canada has a national and global responsibility to stop the damage and do more to stop this pollution, not do less. Unfortunately, doing less is what the Conservatives always do. In the 3 years this Parliament has been sitting, they've done nothing for Canadians. While the NDP continue to make wins for Canadians like housing, childcare, anti-scab legislation, dental care, and pharmacare. And with that, Madam Speaker, in closing, I ask for unanimous consent to table the report I quoted earlier, Drowning in Plastic, from Oceana Canada, dated September 2020, in both official languages.
Very good. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to introduce? She does not have the unanimous consent. The honourable member must conclude her speech in 2 minutes.
Thank you for the grace, Madam Speaker.
Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the famous movie The Graduate had the well-meaning father-in-law whisper to the young Ben, played by Dustin Hoffman, quote, one word, plastics. There is a great future in plastics. In fact, his advice was on the mark. The 20th century was dominated by plastics. Light, versatile, inexpensive, and inert, there wasn't a single country on earth that didn't use plastics. There wasn't a human endeavor that didn't benefit from this miracle material. We have reached the point where we carry plastics with us daily. Think, how many credit cards do you have in your wallet? How about banknotes? How about your phone or your computer or even your eyeglasses? Had a bypass surgery lately? What were the stents made out of? How did you get here? In a car that's been made with a massive amount of plastic? Did you know that by using plastics in that car, we save as much energy and create less pollution? We save more energy and create less pollution than it took to make the plastic in the car in the first place. So without a doubt, plastics are the miracle material of the 20th century, but will they continue to be the miracle of the 21st century? Not if the hysterical and ill-informed climate radicals sitting on the NDP and Liberal benches have their way. Their war against plastics is to our detriment. It makes Canada less efficient, less competitive, and as the federal court ruled, banning plastics as toxic was unconstitutional. That's why I'm so grateful for the chance today to speak in support of my colleague's initiative. Bill C-380 is an excellent first step in defending a substance with many applications that makes modern life possible. Have you ever wondered why we don't find plastic banknotes littering the streets, and what insight does that provide into human behavior? Well, the absence of plastic banknotes littering the streets is indicative of human behavior and the intrinsic value assigned to certain forms of plastic. When plastic is perceived as valuable, individuals are more likely to dispose of it responsibly, contributing to reduced littering. And if we assign a value to plastic based instead of viewing it as toxic, the waste problem becomes solvable by market forces. Scrap metal is not a problem because it has value. People make it a part-time job picking apart appliances at the curbside and making extra money by selling it to salvage yards who recycle it. If there is a market value for old plastics like this, likely the same would occur. So Canada has the best engineers in the world, and those I've spoken to are working and excited for recycling solutions. Recycling means that plastics can be used over and over and over again without creating more waste, while protecting the health of our people and the safety of our environment. That is a common sense solution. By establishing a market value for plastics, we incentivize recycling and responsible waste management practices, ultimately mitigating a waste problem. Plastics related to food aren't just the straws and the forks and the coffee cup lids that the NDP Liberals demonize. They play a crucial role in food production and preservation. Plastic-like films are essential for extending the shelf life of perishable foods, reducing food waste, and ensuring food safety during transportation and storage. They enable us to distribute fresh produce globally, maintaining quality and accessibility for consumers. Canada imports over 80% of its fruits and vegetables. The distances traveled to transport this food are enormous. Plastics are indispensable in the agricultural sector, facilitating the transportation and preservation of fresh produce over long distances. Without plastics, we would see significant increases in food prices due to the decreased shelf life and increased food waste. Additionally, compromised food safety could pose health risks to consumers. Unfortunately, positive narratives about plastic recycling often go unnoticed amid sensationalized stories about plastic pollution. It's essential to amplify success stories and recognize the progress made in sustainable plastic management to inspire further action and innovation. Like a small family-owned company in Woodbridge that I toured called Petroplastics. Their stewardship initiatives help lead repurposing of plastic film and plastics, which recycles roughly 100,000 pounds per month. Working with plastic recyclers in Ontario, that material is now being used in construction projects like building homes, something else the NDP Liberal government is failing Canadians on. Now, there's still work to do in increasing opportunities to recycle. Recycling plastics in specialized sectors like healthcare presents unique challenges due to stringent safety and regulatory requirements. However, innovative initiatives like the PVC 123 program demonstrates the feasibility and benefits of responsible plastic recycling, contributing to both environmentally and economically sustainability. Now, plastics are ubiquitous in hospitals. In fact, they seem essential for health and safety. Plastic PPE is life-saving. Eliminating or restricting plastic in the healthcare space would come at a devastating cost. We should focus on optimizing plastic use, implementing recycling programs, and exploring sustainable alternatives where feasible. Now, we know that plastics have become deeply embedded in our daily lives, from food, packaging, and medical equipment. But banning plastics would undoubtedly have far-reaching implications, both economically and socially. In Canada, food waste is already a $49.6 billion concern and growing, and 60% of which is thought to be avoidable. Considering plastics as toxic and attempting to ban them would add an additional 50% in waste, further exacerbating the problem and driving up the costs. That number rises to 150% once you consider the entire supply chain. This is without even going into the 44.2 million in GHG emissions related to food waste, of which banning plastics would add another 22.1 million GHG emissions to. So for perspective, this exceeds 8% of total national GHG emissions. Environmentalists targeting plastics leads to regressive outcomes. It shows that they only care about sensationalism and not substance. Instead of solving problems, they are becoming part of the problem. Krista Arment wrote a fantastic book that sums up this issue perfectly, and it's called The Plastics Paradox. So let me paraphrase him here. We need to recognize that damage happens because plastic and other articles are in places where they should not be. There would be no problem at all if people were not intentionally dumping plastic and other waste. The problem is clearly not with plastic itself, but with the unconscionable behavior of some humans who litter. Banning plastics will not solve the problem, it will create more problems. And in that same Deloitte study that I mentioned earlier, they estimate that the government's P2 plastics ban would create $1 billion annual revenue loss for the plastics industry, and a 60% increase to packaging costs, and an up to 55% increase to operational costs should the agri-food sector lose access to plastic packaging. Fresh produce would see cost increases of up to 34%, and availability of fresh produce could be cut in half. This is devastating to every Canadian who buys food, and that means every single one of us. It also means roughly $5.6 billion detriment to the Canadian produce industry. Waste concerns are generated from the prediction that bulk packaging will be required to mitigate cost increases to farmers who are price takers, leading consumers to dispose of excess goods. Additionally, value-added products like pre-made salads or cut fruit, even fruit and veg platters, would no longer be viable without plastic storage, as there's no comparable alternatives readily available. Fresh produce represents less than 3% of the total plastic usage in Canada, and the NDP Liberals' continued assault against plastics through bans would have a negligible impact on recycling. So once again, let's take this information into consideration as we look to understand why the federal court overturned the single-use plastics ban, calling it unconscionable and unreasonable and unconstitutional. We should also note they're saying that there is no reasonable apprehension that all listed plastic manufactured items are harmful. While the NDP Liberals commit to an appeal, Canada's $35 billion plastics industry is not safe. I encourage sharing your perspectives on this multifaceted issue, considering both the challenges and opportunities that a plastics ban might present. It's evident that while plastic pollution presents pressing challenges, our focus should be on practical, actionable solutions rather than radical bans not based in evidence. We should seek predictability and manageable regulations that foster innovation and incentivize responsible behavior. By fostering a culture of responsible consumption and waste management, supported by clear and consistent regulations, we can make meaningful progress towards a more sustainable future. A vote for Bill C-80 is a vote for common sense, and my message to Canadians is clear. Only Conservatives are working to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and can the ban. Thank you.
Good job. Questions and comments? I'm sorry, resuming debate. The right of reply, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start with my remarks, I will ask for unanimous consent to my reply.
Member have unanimous consent for his right of reply. Agree.
Yes. It is incredibly dangerous to be right when your government is so wrong. The NDP Liberal government is wrong, and they're ignoring Canadians. They're ignoring the science, they're ignoring common sense, ignoring the cost of living crisis that they created, and they're ignoring the courts when they try to ban plastics. The NDP Liberal government hates the facts on plastics. If Canadians are suffering now with skyrocketing bills, wait until their full ban of plastics are in effect. Plastics make modern life affordable, reliable, practical, and enjoyable. There are no Canadians left who can say the same about the Liberals. Wet, limp, and utterly useless are paper straws that Canadians are forced to use. They suck. Paper straws have a higher carbon footprint than the plastic ones, making them worse for the environment. For all those environmentally conscious people that are on the other side of the aisle, and that we are conscious on our environment on this side, but remember that emissions are higher with a paper straw, and why they are worse for you. And square this one for me. Canadians are suffering with the high cost of heating right now, driven up by the carbon tax on purpose to lower emissions. Although it's not working, that is their intent. Now, the same government is banning common consumer goods that have lower emissions than its replacements. Driving up, anybody? Anybody? Emissions.
Yeah.
Someone please make sense of this. So we have grandma turning down the heat this winter to lower emissions so the radical left can force Canadians to increase their emissions in other parts of their lives? Does this make sense? And it's not just for the environment that the paper straws suck. It's worse for your health. The science shows that the chemicals that coat paper products, making them somewhat water-soluble or waterproof, also unfortunately leaches chemicals into our food and drink and then ultimately in our bodies. And this is what the NDP Liberals are forcing you to use instead of your plastic straw. Forcing Canadians to use an inferior product that's worse for your health.
Shame.
This isn't wacko. This is completely wacko what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And even as the science shows the policy hurts the environment and your health, it's also bad for your pocketbook during a cost of living crisis. Paper products cost more money than plastic ones. This ban will also make food more expensive because plastic extends the shelf life of food. That's why plastic wrapped cucumbers last over 2 weeks longer because of plastics. Banning plastics will only drive up food costs, sending even more Canadians to the food bank. And we know, Madam Speaker, that over 2 million Canadians have to rely on the food bank because of the situation they find themselves with the policies from this Liberal NDP government. And we'll stop this soon.
Yeah.
Want to make things cheaper for Canadians? Stop banning them from more affordable products. What Canadians really want to ban is they want a ban on banning things, and the courts agree. To the millions of Canadians that are thirsty for a common sense change, dawn is breaking. We have a failing regime that is desperate to attract the most radical environmentalists to their cause. It's gone too far. Common sense Canadians will soon punish this government during a carbon tax election for ignoring the science, ignoring the facts, ignoring the common sense, ignoring the provinces, ignoring the Constitution, and ignoring its citizens. I believe that's why most Canadians are ignoring this Prime Minister. In the end, it's not really about straws that suck or don't suck, or flat wooden spoons that discover your food, or weird forks, or even plastic itself. It's not about that. It's about power and control. And it's about an out-of-control Liberal government that doesn't want to find practical solutions to problems, but to virtue signal for its shallow political interest. That's all they're about right now. It's using the heavy hand of government to get its way. We need a new government that is about practical solutions, not feelings and virtue signals. Does this government even care about the garbage in our environment?
No,
this is the most infuriating thing for me, is that we have an issue here, and they're addressing it with a ban that is obviously hasn't had a zero effect on our climate and our environment. So 88 to 99% of the garbage in our oceans come from 10 rivers in the developing world. Instead of the millions that we've wasted on this ban, what if we took a little bit of that money and tried to introduce a waste disposal system in the developing world that have these 10 rivers that are causing a majority of the problem? Now, that is a common sense approach, not to ban waste, but to manage it, reuse it, and ultimately recycle it. I'm going to about to end my speech here. I have a couple of common sense.
We are out of time. The honourable member for Saskatchewan University on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I believe I do have 1 minute left. When we had to ask for the UC, the clock was continuing to tick versus, I believe, there was an error in this place that caused me not to have the full 5 minutes. Could I?
We will verify. Je pense que c'était. Confirmed that the member had the full 5 minutes, and that is the clock that we guide ourselves by. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6:30 at this time, so we can get back to government orders.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government business. Resuming consideration on government motion number 43 on the proceedings on a bill entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Living Relief, Affordability, and on the amendment of Ms. Larouche.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge with 1 minute left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was concluding my remarks before we had to pause for private members' hour, I was really talking about this. What we have before us tonight is, I mentioned before, it's part of a broader sort of desperate gimmick that they had cobbled together on a napkin somewhere, and we're hoping that the NDP and the Bloc and their backbench would sustain this government for a little bit longer, but we found that they can't, so we're down to this GST bill. I will vote against it. I oppose this government's agenda. We need a serious government that will actually tackle serious problems in a meaningful and comprehensive way. We have a crisis of national security, a crisis of public safety, a crisis of an out-of-control budget. We need to axe the tax, the carbon tax that makes life more expensive for all Canadians, and fix the budget.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member said he's going to be voting against a tax break, the GST holiday. Now, let me quote from his own election platform, in which when he knocked on doors, it says a GST holiday to help families and help our hard-hitting retail stores recover. Canada's Conservatives will implement a month-long GST holidays. Ours is 2 months, Madam Speaker. And the leader at the time did a tweet. And Erin O'Toole tweeted about how it's going to be in the month of December, a holiday tax GST break. And you know what? The current leader of the Conservative Party retweeted that tweet. So, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering why it is that the Conservatives have had this road to Damascus turnaround, a huge flip-flop, and it was a good idea when the Conservatives said and made it a part of their election platform, but it's a bad idea now because they don't want to help Canadians.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, it was a heck of a lot easier to administer a across-the-board cut to on all products for 1 month than this bizarre cobbled-together laundry list that they've created. But that's besides the point. But beside the point is I have no confidence in this government. I will not vote in favor of of a budgetary measure, one that's a tax measure, a money bill. I'm not going to vote for it, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to oppose this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I asked a few questions. I asked members of the government, and I got so-so answers. But I would like to know, according to my honourable colleague, do you think that those who are the hardest off, single parents, people with low incomes, are the ones who will not be benefiting from this bill? Because those who will benefit are those who can pay for caterers and champagne. I would also like to know what clothing for a 14-year-old is. I mean, when he was 14, my son wore shoes that were size 14. So I'm not quite sure how you can define that. So I was wondering whether my colleague could give me details that the government can't.
Rich.
Well, she's absolutely right in there was an excellent but leading question. She was suggesting that this whole system is arbitrary and strange and will benefit wealthier Canadians. I mean, it'll the person that wants to buy in quantity and large amounts and will perhaps in January buy large quantities of things. Somebody that wants to buy a year's supply of beer or wine and warehouse it, they can do so. But these are the better capitalized Canadians that have more money, not the people that need it the most. So she's absolutely right about that. And so I have no confidence in this government. I'm not going to vote for their bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Grisbaugh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I just have a question related to the fact and to his response from the last member on what is fair for Canadians. I don't think it's necessarily fair for Canadians when Stephen Harper, the last Conservative Prime Minister, gave billionaires $60 billion in tax break. The Liberals continued that, unfortunately. They continued in that tradition. And that seems to be the tradition in Canada, where we have one of the major parties, do this great deal for billionaires, and then the next party keeps it, and it goes back and forth. Liberals and Conservatives are always going to bat for billionaires. Would the member want to comment directly on the fact that the Conservatives gave billionaires $60 billion? Will he actually address that question? Will he have the courage to address why they did that?
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Previous government did no such thing. I reject the premise of his question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Grisbaugh on.
Really?
Wow. A very brief question.
Let him answer this.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I can see that the member opposite is uncomfortable answering a reality and a truth, that when Conservatives are in power, they're always giving their rich friends a bunch of money, taxpayer dollars. Why?
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
No, I answered his question. It contains a ridiculous premise that I reject, and so there is no answer for that question. It's a non-question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, it is really wonderful again to see you. I thought the last time I was going to see you before the holidays was my last speech just a couple days ago, but yet again, it is a delight to see you in the chair again this evening. It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the constituents of Simcoe North and residents of Simcoe North, but to talk about a very important issue. We're talking about tax relief for Canadians. Now, if the government wanted to provide relief to Canadians, they would have done it in an easy way. They would have taken the GST off of everything. They would have made it administratively simple. They want to talk about how in the previous election campaign, a Conservative leader at the time, a Conservative Party, campaigned on a cut. They're trying to say that this is the exact same cut that the Conservatives ran on in the last 21 campaign. That is false. The Conservatives ran on a 1-month GST holiday on everything, on fuel, on food, on every single item that GST is charged. That is not the same plan that this government is proposing here today. Now, we should also talk about control. This is yet another example of the Prime Minister wanting to control your life. He wants to give you a tax credit, or a tax break, but only on the things that he agrees you to get that tax break on. Let's go through the list. If you want to buy a hard copy of the Toronto Star, that counts for the tax break. But if you want to buy the renowned Walrus magazine, you still have to pay GST. Christmas trees are on the list, thank God, but not decorations. You can't buy that star to put on the top of the tree to get that tax break. You can't buy that wreath to hang on the door to get that tax break. Jigsaw puzzles, Madam Chair, are on the list. You can spend 3 weeks hiding out, putting that 1,000-piece puzzle together, that jigsaw puzzle. But jigsaws, if you want to build something in your garage and use a jigsaw, Madam Chair, you don't get the tax break for that. Coors Light, if you want to just put your feet up and have a Coors Light, it's under 7%, no GST. But if you want to have that Bone Shaker 7.1% from Amsterdam Brewery, no, it's not going to be on the list. But maybe they want to go and talk to the Kingston Brewery that makes oats and cream that has over 7% IPA for beer. Not on the list. Now, let's talk about some other things. Candy and snacks. Why on earth would you have a government who specifically singles out sugar as getting a tax break when many stakeholders, Diabetes Canada, Heart and Stroke, Canadian Cancer Foundation, have all been promoting a special sugar tax? I don't think they're too happy with this tax break. Also, the Canadian Cancer Society came out publicly and said they shouldn't be taking tax off of alcohol. Why are they talking about picking and choosing these special things on what you might put in your grocery cart? Some are in and some are out. It's absurd. It's a list that only pointy heads in some government agent could have put or government agency or government department could put together. I was at a local restaurant last night, wonderful run restaurant, and the proprietor said, I don't even know how these rules are supposed to work. I called the GST line at CRA, and they didn't even know how they were supposed to work. What if I'm selling tickets to a party that has food and beverage on it, but some of the spirits don't have the tax credit on, or the tax break on, and some do, and I'm selling food, and I'm selling those tickets today for a party that happens on New Year's? Do I charge the HST on those tickets today? Unclear. It is completely absurd. They should have either taken the tax off of everything or left it on everything. Not to mention the fact that we're in a deficit position. If they would have said, hey, we're going to spend $2 billion on this and this is where we found the savings to pay for it, maybe that would have been a different conversation. But let's talk about the NDP. A previous principled NDP party stood in this place and decried, absolutely criticized reducing the GST. And why is that? They criticized reducing the GST because, as I will quote from the Canadian Centre of Policy Alternatives, which the NDP likes to quote very often in this House. Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. Imagine a tax cut that you only get when you buy stuff. And I'm quoting, this is in relation to GST cuts in a previous government. This is a tax cut which disproportionately favors high-income families. For every dollar of this tax cut received by low-income families, $3 goes to families that are not low income. That is the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives talking about a GST cut and the impacts that it has on low-income people. Now, what could have the government done? The government could have just doubled the GST credit, which, by the way, had support of all major parties in this House just 2 years ago. Every party in this House agreed to increase the rebate check, the GST rebate check that goes to low-income households. 11 million people doubled up on the payment that they got. That was supported by every party. Every party voted for that, including Conservatives. We believed that we should help the lowest income people possible. This is not a targeted measure to low-income people, Madam Chair. This measure goes to every single Canadian, whether they need it or not, and it is costly. It's costly to administer, but it's also costly to the Treasury, and the government is already in a deficit position. If they had come up with a dollar-for-dollar rule to say this is how we're going to pay for it, and let's also remember, just 2 weeks ago, the Bank of Canada governor said the fight against inflation is not over. And when a government runs deficits, that is fiscal stimulus. The Bank of Canada governor also said, almost 2 years ago, if you want to help people with the effects of inflation or those that have a problem with affordability, those measures should be very targeted. It would have been very targeted to give an additional doubling of the GST, HST credit that low-income individuals have. That would have only went to 11 million people. It would have reduced the overall cost. It would have been administratively very easy to deliver. You just double the payment. And by the way, Madam Chair, when we talk about the checks that are also going to be going, guess what? The people in this chamber get the checks. Why on earth would they design a program to give checks to members of parliament when there's low-income people that do not work, like seniors that don't work or people with disabilities that don't work, get nothing? It absolutely makes no sense. And not only that, economists said just 2 weeks ago before this announcement that the Bank of Canada was on track to reduce mortgage rate or reduce the interest rates by 50 basis points. Now those same economists say that the Bank of Canada cannot reduce as much. They might only reduce by 25 basis points or hold interest rates steady. That means when politicians spend, Canadians pay more on their mortgages. Conservatives are for permanent tax reductions, shrinking the size of the deficit, and making sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets long-term. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Just wow. Like, unbelievable. I am sitting here for 10 minutes listening to a Conservative member talk about taking care of the most vulnerable people in our community like he somehow cares. Are you kidding me, Madam Speaker? He's trying to lecture us on giving supports for the most vulnerable in our communities. He's voted against every single measure. His government, his former government, the Conservative government of Stephen Harper, told seniors, you got to work 2 more years before you can retire. Every measure we brought along, lowering the tax on the middle class, increasing OAS, increasing GIS, every single measure he voted against and his party voted against. And now he's going to stand up in here and lecture us on taking care of the most vulnerable in our community?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Says the member whose party created two tiers of seniors in this country, those who are below 75 and those who are above 75. And for the record, Madam Chair, maybe that member needs to get some facts straight. Conservatives on this side of the House decided to vote in favor of doubling the GST credit that went to the poorest households in this country. So I have no idea what that member has been thinking about, or who he's talking to, or where he's getting his facts. But he should double check them before he stands up in this House.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest. I don't understand why, when the Conservative Party says that tax must be brought down, the Liberals are finally doing that because they listened to the NDP request to reduce taxes on food, children's clothing, diapers, basic staples, and things like that. Well, when the Conservative Party repeats over and over the need to reduce taxes, now suddenly they flip-flop. They go in a complete different direction. They go against their own 2021 campaign promise, and they refuse to give a break to people who need a break. How could my colleague explain this flip-flop?
Madam Chair, why don't they just take the GST off of everything and reduce government expenditures to pay for it? There's a problem. We do not have enough money. I've been around this town for 3 years, and I still can't find the money tree that these parties think exists in this town. Why do they think we have to keep spending on deficits? Not only that, the NDP asked for taxes off of heating bills. They asked for taxes off of cell phone bills. The government's not even doing that. And by the way, talk about staple. What about fuel? How come not taking the GST off of fuel, Madam Chair? That would have been maybe a little more palatable for people as they travel over the Christmas holidays or the winter holidays, whatever religious holidays they observe.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member from Simcoe North speaks a lot with the constituents in his riding, and I want him to comment on whether his constituents agree that our tax system is far too complicated and whether it might be smarter to have a simpler, fair, and lower tax system for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, what an excellent question, astute observation from my friend from Perth Wellington. He absolutely nails it. The amount of time that people are going to spend trying to figure out what's in, what's out, retooling their machines, when the government could have easily just said, look, for the whole month or the whole 2 months, we're going to take the GST off of everything. It would have been far simpler for people to manage. There's no question about it. And that's why after the next election, there will be a special tax task force to bring production home, to simplify the tax code, and to grow our economy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member, I got a little time for him, but he just admitted something. The Conservative plan back in 2021 would have taken the tax off of everything. And I would appreciate his reaction to this scenario. Somebody goes out and they buy a present for their little one for $25. Taking the tax off saves them $1.25. Somebody goes out and treats themselves to a $25,000 watch, and they're saving $1,250. It seems that once again the Conservatives are tilting the playing field toward those who can spend the most. Can he comment on that?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, it's an interesting question, but if the member just swapped what he was talking about for food, the exact same thing applies to what this government is doing. If you were to go and to take your friends out for a nice dinner and spend $10,000 on food, which a number of, well-meaning people might actually be deciding to do after this, they get a huge tax break. But if you want to buy, as I said before, all these things, you want to buy decorations for your Christmas tree, it's not on the list. It actually doesn't make any sense. And
we are way over time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister
Madam
of National
Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with a member for London North Centre. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity today to debate on Bill C-78. The past few years have been challenging. It feels like the price of everything has gone up. thanks to global inflation and the need for central banks all over the world to raise interest rates in response to the after effects of a once-in-a-generation global pandemic. And while inflation has cooled and interest rates are dropping, we know that Canadians aren't feeling that in their household budgets quite yet. Our government obviously can't set prices at the checkout, but we can leave Canadians with more money in their pocket to help them afford the things they need and save for the things they want. And that's where the measures in Bill C-78 come into effect. Starting December 14, 2024, we're proposing to give a tax break to all Canadians. With a GST-HST exemption across the country, Canadians would be able to buy things like prepared foods, snacks, kids' clothing, Christmas trees, books, puzzles, and other children's toys, all tax-free. Lasting until February 15, 2025, this tax break would essentially make all food GST-HST free and would deliver meaningful savings for Canadians with real relief at the cash register. Madam Speaker, this relief is about saying to Canadians, yes, things have been hard, but they're going to get better. Inflation is at 2% in October, which means inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range all year long. And the Bank of Canada has cut interest rates 4 times now this year. Our economy looks like it's having a soft landing from a COVID recession. So we are providing this new support for Canadians who have really gotten our country through a tough time. And so we're counting on to really power a very strong recovery at the end of this year and beginning next year. This new support is about making life a little bit easier at this time of year when costs are highest, because we have the space now to do it. Because with good economic news I just mentioned surrounding inflation cooling and interest rates dropping, we are able to do so in a way that is not going to stimulate inflation, but rather it's going to help them make ends meet and continue our economic growth. Canada has one of the strongest balance sheets in the world, and it has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We have a strong fiscal position, and we're putting it to work to support Canadians with our temporary GST-HST relief. This can also help sustain the pace of our economic recovery. For example, consumer spending per capita has remained somewhat subdued, reflecting a lowering of household purchasing power due to higher inflation, elevated shelter costs, and the impact of high interest rates over the past 2 years. Thankfully, inflation has cooled, interest rates are coming down, and our government is delivering a plan to make housing more affordable. However, with some heightened global economic uncertainty, we have witnessed both consumers and businesses adopting more cautious approaches when it comes to spending. And we all know that the effects of lowered interest rates can take time to be felt throughout the economy and make its way to impacting the pocketbooks of everyday Canadians. Really, the Canadian economy has been operating below its potential capacity for over a year. This has largely been by design, as excess supply has put downward pressure on inflation, as the monetary policy decisions from the Bank of Canada and other central banks around the world have done their job to stabilize inflation. So rather than reignite inflation, this time the GST relief would simply help Canadians to bridge that gap. And it would build on actions that are already saving families and individuals thousands of dollars a year, like the Canada-wide $10 a day childcare system, which has already cut fees for regulated childcare to an average of $10 a day or less in over half of all provinces and territories, and by 50% or more in all the others. Or the Canadian Dental Care Plan and the National School Food Program that are saving Canadians hundreds of dollars a year, especially for those Canadians who are least able to carry the costs associated with those expenses. There's the Canada Child Benefit that continues to lift children out of poverty. And then the Canada Workers Benefit that provides a meaningful boost to our lowest paid and often most essential workers. These are just a few of the ways our government is already supporting Canadians, making everyday items cost less and putting more money back into the middle class pockets. With Bill C-78, we want to deliver new tax relief on groceries and seasonal expenses. This is about helping Canadians celebrate with family and friends and start 2025 with a little extra money staying in their pockets. With Bill C-78, we can make life a bit easier so Canadians have more money for the things they want. So please join me in calling for all parties to quickly and unanimously pass this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have one question for the member. How is it that he sees this as putting more money in their pockets, actually even, to be more accurate, more of their own money back in their pockets, when these funds that are going to help them out come in April when they are raising the carbon tax, quadrupling it, and basically totally nullifying anything that they're doing with those funds?
Here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague, but I think she hasn't read the bill. The bill is just about a GST tax relief, which happens from December 14th to February 15th, and it immediately gives 5% up to 12% relief in some provinces, and that is, you actually pay less when you go to the till, so the relief is immediate and it carries forward into the new year. So there's nothing about the new year, and I think the misrepresentations about the carbon rebate have been misleading. The last time this House heard about carbon, actually gas prices went down, and I think they went down to historical lows. So freaking out people about a carbon rebate increase that's going to happen in April is not the way to scare them or from the benefits of this GST relief.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Liberal MPs seem very proud of themselves because they say that this measure will help people. They say that by getting rid of the GST for 2 months, grocery prices will go down. But for people who don't earn a lot of money, groceries are milk, eggs, vegetables, fruits, and none of these things are taxed. Pasta isn't taxed. The only things that are taxed are chips, candy, beer, diapers, personal hygiene products, and household goods. And a number... So by advancing this argument, isn't the government treating people like imbeciles, which they are not?
Secretary.
I think that is very crass language to call people that take their families out for dinner during Christmas as imbeciles. I think that would be a very inappropriate word. I think parents that buy their children books, I think that's a very inappropriate word to call those parents that buy their kids puzzles, that buy their kids children's toys, and that might have a beer or two or a glass of wine during those holidays. I think that is a very derogatory form of calling those parents and those folks that are just trying to enjoy the holidays, give a little cheer to their family, and save a few bucks while they're doing it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The fact of the matter is, Liberals always do half measures. New Democrats, a few weeks ago, we tabled a demand to see GST relief across all essentials, including home heating, something we tabled last year. The two major parties voted against. When we finally seen the Liberals move on something like this GST off of essentials and other items, this is a strong way forward to hopefully begin the discussion on making it permanent, making it permanent relief for Canadians right across the country. Will the member join New Democrats in calling for this government to see essentials or GST removed off of all essentials?
That's right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's a great question, and I think the Liberal government's always been on a two-pronged approach, which is always to grow the economy, to increase the pie. So if we grow the economy, we increase our GDP growth, then of course we want to give relief to the tax base as much as possible and wherever it's possible. That's why we've made targeted relief when it comes to pharmacare, when it comes to dental care, when it comes to child care. We will continue to work to make sure that Canadians get more money in their pockets and get bigger paychecks going forward.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Greens will be supporting this measure because it does offer some short-term affordability relief. It's not ideal, though. It is far too broad-based. It includes video game consoles like a PS5. I think we can all agree that that's not an essential. It doesn't get at the root causes of corporate profiteering. It's far too complicated for small businesses, and it doesn't have any new revenue attached to it. My question is, why wouldn't the government have ensured there was new revenue attached, like through a windfall profit tax on the excess profits of the oil and gas industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Look, we are giving a tax relief to those that need it the most, Canadian workers, Canadian families, Canadian seniors, and we'll continue to do that. As to more economic growth, I think sales will go up. People will be able to spend a little bit more, and you'll probably get the government coffers having a little bit more revenue at the end of the day as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise and speak about the matters of the day and the issues as they impact Canadians and specifically as they impact my constituents back home in London. Global inflation is by definition, a world phenomenon that has impacted the middle class and lower income populations in particular. But we see that effect in Canada too. The past 2 years have been very difficult for Canadians, and what they've counted on is a federal government that has been there, that has saw them through the most difficult years of the pandemic and put in place landmark policy, groundbreaking policy, Madam Speaker, that is intended and will have the effect, and is having the effect, in fact, of helping make everyday costs more affordable. I think of, for example, the dental care program. The Canada Dental Care Program now has over 1 million people who have registered for it. Earlier today, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition said it doesn't exist. It certainly exists, Madam Speaker. Ask the seniors in my riding back home in London. My seatmate here is from Winnipeg. Ask his constituents. Ask my other seatmate in Brampton. They fought for it. Every single member of Parliament on this side, and I will say in the NDP as well, they were behind this idea, recognized the importance of a dental care program, particularly in the context of inflation. What else do we see? We see a federal government that has moved ahead with child care, Madam Speaker, recognizing the importance that means for young families. $10 a day child care. In fact, the vision for that did exist at one time from the Conservatives back in 1987. The only difference is that Brian Mulroney and his government were an example of a progressive Conservative government. They tried to put in place a national child care program at that time. Because of political reasons, it didn't work out. Certainly, Prime Minister Martin and people like Ken Dryden attempted as well. Also, for political reasons, it didn't work out. But this government was able to get it done. And what do we see? In excess of 110,000 women have been able to re-enter the workforce now because of a child care program that is affordable. In fact, the economist Jim Sanford says that over the next 10 years, he expects 1 million women to be able to re-enter the workforce because child care is now going to be so affordable in this country. It turns out that social policy is good economic policy, Madam Speaker, something that Conservatives have never, unfortunately, understood. What about a school food program? Making sure that kids are able to go to school and have some food in their belly. Making sure that they have what they need to succeed as children. Ensuring that we have that fundamental basis of dignity to make sure that kids in this country have what they need to succeed. That's not asking for too much. In fact, Canada is one of the advanced democracies that has come to this late, unfortunately. But it was this government, working with other interested parties in this House of Commons, making sure that we were standing by our constituents the whole way, that is now moving forward rather, to ensure that, that elementary school or that high school will have the opportunity to offer hot meals to kids, whether it's breakfast programs or lunch programs or whatever the case might be. We do have examples of that in Canada, but it's a patchwork quilt, if you like, Madam Speaker. It's been volunteer organizations that have offered it in the main. Here you have a federal government that is actually going to fund that work. That is tremendously important for our future as well. And so we have put in place these measures, but still we see challenges. And while inflation has come back to normal levels because of the financial stewardship of this government, we have to make sure we have to make sure that we continue to be there for Canadians who are faced with a difficult time when it comes to cost of living. I hear it from my constituents, we all do. When they go to the grocery store, it's difficult. When they go to purchase clothes for their kids, it can be difficult, Madam Speaker. When they want to go eat out, whether it's just as an individual or whether it's as a family, it can be difficult. You know, you go out to an average family restaurant, Madam Speaker, a family of 4, that bill's going to be a high one. So what this federal government has done is recognize that people are going through these challenges and has put forward a tax break, a tax cut, something that Conservatives talk about a lot. But what did we see? We saw today the Leader of the Opposition announcing in a very kind of declarative tone, he was almost proud of it, actually he seemed to be very proud of it, that they're not going to support this measure of lifting GST, HST for the period of December, starting at least on December 14th, and continuing past Valentine's Day, ending on February 15th. That is a party that says that they're for the everyday person, apparently. That is a party that says, apparently, only apparently, that they stand for tax cutting. No, they don't, Madam Speaker. In fact, we shouldn't be too surprised. We should not be too surprised at all, because when this government moved ahead, not once but twice, to cut taxes for the middle class, who stood against it? The Conservatives, Madam Speaker. That's right. When this government moved ahead and cut taxes for small businesses, who stood in the way? The Conservatives, Madam Speaker. We were still able to get those measures through. When we were able to, in the pandemic years, Madam Speaker, stand by small businesses to make sure that they had the emergency supports that they needed, who stood in the way there too? The Conservatives. Every single time. So they present this mirage, this kind of fiction, that they are there for the everyday person, whether it's the worker, whether it's for the family, whether it's for the small business owner. They don't believe in those things, as it turns out, because you know what we have in this House of Commons that really shows what we're all about? Our vote. Our vote, right, Madam Speaker. The vote does the talking every single time. And their votes, that's where the proof in the pudding is. There's not much proof there. There really isn't, Madam Speaker. So we have a measure here that will go a long way for everyday people, for people in the middle class, for people working hard to join the middle class. In fact, I, in question period today, talked about that young family. And I'm a relatively new father myself. Child seats are expensive things, running into hundreds of dollars, Madam Speaker. We're going to lift tax on that. Think about what that means for the young family getting ready to start a life, start a family rather. You know, it's expensive. They have to worry about all those essentials and pay tax on top of that. Now we're lifting the tax on things like child seats, lifting tax on diapers, for example, lifting tax on children's clothing. And that's just an example that pertains to a young family. What about that family that wants to spend more time together, maybe take a bit of a load off, go out and enjoy a restaurant? Well, the tax is lifted there too, and who benefits? Not just that family, but the entrepreneurs that continue to be the backbone of this country's economy. Something that this government recognizes, something that parties in this House who will support this measure. I just heard my colleague from the Green Party say that he's on side with this. That's a very good thing, I think. I know that NDP members have said that they're on side with this. But I wonder where the Conservatives are on this. The party so-called of entrepreneurship, of free enterprise. I want them to go back and actually look at what Restaurants Canada has said, who have come out in a very clear statement and said that not supporting a measure like this would be irresponsible. Because a measure like this isn't just good for families, as I said, and for individuals and for businesses. It also acts as an economic stimulus during challenging times. We've weathered this storm, I think, quite well, Madam Speaker. We still see historically, or at least relatively low, unemployment rates in this country, just in excess of 6%. But that has come down significantly in the past few years, Madam Speaker. We see a AAA credit rating. We see the lowest debt and deficit in the entire G7. And Canada, according to the International Monetary Fund, and I know Conservative friends are not in the habit of quoting what they call elite organizations, but I think the views of the IMF should be taken seriously. We are poised to lead economic growth in the coming years in the G7. So those economic fundamentals are quite strong. What that means, though, Madam Speaker, is that it puts those in the middle class and those with a lower income on a good footing for a good future, but they need this support right now in the immediate. And that's why this government is seized with this kind of a vision. We're going to continue to be there for Canadians every step of the way, for my constituents in London and for constituents across the country. I just hope They still have some time. I just hope that Conservatives reverse their decision on this.
Hear, hear.
Stand up for a responsible vision, and this policy is responsible. Stand up for the idea that you got to be on the sides of people, have their back during tough times. That's exactly what we're going to continue to do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening. I'm starting to get a little bit tired here. Does my colleague really think, truly think, that a family that does not have the means to buy a $100 meal with the tax break can actually pay a meal that's worth $95? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I think that this is a very responsible policy. It is an approach that will help the middle class in very difficult times. And I think that perhaps my colleague has mentioned the middle class a number of times here in this House, but the Bloc and the Conservatives aren't there.
We're hearing the Liberal member wax eloquent about how compassionate they are towards the people of Canada, but I'd like to compare what the Conservatives are offering as in a permanent elimination of the carbon tax, which makes everything more expensive, as well as cutting the GST for new home purchases, which will add 30,000 jobs and make life much more expensive for people entering the market. This plan is 2 months long, and it comes right before they raise the taxes on many other things, and including the carbon tax. Does the member want to compare his plan with our plan? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, does the member actually think that I wouldn't know about his voting record, not just in this House of Commons, but during his time when he was a member of the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia? He supported pricing carbon at that time, Madam Speaker. He was in the government of Gordon Campbell and stood in that legislature and championed the idea of carbon pricing. And here tonight he offers a different perspective. And now I see him, he's smiling. He knows he's been caught, Madam Speaker. Right. He knows that. On top of that, he talks about their big, bold idea to cut GST from the purchase price of homes. How would they pay for that? By getting rid of the Housing Accelerator Fund that's going to be responsible for building homes across the country, including in 68 Conservative-held constituencies.
Wow,
they would cancel that program to the detriment of this country and their constituents. They're not serious, Madam Speaker.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The NDP had asked as well for the GST to be removed from home heating, and I wonder if the member can explain to this House why the Liberals didn't listen to us to help make sure that this tax relief could extend to people who have to pay a higher cost of home heating.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, first of all, every time that member engages in debate, she offers a perspective that is important. I think that if we look at the long list of items that would be applicable, would be eligible for the GST HST cut, we see, in fact, a very long list there, a list that would benefit Canadians across the country. We're talking about everyday essentials there. I would be very happy to speak with that member more on that particular idea, but I think we have something here. It's a 2-month holiday here, essentially, Madam Speaker, something that will really go a long way to helping constituents, as I said, in my riding back home in London, but in her constituency as well, particularly low-income Canadians that she's always championed in this House of Commons.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Well, the member is a very erudite colleague, and I turn to him for answers. Members on the other side are saying that this policy is inflationary, yet in 2008, the Harper government reduced the GST by 1% on everything. In other words, everything that's in a basket of goods that is used to calculate the CPI, whereas we're just taking some GST off a very narrowly focused basket of goods for a temporary period of time, which is a slow point in the retail cycle. How is it that reduction of GST wasn't inflationary, but this one is? In both cases, there were government deficits.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member has been a mentor, in fact, to many of us on the Liberal side, the caucus chair when I was first elected, and he's very kind to offer those comments. Now, what I will say to him, though, is that I cannot possibly explain Conservative contradictions. I cannot do that. I can do many things, Madam Speaker. I cannot do that. But Doug Ford champions this policy, Madam Speaker. It's not inflationary at all.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll begin by saying that I'll be splitting my time with the hard-working, common-sense Conservative member for Fundy Royal. Madam Speaker, it's always an honour to rise in this House to address the House, but unfortunately I do so this evening without optimism and without enthusiasm. Instead, I am forced to rise with disappointment and frustration with the state of this House of Commons. In the past 24 hours, we have seen a tired, weak, and desperate Liberal government use closure and programming motions in order to avoid accountability for their scandals and to attempt to distract Canadians with their temporary 2-month tax trick. Now, Madam Speaker, what's interesting about motion number 43 is that it is a guillotine motion that has itself been guillotined by a guillotine motion. This is a motion that would introduce closure on a motion that is about closure and stopping debate. So here we are this evening debating motion number 43. Now, I'd want to say that this bill was actually written on the back of a cocktail napkin, but I think it's more appropriately, it seems that this bill was written on an Etch-a-Sketch, which isn't applicable to this bill. But they've taken it and they've shaken it and they've changed it a few times to try to get the NDP on board, and no one exactly knows what the next shake will do when they shake the Etch-a-Sketch once again. But the leader of the Liberal government in the House of Commons has shut down debate on not one, but 2 matters of privilege today so they can force through their temporary, short-sighted tax trick legislation. But the problem is, Madam Speaker, is that the Liberals are afraid of the Canadian people. They know that their parliamentary calendar is slipping away and that their days that they have left bringing legislation before this House of Commons are limited. And they know that a strong, common-sense Conservative government is on the horizon. And after a common-sense Conservative Party takes power, after a carbon tax election, we will be able to deliver for the hard-working Canadians that we have the honour of representing. But, Madam Speaker, we know that the Liberal government has allowed their entire legislative agenda to be paralysed. And why is this House paralysed from all other pieces of legislation? It's because they violated an order of the House of Commons. They violated the order of the House on June 10th, wherein they were required to table documents with this House, with the clerk, so they could be turned over to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Which begs the question, what is so damning in those documents that the Liberals would shut down Parliament for 2 months to prevent the Mounties from getting those documents? So what does this programming motion here today actually do? Well, first of all, it shuts down debate on this piece of legislation. In this House, there are 338 seats. Yet the honourable members who sit in those seats will be prevented, all but 5, from debating this piece of legislation. Billions of dollars will not be debated in this House because of this programming motion. Even more egregious, this Liberal programming motion means that this temporary tax trick bill will skip altogether the committee process, meaning that it will not go to the Finance Committee to hear from experts. It will not go to the Finance Committee to hear from Canadians who will be affected. It will not go to the Finance Committee to hear from small businesses and small business workers who will be affected. There will not be an opportunity to make amendments to this piece of legislation. And what's more, no sensible legislative body ought to agree to this process outside of an emergency situation. But, Madam Speaker, let's be clear. Plummeting Liberal poll numbers may seem like an emergency to this Liberal government, but it's not an emergency for the Canadian people that we have the great honour of representing. And if you read this programming motion, this guillotine motion, it has the wording be deemed requested, be deemed referred, be deemed considered, be deemed reported, be deemed concurred, be deemed read a third time and passed. It is as lazy as it is reckless. This programming motion is not democratic, and in fact, it is an affront to transparency and to Canadian democracy. So why is the Liberal government doing this? Why would they bring forward this temporary tax trick at this time? Because it's a distraction. It's a distraction from the other scandals that they are involved in. It's a distraction from the ArriveCan scandal, where two guys in a basement were paid millions of dollars for no actual IT work. It's a distraction from the $400 million Liberal Green Slush Fund, which is currently also under consideration in this House as a matter of privilege. It's a distraction from the ever-evolving scandal around the disgraced former Minister of Employment, the member for Edmonton Centre, who falsely claimed Indigenous status in order to gain contracts from this Liberal government, which has also led to its own question of privilege. This conduct, the ethical lapses of this Liberal government are outright disgraceful. And finally, last week, after weeks of opposition members demanding action, the member from Edmonton Centre finally stepped down as a member of the Liberal cabinet. But Madam Speaker, I can assure you that the good people of Edmonton Centre are watching, and I know that after the next election they will remove him as the Member of Parliament for that riding, so that common sense Conservative member can represent those fine people. But what happened right after that member quit from Cabinet? Well, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister obviously took to Google and typed in, ways to distract Canadians. They came up with this new temporary tax trick. He may have been, Googling it at the Taylor Swift concert as he kept changing different ways of doing that. But Canadians don't just see this as bad vibes, as might be noted. Canadians see this as a real challenge for going forward and for their livelihoods. And, Madam Speaker, I talk regularly, as I know many colleagues on this side of the House do, with local constituents and local small business owners. The small business owners who may have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 employees and who put in the long hours themselves late into the night. They're up early in the morning before the sun rises in order to build a business for themselves, for their families, and for their communities. And when I'm speaking with local businesses over the last few days, they have real concerns about the impact this temporary tax trick will have on their businesses, on their point of sale and their computer systems, where they will have to shoulder the costs of updating those systems for December 14th, and then again, updating again on February 15th, which incidentally is Flag Day in Canada, and they are going to have to bear those costs. They're also concerned about the potential for audits down the way, for incorrectly, out of no fault of their own, incorrectly applying these new rules. And what's more, Madam Speaker, because this falls over the new year, this is 2 fiscal years for most businesses, so they have the double challenge of being audited twice for the challenges of this program. I've received a number of emails. I want to quote one email that I did receive, and this small business owner wrote this: "The federal government does nothing but expects us to eat the cost of trying to make the federal government look good, of which we then must do more work to turn all of this off in February. Sorry if I'm not very supportive of this very badly thought out policy." That's a small business owner who's expressing the concerns that so many of us have heard about how this program was brought about. And let's talk again about the temporary nature of this program. So it goes until February 15th. And what happens about 6 weeks after that? Well, first, the escalator tax on wine, beer, and spirits goes up automatically. And even worse, on its way to quadrupling the carbon tax on April 1st, we will once again see the carbon tax raise on the way to costing 61 cents per litre. Madam Speaker, this is simply unacceptable. Madam Speaker, this is a poorly thought out policy. We should not have been at this point in the Parliament where the Liberals are so desperate to implement a temporary tax trick to try to distract Canadians from the the poor record that they have as a government. They have made this House unworkable. Madam Speaker, this is not the policy that we should be going forward. We should be having a carbon tax election so that Canadians can make the decision that they want to see with a strong, common-sense Conservative government after the next election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, really and truly, Conservatives just don't have any shame. Think about what it is that they're actually saying that they're collectively voting against. They campaigned saying that they believe in a GST holiday. They literally campaigned on that. Their former leader not only tweeted it, but their current leader retweeted it. It was a wonderful, beautiful idea when they campaigned on it, and they made a promise to do what it is that we're actually doing. We're actually fulfilling one of their commitments that they made a couple of years ago, Madam Speaker. It doesn't make sense. Now they're voting against it. I don't know how it is members of the Conservative Party can actually justify breaking a promise that they made to Canadians that we're actually putting into place, let alone the fact, Madam Speaker, that they're telling their constituents, sorry, we got to listen to our leader because our leader has told us we have to vote against it. And that's the real reason why, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, does he really believe that Aaron O'Toole and his campaign platform was absolutely worthless? Is that what we can anticipate at the next election?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to stand up on behalf of the people I serve, the great people of Perth Wellington. And what the people of Perth Wellington and people across the country are demanding is a carbon tax election. They want the ability to have a say on where the carbon tax goes. On this side, we will oppose the carbon tax. And that's the comparison. On the Liberal side, they are offering a temporary 2-month tax trick on certain items, but on this side, we are offering the permanent cancellation of the carbon tax for all Canadians across the board. And we're also saying that we should take the GST off of new home construction under $1 million so that we can see the spurring of up to 30,000 new homes being built each and every year. The people I talk to who are having trouble and challenges finding a place to live that's in their price range will be benefited from that, and it will spur growth in our communities, be helpful for the economy, and make sure the cost of living goes down for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we remove GST on dinner for 4 at a restaurant, and let's just say 4 people can dine for $100 plus taxes, so that's about 5% GST and 10% HST in Quebec. So you have the 15% tax, and then you have to tip on that dinner. You would save $5. That's how much the GST would amount to. Would that really help the average Canadian family all that much? The average Canadian family who might want to go to the restaurant? Would it really help them that much, or is this just a smoke and mirrors type initiative?
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for her question. In my riding, and in many of my colleagues' ridings, we know people, families who have to go to food banks. There are more and more Canadians who need to visit food banks. They are not going out to restaurants. They cannot eat at restaurants because they have to go to food banks. This bill will not at all help those families who have to go to food banks. They do not have money to spend to help their families. And why? Because this Prime Minister and this Liberal government made our economy worse, and everything is more expensive for Canadians. This bill will not help the vast majority of Canadians.
For London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the last Harper government, which was a majority government, of course, Stephen Harper allocated over 100 government bills. So I would imagine that it's hard for Canadians to believe that this current Conservative Party is so upset about the fact that there is a time allocation here. considering that record. So I would like to ask the member, considering that record, would the member agree that time allocation on over 100 bills is deeply undemocratic?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington, 5 seconds.
Madam Speaker, what's deeply undemocratic is a Liberal government who campaign on not using it and then hypocritically using it so often, allowing only hours of debate. In this case, an hour and 15-minute debate on a major tax policy measure that will not have any debate in this House, no debate in committee, no room for amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to join tonight in this debate. You know, Madam Speaker, a desperate government makes a transparent attempt to distract Canadians. Canadians who have been suffering. You know, I listened to my constituents in my riding of Fundy Royal, where individuals are struggling, families are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to pay their mortgage, pay their heating bill. And why is that, Madam Speaker? Well, it has something to do with a government that has doubled the cost of a mortgage, doubled the cost of rent, increased the cost of groceries, is piling on every April 1st new cost on driving your kids to a hockey game or getting yourself to work by increasing the carbon tax. So after piling on all these costs on Canadians, after making it so difficult for hardworking Canadians, and I include in this small business, which I'm going to speak about shortly, after all that, they offer up what amounts to be a tax trick. And Madam Speaker, if it wasn't so serious, if people weren't hurting so much, it would be laughable. Who would think of an idea that says, we're going to lift the GST off of a Christmas tree, but only if you buy the Christmas tree December 15th. If you buy it before then, you don't get that break. That's just a small sampling of the kind of complication that this is going to add and the misery that this is going to pile on small businesses at what is sometimes their most challenging time of year. So, Madam Speaker, today I had the opportunity to speak to a small business in my riding of Fundy Royal. They're in a small community, and small business in my riding, they're the backbone of our community. They give back so much. They're the ones that are coaching. They're the ones that are providing support to charities in the region. They're the ones that are helping out with those that need a hand. They're the ones that are providing employment in small communities. And this individual, with desperation in her voice, was telling me, after everything we went through with the pandemic, after barely hanging on, she said, I cannot implement this change that the government's brought in. I do not have the resources at the busiest time of the year for me to be able to change all my systems over to accommodate what this government has just dumped onto their laps. And Madam Speaker, any one of us would struggle to try to decipher what this government is doing. Now, CRA, ever so helpful, has come out with some guidelines. And we have to take a look at these guidelines, Madam Speaker. Exempt now for 2 months from the GST. Toys that imitate another item, whether real or imaginary, or involve building, creating, or assembling structures, objects, or models by using pieces, parts, materials, or modeling compound. Okay, that makes some sense. However, not exempt, Madam Speaker, toys and model sets that are marketed for adults. For example, adult Lego or train sets. Well, you can imagine, Madam Speaker, how is the small business owner in my riding supposed to decipher those things? CRA directive on what qualifies as a toy again. Card games, including playing cards and Pokemon cards. So, Madam Speaker, a Pokemon card is eligible for this 2-month reprieve. However, if you buy your kids hockey cards, that is not eligible for the exemption. What? Video games will be tax-free. Physical video games, Madam Speaker. And that's the way, you know, when I was growing up and we finally got the opportunity to get an Atari because someone else had bought a Nintendo. We got the Atari. That was a physical game. And then when someone else got a Super Nintendo and I got a Nintendo, again, a physical game. But now, young people, they're downloading video games. They're not buying a physical game. So according to the CRA, thanks to what this government has done, physical video games qualify, but online only and downloadable video games are not included, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I can assure you that the people on that side of the House, the Liberal government, they don't understand the confusion that they've just wrought. But Canadians certainly aren't going to understand it. But you know who's responsible for all this, Madam Speaker, is the small business owner. It's this individual I spoke to today told me about how horrified she is that in trying to interpret this mess, that she will be on the hook, that CRA and this government will be coming after her if she gets it wrong, if she charges GST where she wasn't supposed to, or if she exempts it when she wasn't supposed to. Let's talk about children's clothing and footwear. So sports clothing, dancewear, such as jerseys and ski jackets and leotards, and dual-purpose swimwear that can reasonably be worn outside of sports or dance activities is exempt. However, specialized clothing and footwear designed exclusively for sports or those same recreational activities are not exempt, Madam Speaker. Adult clothing and footwear, if it's purchased for a child, so if you buy clothing for your child, but it happens to be adult size, again, not exempted. It goes on when we're talking about physical books. They say on the other side, physical books are tax-free. Okay, that's simple enough to me, but now look at how the CRA helpfully explains that. Guidebooks and atlases that do not mostly contain street or road maps. So if they do contain mostly street or road maps, they are not exempt. Magazines and periodicals that have no more than 5% of their printed space devoted to advertising. So for the entrepreneur in my riding who owns her business, who has to do all the accounting, if she sells a magazine that has 6% advertising, then it's not exempt. But if it's 5% advertising, it is exempt. How is she, at the busiest time of year, supposed to be able to decipher this mess? Now, the Liberals tell us that books are free. However, coloring books, scrapbooks, sticker books, sketchbooks, books designed primarily for writing on, such as address books, diaries, journals, notebooks, certain dictionaries, and collections of street or road maps, e-books and audiobooks, they are not going to be GST free. So, Madam Speaker, you can see just with that short example that's just scratching the surface. I guarantee no one in here understands what I just said, and the individuals in my riding that are trying to run a small business should not be expected to have to deal with this. Now, Madam Speaker, at a time when people are suffering, what we're offering on this side of the House is actual help. We're offering to axe the carbon tax that has increased the cost of everything on my constituents. On my constituents who are seniors, on my constituents who have young families, on my constituents who are entrepreneurs, farmers. We've increased the cost of heating your home. We've increased the cost of driving to work. We've increased the cost of taking your kids to hockey. This government has increased the cost of food because we're taxing farmers, we're taxing truckers, we're taxing everyone along the supply chain that provides food onto a family's table has been taxed, and therefore, in Canada, our cost of increase of food has outpaced the U.S. by 36%. Well, what's the difference between us and the U.S. right now? We have a carbon tax and they don't. And our families, Canadian families, suffer for the misguided policies of this government. So, Madam Speaker, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, only 4% of small business owners believe they will have stronger sales as a result of these temporary measures. However, they go on to say that small firms, perhaps like the constituent I was talking to today, will face approximately $1,000 in additional costs to reprogram their point-of-sale system to remove and then reinstate applicable taxes. And I think in some cases that $1,000 may be underestimated. A constituent of mine wrote to me today, a business owner, the GST holiday is crazy. To take the GST off of takeout restaurant alcohol and considering the fresh, healthy groceries don't have the tax is only taking taxes off less healthy junk food options. Madam Speaker, my constituents get it. Small business gets it. We get it on this side of the House. We are going to provide real tax relief for Canadians by axing the tax, and we're going to stand up against the gimmicks from the Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Erin O'Toole got it also. So did the 337 other Conservative candidates that ran in the last federal election, in which the member that just spoke was one of them. Their election platform said that they would do the same thing. Their leader then actually tweeted how he was going to provide this GST break for the holiday season. And then you get the leader of the Conservative Party who retweeted the idea. Now the members seem to express concerns or excuses as to how they have managed to get themselves into that pretzel twist and turn and flip-flop so they can try to justify their vote. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is they say they want to give a tax break to Canadians, and when it comes right down to a vote, what do? The same thing they did when it came to giving a break and cutting the taxes for the middle class. They voted against it. Does the member not see the hypocrisy that's there?
Member for Fundy Royal.
Speaker, this is the House of Commons. Us as members of Parliament, we represent our constituents. So I'm going to allow one of my constituents to answer that question. They wrote, ridiculous, no break on groceries, fuels, or utilities. I was just reading the PM's plan to take a tax break, and I am not impressed. First off, we all know the government will want to recover this lost revenue later, and that will hit our wallets again. The GST holiday is crazy. So, Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more. My constituents understand, as I just illustrated, that this is a trick that is incredibly complex for our small businesses, and that only Conservatives, we've been talking about this for a long time, Madam Speaker, only Conservatives are committed to real tax relief for hardworking Canadian families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I would like to thank my colleague. He made a list of all of the goods that were part of the bill. The government keeps saying that these are essential goods, and we keep hearing the word essential. I would like to hear his opinion on the list that he read, like I did, and what he thinks of what these essential needs are by removing a tax on champagne. Thank you.
For Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question. Well, that's what's so perplexing about this is the essentials that Canadians are really struggling to pay right now. What I hear from my constituents is fuel for their vehicle to get them and their kids, get themselves to work, get their kids to school, food to put on their table, heating their home, paying their mortgage, paying rent. Those are the essentials that Canadians are suffering as they try to pay. Those are the exact expenses that we on this side of the House are addressing with our commitment to axe the carbon tax that has increased the cost of all those things. What I listed off from what this government's doing is a confusing list where they purport to cut maybe the cost of a leotard, but then not the cost of skates or ski boots. They purport to, cut the cost of a magazine, but only if it has 5% less of advertising. They've created a monster. They know it. It was rushed out, and Canadians deserve so much better.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He mentioned in his speech that it'd be fantastic if we had no GST off of utilities. Well, he had the chance. This member right now, including every Conservative, had the chance to remove GST off of all home heating. New Democrats, we fought for that in the last term. The two major parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives, they joined up and they voted against GST removal off of utilities. How shameful that is that he says now today, how disingenuous this member says now today. What if we had an opportunity to get GST off of home heating? Shame on him that he would vote against that measure and then come to this place and try to say the opposite. Does he have anything to state or to explain himself why he voted against that?
For Fundy Royal in 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, where to begin? And this is a government that has increased the cost on Canadians exceptionally, beyond anything we've ever seen before. Doubling the cost of a mortgage, doubling the cost of rent, increasing the cost of home heat. And it's all due to their carbon tax, their inflationary measures. And how was it made possible, Madam Speaker? How is it possible this Liberal government has been able to do that with the support of that member and the NDP when they voted 24 times to increase the carbon tax? Madam Speaker, we'll take no lessons on supporting Canadians from that bunch.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's nice to be here late into the evening talking about an important measure to support affordability for Canadians. Before I start, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. And Madam Chair, before I begin, really, I'd like to just say that I think this is a good measure to support affordability at the right time. Measures like this are all about timing. And, if we go back a couple of years, just 3 years in fact, to when Aaron O'Toole was the Prime Minister, he suggested that we do a GST holiday back in 2021. And that was at a time when our inflation was over 4% and it was going up. And indeed, over the course of the ensuing months, it went up to 8%, Madam Chair. So that probably would have had a negative impact on rising inflation rates at the time. And
I think we have a point of order. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just wondering if the member can correct the record because he just referred to somebody as the Prime Minister that hadn't been a Prime Minister. So I'm just wondering if he can correct.
The honour. I didn't miss that. I apologize. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
All good, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to the member. It's been a long day in the House of Commons, and yes, I know that Aaron O'Toole was never the Prime Minister. But he was the leader of the Conservative Party, and when Aaron O'Toole was the leader of the Conservative Party back in the fall of 2021, when inflation was over 4%, he recommended that we do a GST holiday in Canada and provide some tax relief to Canadians. That was bad timing. It was terrible timing, in fact, because inflation was going like this. It was 4.1%, and in the summer of that year, 2022 rather, it went up to 8%. So when inflation's on the rise, it's not a good time to do these types of measures. But right now, inflation's on its way down. It's good news for Canadians. We actually need to find ways to stimulate our economy and provide relief and affordability measures. So that's why, over the last couple of years, our economic measures and the hard work of Canadians, our policies have all reversed and reduced inflation in Canada faster than other countries have achieved that. I had a meeting recently with somebody from Australia, and they were talking about how they haven't seen an interest rate cut. Inflation is still quite high. Inflation is persistent in some places around the world, but our economy is recovering from the COVID economic downturn here in Canada, and I want to credit Canadians with that. I want to acknowledge that a lot of our economic policies have created the terrain for that change, but it's really good. So this inflation situation has abated a little bit, and that means that it's a good time. This is a timely measure to support our economic recovery with a responsible affordability measure for everyone. Our economy is actually recovering better than anticipated. Canada's in really good shape economically and fiscally. The Conservatives want to suggest that everything's broken in Canada, but I won't tolerate that. Canada's the best country in the world to live in. It's a great country. We're strong. We're economically durable through these challenges. We endured the economic downturn of 2009 quite effectively, and we did in this one too. And that's because of the hard work of Canadians. That's because we have a good regulated banking system. It's because that we're used to challenges in Canada. When the snow falls, we get outside with our shovels and we shovel our neighbors' driveways. We don't sit around and complain and say everything's broken, because it's not. And all that work, the perseverance of Canadians, has paid off, and we can afford nice things. We can afford to do nice things for Canadians right now because of the expediency with which our economic recovery has taken place. And we've been through a lot over the last couple of years, and You know, I know that Conservatives want to heckle me and they want to suggest that Canada's not in great shape, but I won't tolerate that. Canada's the best country in the world, and Canada is in great shape because of the hard work of Canadians. Not because of complainers, not because of people sitting in the back rows complaining, providing no solutions to anybody's problems, but just barking and yelling and screaming about how everything's broken, because it's not. Canada's not broken, and we have the solutions. And Mr. Speaker, that member should get on the list to speak tonight. He's probably already done 3 speeches about the previous thing on the agenda. But if he wants to speak, he can ask me a question, and I hope he'd learn to wait his time. If he wants to speak, he's got to get a tie, though, so he's got to sit in the back row and complain. You know, things that we can do to help Canadians. The Conservatives have been talking about lowering taxes since the member from Carleton has become the leader. He said it every single day. We've introduced a measure to lower taxes for Canadians, and they're all going to vote against it. The irony and the hypocrisy is not lost on me, Mr. Speaker, but it's also really ironic that the Conservatives like to frame themselves or consider themselves like the economic stewards. They're stewards of the economic purse. That's horse crap. That's absolute horse crap, Mr. Speaker. It's not true. And it's clear because at a time when inflation was going up, they wanted to do a GST cut, and now that inflation's abated and it's on its way down, they don't. That's just basic economics one-on-one. They're demonstrating time and time again that they don't know how to manage an economy. It was clear when Harper was Prime Minister. It was clear when Andrew Scheer, when the member from Regina Capel, the failed Conservative leader from Regina Capel, I retract his name, was the leader. But they always put forward economic policies that won't help Canadians. But this will. A 2-month break on GST and HST between the Christmas holidays and Valentine's Day is going to help Canadians. And we're going to give them a little bit of a break because they deserve it, because they worked really, really hard. Because a lot of Canadians, you know, right now they don't feel like their hard work's paying off. And that's a really, really challenging thing. To go into work every day, you know, it's similar to going to the gym and just not seeing that work paying off. Well, we want to see the hard work that Canadians are putting forward pay off. We want to make sure that they have a great holiday. And if that means they want to go out to dinner with their family and their friends, well, you know, 13% off of that bill is going to help. Restaurants Canada's come out and said that's great. That's going to see more people in restaurants. That's going to see a little bit of a bump. And that's something that our economy could use right now. So as the holiday season approaches, a time when people spend a little bit more on quality time, they got some time off of school or work, whether it's sharing meals with loved ones or buying gifts for the kids or just ordering some takeout and chilling out, Mr. Speaker, they deserve a break, and our government's there for them. C'est temps de qualité. Les Canadiens.
Canadians deserve it after the difficult years that we've faced. What we want to do with this bill is that as many people as possible be able to benefit from it. Canadians need a helping hand, and we want to offer it to them. This is a tax break for Canadians. What we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, is a GST tax break throughout the country for certain products. We would be starting on December 14th, 2024, and it would last 2 months. And so, no taxes on games, diapers, clothing for children, snacks, on meals at restaurants, wine, beer, Christmas trees, Mr. Speaker. This tax break is to make the holiday times easier for families who are finding it difficult because of the added costs. This GST-HST tax break will help Canadians better benefit from the holiday season. And this is what is included in this bill. The second helping hand that we are proposing is $250 for millions of Canadians. We will be able to talk about this rebate soon, but currently we're looking at the tax break. We know that the holidays are expensive for Canadians, and the new year can be difficult once we pay for the holiday spending.
Afford to offer this help to Canadians. Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is well below our G7 peers. When the Conservatives suggest that Canada's got a balance sheet, that they would like to change. We all want to make sure that we're paying down our debt and making sure that our debt to GDP ratio is going down and that our deficit is reduced, Mr. Speaker. But they didn't do that when they were in power. Mr. Harper saw, inflationary deficits and added to our debt without experiencing a global pandemic, Mr. Chair. But we are good stewards of the Canadian economy, and our recovery is evidence of that. We're one of only 2 G7 nations with a AAA rating by at least 2 of the 3 major global ratings agencies. That's good news for Canadians. And this has been achieved through a responsible economic plan that's put Canada in a really strong fiscal position. But it's also time to put that to work for Canadians. Removing the GST from these qualifying goods for 2 months will provide an estimated $1.6 billion in federal tax relief. What does that mean? That means $1.6 billion are going to stay in the pockets of the people who earned that money. Canadians, hard-working Canadian families. When they earn that money, that's their money, and instead of spending that tax or that money on taxes in the form of goods, whether they are things that we should actually debate in this House whether they should ever be taxed, like prepared food in grocery stores or diapers, whether they be diapers for babies or diapers for adults. I think that's a debatable topic. We should talk about whether or not those are essential items, and perhaps this bill will provide us the opportunity to talk about some of those things. Budget 2024 removed the GST on psychotherapy and mental health counseling. That was a good move. We should have done that, and we did it. And Mr. Speaker, this bill, which is actually a breath of fresh air to talk about something like this in the House of Commons, is a good opportunity to discuss those and more issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member who just spoke is definitely feeling the Liberal vibe. He's drinking the Liberal Kool-Aid. He had talked about how great things are. And so my question to the member is, what about the over 2 million people a month that are going to a food bank? What about the record number of people that are living in homeless encampments? What about the record number of chronic homelessness, the increases that we're having across the country? What about the seniors that are having to go back to work because they can't afford food and medicine? What about acknowledging all of the people that are actually having a real serious challenge paying for even basic necessities in Canada? Why doesn't the member acknowledge them?
The honourable member for Milton.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And we're acknowledging that not just by using them as props and standing in front of people who are facing challenges in Canada and suggesting that, some group of people is not doing anything. We're actually doing something. The Conservatives can't claim to have helped Canadians once in the last 9 years. Other parties have put forward, whether they are private members' bills or ideas or amendments or changes to various pieces of legislation. Other parties have done that work. Even small ones like the Green Party have managed to help Canadians. The Conservatives have literally done nothing to help Canadians at all, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, that's a stain on their record, because all of us have an opportunity and an obligation to help Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I don't use people who are struggling, whether that's through homelessness or addiction or the affordability challenges, as a prop. I show up at events like yesterday when Food Banks Canada came to the House of Commons. I met with them yesterday and we discussed affordability challenges. We discussed solutions, not slogans, Mr. Speaker, solutions.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député du...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if my colleague is aware of a survey that came out this afternoon by the Fédération Canadienne, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, who stated that most Canadian businesses do not support this temporary measure on GST. And only 4% of these businesses believe that it will lead to an increase in sales. Only 4%. Thank you.
Honorable député de Milton.
The honourable member for Milton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, the organization supports this measure. The restaurants organization and I believe that this measure will encourage Canadians to dine in restaurants. And Canadians are working hard for their money.
That measures like this will help every single Canadian. That's why it's so unique, and it's an opportunity for us all to get behind something for the holidays before we go on break, to get behind a measure that is going to support every single Canadian that's going to spend a little bit of money this holiday season.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, you know that we in the NDP wanted the GST taken off basic items. The Liberals list is rather, let's say, eccentric. It looks like the Bloc and Conservatives want to keep the GST on processed foods such as cooked chicken and sandwiches, on children's clothing, on children's shoes. Why do the Bloc and the Conservatives want to keep the GST on those products?
C'est une bonne question, Monsieur le Président.
That's a good question, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his question. It's an important question because, as I said earlier, we could talk about this issue and we know that there are products that might not be taxed, shouldn't be taxed.
Tax on them. They're not the same across jurisdictions. We've all been looking into this recently, and we're all surprised to note that some provinces tax certain products differently. But we could harmonize that. We could look into which essential items are taxed, so that over the coming months and year, we look at which items we could provide permanent tax relief on. It's a good question.
Quick question from the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre, online.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Parliamentary Secretary, I believe knows, Greens are intending on supporting this measure. However, we do have some concerns, one of them being that it isn't focused only on essentials. It's a pretty broad-based measure that includes video game consoles, for example, like a PS5. My question for me is, he mentioned food banks specifically, and he knows that food banks have been calling to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. A far more targeted measure would have been one focused on those living in poverty, disproportionately, like folks with disabilities. Can he speak on the advocacy that's going to be needed after tonight to continue to advocate so that folks with disabilities are lifted out of poverty?
The Honourable Member for Milton, very quickly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Kitchener Centre for the question. I agree this is a broad spectrum, and it is meant to help. It's meant to help Canadians buy presents. And, I remember when I was a kid, there was a Nintendo under the tree one year. It really surprised my brother and I because we came from a modest household. But if this will help bring joy to young kids, then I support it.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Milton for sharing his time with me. For some years now, Quebecers and Canadians have been asking for tax relief. But the relief that they have been wanting was to be permanent and not short-term, something as short-term as 2 months. They wanted something permanent or at least long-term, but it will only last 2 months. The measures proposed by the government and supported by the NDP are not in alignment with what the people want, and this in several ways. So I'm going to talk about the bill briefly, even though all colleagues have already noted some inconsistencies. I'm going to explain why this bill does not address the needs of the right people. It's going to cost a lot of money to business people and won't be as helpful for the poor, and it won't help the economy. In the bill, the removing the GST, well, and it's 5% in Quebec, so everything that costs $100, they will get $5 off. At a grocery store, someone who buys essential goods, bread, milk, eggs, vegetables, fruit, sugar, and flour, none of this is taxed anyway, so they won't make any savings in what they're buying. As the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie stated earlier, there are taxes on ready-made sandwiches and roast chicken. Now, these people will buy a tiny bit of money. If they buy $200 worth of sandwiches, pre-made sandwiches or roast chicken, they would save $10, but who buys that much? So they'll just save a tiny bit of money. The bill includes alcohol, candy, video game cartridges, the physical thing, but not video games in and of themselves. No sporting goods except for balls, but books. But there again, there are so many restrictions regarding books. They have to be a certain kind of book. So it's going to be a real conundrum for vendors. Now, it really complicates things. And when we look at the list of toys, or rather, it's a description of toys that are acceptable or that can not be taxed. So if you're going to do it, you'd have to have a list, but they don't name which toys. So imagine a business person or even a parent who says, this toy, is it taxed or not? I might save $1 on a $50 toy. Wow. Oh, sorry, it would be $2.50. Now, clothes for children under 14. I'm 5'4". I'm more normal, and my partner is 5'10". We're sort of in the normal range, and it means that the youngest of our sons, who is 14 years of age, wears a 30 in trousers. So he's not in the under 14 category. One of my sons at 14 was almost 6 foot tall, wore a 14 shoe size. So he would not fall under this definition. So it may be a problem at the level of definition, but still. I said earlier, these are essentials, and I can understand that perhaps, yes, people might want to buy a bag of chips, because sometimes the bag could be $9.50. And it might be nice to be able to pay for this little snack when you have very modest means. So a bag of chips or a bag of candy might be, for these people, their treat for the month. And a 5% discount on, say, a bag of chips at $9.50, they might save 25 cents for their big treat for the month. And when people are really struggling, they don't even go to restaurants. For a family of 4, which is struggling, going to a restaurant, having to pay the sales tax, the GST, the tip, they might have to pay $130, but a family that is struggling financially will not spend this money at a restaurant. But even then, a $5 rebate? No, they'll go to a grocery store and they'll make the meal at home. And I would invite people to look at their grocery receipts. Look at the tax and look at what you've paid in tax. It'll just be $1 or $2. If you've been buying, like, I don't know, household products, diapers, feminine hygiene products, none of this is taxed. And reusable diapers should never be taxed, period. But then look at how much tax it is. It might be 15% divided by 3. What does that save you in GST? Just a very modest amount of money. Now, I'd like to get back to the bill. It would allow to save the GST on caterers. Caterers, really. The average Canadian, the average Quebecer does not deal with caterers, especially if they are struggling financially. This helps those who have money. You're helping people with money to save even more money. And if they were to spend $1,000 on caterers, they'd save $50. Someone who can spend $1,000 on a caterer really doesn't need the money as much as someone who's saving, let's say, 50 cents on their bag of chips. It's the person who's just getting the 25 cents back who needs the money the most. So this doesn't target the right people. We have been talking about business people, business owners. People said, well, yes, there are these people who when you're changing the prices of things, they have to get these relabeling machines. We're not talking about the same thing. For some people, it's easy, but for other people, small grocery stores, it's very difficult to change these things. And the additional costs is the cost in time for inventories, the cost for reprogramming, that's thousands of dollars. In Quebec, is how to manage how this tax is collected. But it is Quebec, and the provinces will have to manage this shambles of a tax or tax cut. Some things, yes, I can see where they shouldn't be taxed. They should take the tax off diapers, feminine hygiene products, etc. But the people who are struggling the most will not benefit from this bill. It seems to me that this is a purely electoralist policy. It doesn't help people with no money or very little money. And because this does not help the right people, it really does nothing to address poverty. If it were permanent, maybe, but it's not. People aren't idiots. They'll see what's happening. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, interesting comments from the member opposite. And the concern that I have is that as we enter the holiday season, we all know that constituents of all political parties are, in fact, concerned in regards to the issue of affordability. And as collectively as the House of Commons, I truly believe that by passing this legislation, that we're sending a positive message to the constituents in which we all represent during the holiday season. And I don't see why it is, even given the concerns that the member has raised, why would not, at the very least, support our constituents in this way. As I say, for me personally, I think it's a very strong, powerful, positive message. It shows that we all care, we can sympathize, and we want to give them that little bit extra. My question is why would she not support that idea in principle?
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. over the past 10 minutes, I presented a rather exhaustive list of reasons why I shall not support this bill. If only because it isn't permanent or long-term, that that does not help those who are struggling most, whereas for richer Canadians, they'll be able to save, but they don't need it. They don't need the saving. For children's clothing, well, when you have a teenager or a child who's less than 14 but perhaps is taller than the others or wears larger sizes, it doesn't help. It doesn't help the right people, so I won't vote for it. And this is why I have been receiving hundreds of emails from my constituents saying, we're not idiots, really, 10 cents a saving. I will not vote for the Liberals. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech, which was, I think, very nuanced and reasonable. We, in the NDP, we want a tax removed from things like heating and cellular services. This is a temporary measure which is really doesn't help at all. You say that, or the member says that this will help the rich rather than the poor. And that's because the GST is a regressive tax, because it hurts the middle class and the poor more than the rich. When you can pay $1,000 for something, saving, what, $15 at most, or $10 or $5 doesn't help. So this tax, the GST, is in and of itself a regressive tax. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I agree with the principle that my colleague just presented. 5% on some modestly priced item won't mean much as it would on something that costs much more. But, well, 2 months where you might save $1 or $2 a month on certain things, you might save up to $8. It means perhaps you could get a couple of liters of milk. It's not enough. I think that what they should have done is remove the tax on very on precise items and keep it, make it permanent. The people who should be helped are not being helped by this. This 5% that you're going to remove from taxing in over 2 months? Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member from the bloc is when I read this, there's a whole host of problems, and some of those have been articulated this evening. But specifically, it does treat different regions of the country, different provinces very unfairly, and actually is, I would suggest, in violation of the agreements that the federal government has signed with provinces in regards to HST and other shared taxation. I'm wondering if my colleague from the bloc could expand on that.
Very briefly, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I agree with my colleague. Doesn't happen often that I'm in agreement with him, but yes, I am in agreement. What this shows, once again, is the lack of planning, the lack of vision, lack of consistency on the part of this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the vote that's going to be coming up on this legislation is actually of fairly significance to all members. And because of the hybrid system, I would like to get some clarity from you with regards to the voting. For example, if individuals are on the hybrid, are they in fact obligated to be having their jacket and tie on if they're male? To what degree, Mr. Speaker, do we have to? I think it's something that would be of value to know.
Okay. As always, we will allow people to vote even if they don't have their tie on. We just want a quick yay or nay, and that's it, so that the vote does happen. Resuming debate. Still point. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You almost scared me. Now, first of all, I'd like to talk about people in my riding. I'd like to recognize people in my riding who want EI reformed. They never are able to pay their bills. They might be able to get a Christmas tree, maybe not, but to get the food they need for the holidays.
And earlier, we brought up that there are measures which are only temporary or which are temporarily or just botched. Well, we need better reforms to help people get through the year. Some people have been fighting for this for years, and the Bloc Québécois has been fighting with them for years. Now, there are people who live in remote areas in our ridings. Now, this tax break, which would last 2 months, well, I live in a northern riding. There are people who are isolated, who can only reach their communities by boat or plane in the winter. Sometimes they get around on a ski-doo. They already struggle with the cost of living and the cost of groceries. It's not just that they need a little 5% off so that they can buy themselves a case of champagne. I'd like to greet those in my riding. In, for example, Basse-Côte-Nord, I also would like to greet those who are striking, who work at Post Canada. That said, Mr. Speaker, these are tough times for everyone. So we do need to help more people. But it's not difficult to see that this bill is a bad one. The member for Beauport-Limoilou, who spoke earlier, she spoke earlier and demonstrated why this is bad legislation. She was rather calm tonight, not as passionate as me tonight, although she's a very passionate person who's passionate about matters. And she explained why we absolutely cannot vote for this bill. Now, there are essential products. The government is patting itself on the back. They've been reading lists of items. We've been told that puzzles are essential items, that dice are essential items. We've been told that dice will be 5% less expensive for 2 months. Wow, great. We're told that that's going to help a significant chunk of the Canadian population. That's absurd. Let me give an absurd example. That was absurd, but not everyone in my riding has access to legislation, and they wonder why some toys were added, some objects were added. The savings will just be a couple cents per item in some cases. We've also talked about food. My colleague talked at length about food. This measure will not really help anyone. For example, when it comes to catering, candy, alcohol, prepared foods, which are already more expensive because they are prepared foods. And restaurants, well, members across the way said, oh, well, Canadians will be able to go out to restaurants. Well, sometimes for a family of 4 to go out to dinner at a restaurant, it can be $150, $200 for the family. I have a family, a 6-person family, so it costs even more. This won't really help people go to the restaurant, and this isn't what people really need. This isn't true relief. Now, in Ottawa, we live in a bit of a bubble. So the government should really go out and see how people are living and what they really need, rather than drawing up some legislation haphazardly. My colleague across the way talked about heating. I agree with him. Heating is essential. But when you compare heating with some other items on the list in the bill, heating does seem quite essential. The Bloc Québécois has a second problem with the bill. We really tried to find a way to improve it. Things are being done very quickly. We haven't been given much time. We were told that there wouldn't be time for one last speech, for me to make one last speech. Meanwhile, we seemed to have time today to have bells ring many times. So this is a matter of how we do our work. We as legislators are here to debate, to discuss, to suggest and improve legislation. We're not here to dilly-dally and block each other and squabble. We're here to improve things. Now, we will not be voting in favor of this bill, but we do need to be given time and opportunities to express ourselves. This bill should be studied in committee. The member for Shefford tabled an amendment so that this can be discussed in committee. And we want to hear the Minister of Finance on this bill. This bill is so last minute. It was written so haphazardly. A minister said that as of December 14th, there'll be a GST break when you buy a Christmas tree. Well, that's pretty late. That's pretty close to Christmas. So there are a lot of issues in this botched legislation. The Bloc would have liked an opportunity to really have a fulsome debate about this legislation, but we've not been given the opportunity to do so. Now, I'd like to cover a few other aspects. First, entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs in our ridings, in Quebec, Quebec really supports small businesses, small and medium enterprises, especially in my riding as well, in Côte-Nord. I didn't have time to really defend those businesses. The government hasn't really taken the time to understand the implications of this legislation for small businesses. For example, if you wonder what percentage of alcohol your cocktail has, that the cocktail you're serving, and then you have to figure out whether or not it's eligible for the GST break. This is so ludicrous. It's far-fetched. The government didn't check its blind spots. And I don't know whether alcohol is truly essential, by the way, even though I do, of course, want to support all small businesses. That said, the government needs to look at shortcomings in its legislation. That is the best way to help businesses. It's not just Walmart and Costco which will sell discounted products. There are small businesses. Now, when I go back to my riding, we don't have a Costco in my riding, but we do have a Walmart. We also have a host of small businesses. They're going to have to change maybe their menus, their items. They might need technicians, but there's a shortage of technicians. So the government likes to say coast to coast to coast. The Canadians like to say that. Well, we need technicians. Technicians are not free. And then we will have to have the technicians return in mid-February to do the same work again. These small businesses, they are very small. They don't have many employees. So people will be able to save $5 by going to eat at a restaurant, but it won't actually help businesses. It's going to come out of businesses' pockets. I'd like to remind the government that businesses are people behind every small business. There are people who put their lives on the line, who put their full selves into it, blood and soul. They hire people. They have families. They all have families, and all of them will be affected. So is it really worth it, this legislation? No one has given any thought to these implications. It'll be so complicated. My colleague raised an excellent example. My colleague covered all of the challenges that businesses will experience when they, in fact, try to decide which supplies and which products will not be taxed for the 2 months. It will be very difficult. For example, I heard someone say that adult diapers will be eligible for the tax break. Well, then I went back and I went through the legislation. I couldn't find adult diapers in the legislation. So a government member who's defending the government's legislation doesn't want it to go to committee because they're so confident about it, but doesn't even know what's in the bill. Why should we vote for something so last minute? I don't have the bill in my hands right now, but how are businesses going to deal with this? What about parents? People who go shopping at the store, they're going to print out a copy of the bill with the list and ask themselves, will this be exempt? Will this be exempt? Is it essential or not? Will parents who go shopping really proceed that way? Oh, I'd like to buy some books. That's great. But then books that you cut up or books with stickers, they might not be exempt. It's really off-putting. So maybe shoppers will say, I'm buying this because this is what I want, even though it's not on the list. I don't think this measure will be as helpful or as effective as the government thinks it will be. The member for Beauport-Limoilou said that the holidays are around the corner. Not everyone celebrates Christmas. But yes, at holiday time, there are meals, there are gatherings. We do, of course, want to help people. That said, this legislation is so arbitrary. What supplies will be on the list, what supplies won't be, and also the timing is very arbitrary. I'm a mother. I have 3 children, 2 of whom are over 14. Parents know that there are times of the year, but ideally, these products should be exempt from taxes year-round. This is a huge burden for families because, you know, Mr. Speaker, we hear about this in August. We hear about it in September. Back to school. Back to school is so expensive. Lunch boxes, school supplies, clothing. And then we sign our children up for XYZ activities. Christmas is also an expensive time of year. So here's the question. Is Christmas the only time of year that families need help? I saw that costumes are also on the list. Costumes and clothing are not the same thing. What do people really need? What is essential? And how can we really help people? I know I'm repeating myself here, Mr. Speaker, but no one gave this legislation any thought. Something else that I haven't said yet is that it seems that the idea behind the bill was not thought or consideration. The goal wasn't to produce good or perfect legislation. The goal was probably to go before the media and declare that they're helping Canadians, that they're giving them presents. It's electoralism. You know, they want families to be able to buy Christmas trees. The bill is random. I will wrap up shortly, Mr. Speaker. Here in the bill, we're told that there is not useful spending or non-essential spending. Now, of course, we might want to go to a buffet on a festive occasion. So sometimes, though, we're tired and we say, okay, well, maybe I'll go to the grocery store and I'll buy some rotisserie chicken. And that's on the list, so that'll be discounted. But is that true savings? The government says that it wants to help Canadians, but it's, in fact, going to make Canadians spend more. This is not essential. The government keeps patting itself on the back, this red-orange government, but these are not real savings. Tonight, we're not talking about the GST, or we're talking about the GST, but we're not talking tonight about the $250 rebate. Now, I hope that we will get back to the $250 rebate because I have so much to say about that. That measure would be very exclusive. And there are products that we could exempt from GST that actually would help people, but people are being excluded from the $250 rebate, like seniors, like students. Students sometimes decide not to work so that they can dedicate themselves to their studies full time. Then there are those living with disabilities who are being penalized because they're not currently working. People need to house themselves. People need to eat. People need clothing. This is like Maslow's pyramid. We need the first level of the pyramid, basic needs. A one-time $250 check, which wouldn't go to all those who truly need it, would not help, really. Now, Mr. Speaker, I keep saying I'm going to wrap up, and then I don't wrap up at all. I have so much to say. I've been talking about savings. Now, what about the amount? At the Bloc Québécois, we proposed C-282. No, pardon me, it was C-319. We have two excellent bills, Mr. Speaker, which will help a lot of people. C-319 is the bill brought by the member for Shefford. 319 would put an end to discrimination among groups of seniors. We want to fix that, but the government is refusing to do so. They say that the measure will be too costly, that it will cost much too much. Then the government turns around and puts forward its $250 rebate checks. Well, and also the tax breaks would cost $1.7 billion. That is twice as expensive as what Bill C-319 would have cost. The government, with its tax break, with its $250 rebate, which it will surely bring back on the table sometime between now and April, all of it is electoralism. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually going to wrap up this time. I promise. I do have to stop at some point, even though I could go on forever. We live in a bubble here, but we are here to represent our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I've really given this some thoughts. What we're going through is difficult. What our constituents are experiencing these days is difficult. But when we get legislation like this and we look at the list of what will be exempt from GST, it's actually things that we need in order to celebrate Christmas or maybe other celebrations that go until February. But thankfully, this wasn't done at Easter. Because how would that have helped? Would we have gotten tax-free marshmallow bunnies and tax-free yellow, purple, and pink clothing, tax-free Easter eggs? It just makes a mockery of the type of legislation that we should have. No thought was put into this bill. It's just electoralism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being 8:18, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of government business number 43, now before the House. Government orders in the House. The question is as follows.
Moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the bill in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Living Relief Affordability, be disposed of as follows. A. The bill be ordered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B.
When the House begins debate at the second reading stage of the bill, one member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak at the said stage for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments.
C.
At the conclusion of the time provided for the debate.
No.
Or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier. All questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill be deemed put. A recorded division be deemed requested. And the vote shall not be deferred.
D, if the bill is adopted at second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. E, during consideration of the bill, the House shall not adjourn, except pursuant to a motion moved by a minister of the Crown. And F, no motion to adjourn the debate may be moved except by a minister of the Crown. Amendement, Madame Larouche.
Amendment. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. G. It be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that it study the subject matter of the bill and, for the purposes of this study, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance shall be ordered to appear before the committee for at least 3 hours at a date and time to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but not later than Friday, December 13th, 2024.
Participating in person wishes the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of this House, the bill in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Relief Affordability be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be considered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B, lorsque l'option.
B, when the House begins debate at the second reading stage of the bill, one member of each recognised party and a member of the Green Party may each speak at the said stage for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. C, at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill be deemed put, a recorded division be deemed requested, and the vote shall not be deferred.
If the bill is adopted at second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. E, during consideration of the bill, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion moved by the Minister of the Crown. And F, no motion to adjourn the debate may be moved except by a Minister of the Crown. Amendement, Madame Larouche.
Amendment. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. G. It be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that it study the subject matter of the bill. For the purposes of this study, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance shall be ordered to appear before the committee for at least 3 hours at a date and time to be fixed by the Chair of the Committee, but not later than Friday, December 13, 2024.
Electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
De retour à Monsieur Deltel.
De retour à Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
All those opposed to the amendment may please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbara.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period is ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 176, 176.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion, and the question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the bill in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Living Relief Affordability be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be considered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B, lorsque la Chambre...
B, a member of each recognized party and one member of the Green Party will be able to speak. Dispense.
Thank you very much. We didn't have the tag. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, and invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. To the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would request a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibou.
Madame Bibou.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Brusin.
Mr. Brusin.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Dentel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Miss Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abul Taib.
Mr. Abu Tayyib.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174, nays contre 148, 140.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-78 at second reading stage. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills coming. Considération en deuxième lecture du projet.
Consideration at second reading stage of Bill C-78, temporary cost of living relief, affordability.
For Ms. Freeland, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that Bill C-78, an act respecting temporary cost of living affordability, be now read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleagues on all sides of the House. It's great to be here this evening to make life more affordable for Canadians while we continue to grow the economy. It's great to stand up when we will be introducing and going through legislation that's going to provide tax relief during the Christmas season and into Valentine's Day for all Canadians to benefit. And Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be remiss as a father of a 3-year-old. Like many parents, you go to the Walmart or Costco or any store to buy diapers, and children's diapers will be HST free in the province of Ontario. And as an individual who grew up in a very humble household, Mr. Speaker, every dollar counts. Every little bit helps, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so proud of that. But also as an economist and someone who had the chance to work on Wall Street and Bay Street for a number of years, it's great to see what a number of my former colleagues and people that I've known for many years comment on just exactly what C-73, the bill is, and so forth. It's wonderful to see some remarks. C-78, excuse me. I'll just read one or two and then I'll get into some other comments. Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Ratzis from BMO Economics. We're assuming a good chunk of the stimulus checks will be saved, but the GST HST rebate will drive additional spending. BMO Economics is boosting Q1 GDP growth from 1.7% to 2.5%, with Q2 of next year and Q1 and Q2 of next year being even bigger and with a larger impact, Mr. Speaker. We see from Derek Holt at Scotiabank, again, this in turn would lift GDP growth by about 2 percentage points above our baseline forecast, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, the Retail Council of Canada came out with some comments about their members and what they see. The Retail Council of Canada welcomes today's sales tax relief announced from the federal government. The removal of GST and HST on sizable list of goods will create a major tax savings for Canadians, along with economic stimulus for our industry, both.
Order. I know there's some people talking maybe above the honourable member. So there we go. And I also notice there's a number of people behind the curtains speaking as well. And you know what? Behind those curtains, it's just curtains. You can actually hear through the curtains as well. So I just want to make sure everybody keeps the volume down a little bit so the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge can get his speech done. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Chair, and I know that wasn't done intentionally by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, going back to my conversations about restaurants and the restaurant industry, the City of Vaughan is literally home to literally over 1,000 restaurants and food establishment services. And Mr. Speaker, as an individual of Canadian and Italian heritage, like all individuals in Canada, we're very, very proud of our cuisine, of whichever heritage we may be. And I know a lot of the restaurants and all the restaurants in Vaughan, especially in the January period when it's slower, are going to be benefiting from this. So I think about Ciao Ragazzi and Tubby's and Perla and Osteria Gente, Via Mercante, Giro d'Italia, Spizzico, Zafferano, all the wonderful restaurants. Their customers are not only going to benefit from the GST removal, a tax cut on the GST, they're also going to, the equivalent side, to get the full HST removed. That, Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier this evening, is $1 billion just from the province side, another $600 or $700 million, $1.7 billion tax cut for the residents of the province of Ontario. I like tax cuts, Mr. Speaker. I like reducing taxes for hardworking Canadians. I really encourage this. Mr. Speaker, I'm always respectful when I'm speaking. I'll let the others chirp over there, to be honest with you. Mr. Speaker, but this is about making life more affordable for Canadians, which we are doing.
I have a point of order, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Or sorry, the King Vaughan.
Please don't mix me up. Honest to God. We just heard this speech 2 hours ago, and I think I questioned the member across the way when Kent.
I think that was that's debate. We're running in debate, and I appreciate it, but it gives me the opportunity to say, shh, time to keep the volume down, so the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge can get done. Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, making life more affordable for all Canadians, putting out social programs is what our government's been about. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, it's Christmas season. Bon Natale, Joyeux Pâques, Joyeux Noël, excusez-moi, and Feliz Navidad. It's a beautiful time of the year, and Canadians are going to have more money in their pockets, and that's what this government's about. Mr. Speaker, we brought in a middle income tax cut. The Conservatives voted against it. We brought in the Canada Child Benefit. The Conservatives voted against it. We brought in the Canada Workers Benefit. The Conservatives voted against it. We brought in the National Early Learning and Daycare Program. The Conservatives voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we brought in a Canadian dental care plan where over 21,000 and change individuals in my riding, we haven't even offered it yet to 18 to 65-year-olds, which will happen in 25, are already benefiting. Mr. Speaker, almost 3 million Canadians from coast to coast to coast are on this program. Over 1 million have visited an oral health care provider, providing $710 on average to those people visiting. I have seniors in my riding. I have seniors across the city of Vaughan that have not gone to the dentist for over 10 years because they couldn't afford it, and now they're going, Mr. Speaker. That's progress. And, Mr. Speaker, let's be straight. Every Canadian will need to know that the party in the opposition will cut those programs. They will all know. Every senior will need to know that the Conservatives will attempt to cut those programs. They've indicated it. They've stated it. This isn't a personal story. This isn't a personal comment. This is a policy comment. We reduced income taxes. We raised them for the wealthiest in this country. Yes, we did. They voted against that. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to help Canadians. Christmas time, it's coming. In a few weeks, Canadians will gather with their families, their loved ones. They'll go to church like myself. They'll do other things. Our Jewish community will celebrate Hanukkah in a few weeks as well. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? What are we going to be talking about? How our government is saving them money. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also want to introduce Canadian workers' rebate to hardworking Canadians, and we'll do that in the springtime or in the coming months. Tax-free help, Mr. Speaker, because we know Canadians, we've been through a lot. The global pandemic, global inflation, a war in Ukraine, the events in the Middle East, there's a lot of uncertainty. Changing administration south of the border, there's a lot of uncertainty. But the one certainty Canadians can count on is a government that has their backs. Always, every day, and every hour. And, Mr. Speaker, and I say this with no pun intended, a government that they can trust and have faith in, that keeps its word in what it will do and implement. For our hardworking seniors, a 10% increase in old age security, almost 4 million seniors. Mr. Speaker, the retirement age was raised in Davos, Switzerland, when it was announced many years ago in Switzerland by a former Conservative government from 65 to 67. Okay? Raised from, Mr. Speaker.
I know we've been here for a long time today, and I know we're getting a lot of, craziness maybe going on tonight, so let's just bring it back to the issue at hand, which of course is debate on this bill. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is the opposite party, their leader that was in Switzerland said, I'm raising the retirement age from 65 to 67. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? There are bricklayers and electricians and laborers that work a very long time. Those extra 2 years of work, that's laborious. That's not fair to them. That's not fair to Canadians, and it wasn't fair. And Mr. Speaker, when we got elected, we promised that we return it, and we did. And that's approximately $17,000 in the pockets of retirees, more today than 9 years ago, because that opposition party, which was in government at the time, raised the retirement age without consultation, without doing it in this country, and they did it overseas, just like that, and we returned it. That's leadership, Mr. Speaker. On the middle income tax class cut, literally billions of dollars will be returned to Canadians because we cut that middle tax bracket from about 22% to about 20.5% in year one, and we did it. On the Canada Child Care Plan, a $10 daycare is saving parents in my riding, including myself, and I'm blessed, over $10,000 of after-tax income, and you guys can do the math of what that means on before tax, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have continued to invest and will continue to invest. Our rental construction in this country, there's a chart out the other day, is booming right now, outpacing population growth because of the policies we've implemented, Mr. Speaker. And again, going into Christmas time, in a few weeks, when we all get to spend time in our communities, with our residents, with our families, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Go to your local restaurant. There's over 5,000 hardworking Canadians in Vaughan Woodbridge right now that work for restaurants. And Mr. Speaker, them and their employers are going to see an uptick in business. Restaurants Canada has applauded this. They were there the day of the announcement because you know what? It's a great thing to do, and it's going to carry them over into January, which is a tough period for many businesses because of the seasonality. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That's great news. And the province of Ontario, much like in our National School Food Program, signed together. Much like in an Early Learning and National Daycare Plan, signed it with us. And Mr. Speaker, again, they've joined us to provide tax relief to the residents of Ontario and to the wonderful citizens that I'm blessed to represent in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. And Mr. Speaker, that is something we should applaud. That is progress we should applaud. And again, Mr. Speaker, hardworking Canadians go to work every day and they deserve a break. And Mr. Speaker, we need to meet Canadians where they are today. And as I said, as a son of very humble immigrants who came to this country, and worked very hard at a pulp mill and a fish plant, I can say this, Mr. Speaker, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps all the time. And that's where we're at. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? My residents, they can put their trust in me, and they have, and they will, because we keep our word, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there's an old hockey adage a few years ago where Patrick Waugh was getting hammered at by another hockey player, and Patrick Waugh said, I just put my 2 rings in my ears so I don't listen to the noise. I won't listen to the noise, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, Kessia Kamata. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was taking some notes while the member from Vaughan Woodbridge was speaking, and I find it quite ironic because we hear the same, okay, I won't use that word, but we hear the same crap. Okay, I can use that word? No? Oh, okay. Sorry. We hear the same lies over and over. I can't say that word? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Well, he's gaslighting all his constituents because I can tell you that everything he's saying there, I have proof. The member from Lakeland, Alberta, was with me this weekend. We went to those restaurants. We went to those neighbors. And you know what they said, Mr. Speaker? We want the Liberals out. We want the Conservatives to get in to fix everything that they've broken.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, at this moment in time in the city of Vaughan, 50,000 children benefit from the Canada Child Benefit to a tune of $200 million. 22,000 seniors are now on the Canada Dental Care Plan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will continue the progress that Canadians have voted us in and believed in us. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe in slogans. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I believe in good, solid policy that moves us forward. Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do that. And we will continue to always have the backs of our businesses, our hardworking labor unions, members. We will always have the backs of everyone and all my residents. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians will know who to place their trust in several months from now. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the arrogance is showing on the other side, and it's disgusting.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the member talk about supporting communities. Now, the NDP proposed giving a tax break permanently on essential items. Why did the Liberals not choose to do a permanent tax break for communities that are desperate for help? And why did they leave out home heating?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question to the honourable member from Vancouver because I was born and raised in British Columbia, and at the time the member of parliament who represented me, who is no longer with us in this world, was Jim Fulton, and I had a great degree of respect of Mr. Fulton. I will say this. Anytime any party has an idea to reduce the burden of taxes on any Canadian, I, as a member of parliament, am always open to hearing about it, to receiving about it, and to ensure. And Mr. Speaker, on the price for carbon, we remit all of it back to Canadians in those provinces that have a backstop, and we will continue to do so. And it has no impact on inflation, on any cost. Go to Travel Team, go to the studies that are out there, and that's a fact.
I'm just trying to figure, is it because we're debating something different that everybody's so energized this evening? Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But even though it's late, we should show a little bit of discipline. If not, maybe it's time for colleagues to go to bed and vote electronically. My question for my colleague is quite simple. I would like to know if the Liberals thought about the impacts on businesses to make a temporary change so quickly. Had they thought of those impacts?
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. That was very important. We need to support small businesses throughout the country at all times.
Face time to convert their SKUs, or SQUs, I believe they're called from my days back, to make this change. Mr. Speaker, I will say to the honourable member, je dois améliorer mon français.
I need to improve my French.
The tax cut to Canadians is benefiting Canadians. It's going to put more money in their pockets. That's what I'm about, is helping middle-class Canadians, hardworking Canadians in my riding, who are, when they go buy diapers in a few weeks, or they're going to take their kids to a restaurant, whether it's McDonald's or Tim Hortons or anywhere like that, that they're going to get a tax break, Mr. Speaker. It's $1.7 billion in the province of Ontario, and I was glad to see the province of Ontario join us in providing tax relief to the residents of Ontario, 10%. And all Canadians are going to benefit. It's 13% in Ontario, and Mr. Speaker, those are real savings for Canadians, hardworking ones that we in this House all represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happened to Canada? Everyone we talk to across this country, they ask the same thing. What happened to Canada? Canada is not Canada anymore. Because after 9 years of this weak and incompetent Prime Minister and this incompetent Liberal NDP government, they've caused the worst cost of living crisis in Canadian history. With this incompetent Prime Minister supported by the leader of the NDP, who has nothing but greed for his $2.2 million pension, who's put his pension over Canadians, pension over country. He helped this Prime Minister add more debt to Canadians than every single Prime Minister before him combined. It gave Canadians this cost of living crisis. It increased food bank usage. Food bank usage has doubled since 2019. Now more than 2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month in this country, a third of which are children. 1 in 4 Canadians have started skipping meals. And 1 in 5 children are living in poverty now. We never used to hear about this stuff before, only in the last 9 years. And what changed? What happened 9 years ago? We got an incompetent, weak Prime Minister that's been propped up by a weak leader of the NDP. That's what happened to this country, Mr. Speaker. And now they've doubled housing costs, doubled food bank usage, and doubled the national debt. That's why Canadians are suffering more than ever before. That's why we see tent cities all across the country. We see crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder all over our communities because of soft on crime policies, bail policies that are savaging our streets right now. And it's hard for the police to keep up. This is what incompetence looks like. That's why whether you were born here and you grew up here, or you immigrated here like my family, the common theme is Canada is not Canada anymore. People just want their Canada back. The one that we once knew and still love. The one where you could put in hard work and earn a powerful paycheck. One where you could afford rent, afford mortgage, go to the grocery store and afford groceries again. That's the kind of Canada people want back. But there's only one way to get that Canada back. It'll happen in a carbon tax election when Canadians fire this incompetent Liberal NDP government with this weak Prime Minister and replace him with a common sense Conservative government with Prime Minister, with the member from Carleton that will restore that Canada that we all once knew before. And to cover up all this incompetence, all this pain and suffering, this Liberal NDP government has spread throughout Canada over the last 9 years. Now they put forward a temporary 2-month tax trick. They'd rather take pennies off Pringles, chump change off of chocolate, and cents off of Skittles than axe the tax to actually bring down the cost of groceries. This is a government that has driven investment out, that drove up food prices. In fact, Canada's food prices are 37% higher than the U.S. Mr. Speaker, you know what the U.S. doesn't have? They don't have a carbon tax scam. They don't have one. And their prices are lower. Can you believe that? And they're able to build more. They can get more energy projects built. They can get more business. They have more powerful paychecks for their workers, better jobs. And what's sad is over the last 9 years, almost $500 billion of that investment in the U.S. came from Canada. That's what this incompetent, weak Prime Minister did. He drove our jobs, our business, our investment to the U.S. And now he somehow says that Canadians are just feeling a vibe session. They're not vibing. That's the problem. It's Canadians' fault. They just don't feel it. So their fix to this vibe session is to take pennies off of Pringles, off of cheese puffs. This is their solution. But at least it's better than, actually it's almost as bad as saying, just cancel your Disney Plus or stop driving around, take a bike, use your bike. This is what incompetence looks like. It's all in this Liberal NDP government. It's on full display in the last 9 years. They came out with this inflationary temporary tax trick and sold it as saying, and the member from Vaughan Woodbridge was bragging that somehow it's going to create all this new business. Well, here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. There was a report that came out that said only a mere 4% of small business owners believe they will have stronger sales as a result of this tax trick. 4%. 75% say it will be costly and complicated to implement. We're hearing from businesses it'll cost anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a minimum, because they'll have to change their POS systems not once, twice. And they're doing it at the worst time possible. This is one of the busiest weeks for businesses. It's Black Friday tomorrow. And this is the time they chose to do it? This is pure incompetence on full display. A majority of businesses says there's not enough time to implement. A majority of businesses say it will be difficult to determine which items are temporarily tax exempt. It's a majority of businesses that say the goods that are subject to the holiday report consumers will delay purchases, messing with business projections and stock. And it is a major majority that say it will benefit the big businesses and online giants, meaning more money for Liberal NDP friends like the Weston, Galen Weston family, and pain with no gain for small businesses. This is the reality, and it does nothing for the productivity crisis that this Prime Minister created. That sees that our investment is fleeing to the US, but now Canadian workers are $32,000 poorer than US workers. If this incompetent government had just kept pace with this golden plate that Prime Minister Stephen Harper had left them in 2015, workers would be $4,200 richer in Canada. But instead, they're much more poorer off. And it's clear to see. The population growth created a worse housing crisis. And now we see students living under bridges. We see teachers or people with good jobs living in cars. And people that used to donate their time at food banks are now standing in line in food banks. There are people that a husband and wife at home, both good earning paychecks, that are working in there. But Mr. Speaker, it's not just us saying it, it's proud Liberals like David Dodge, who just said, who was the Bank of Canada's governor, that says this is not the right package. It's a little candy today for pain down the road. I would say that this pain didn't start today, it started 9 years ago. And it'll be our kids, their kids, their kids, and their kids that'll be paying for this absolute incompetence. But we can put an end to this today, Mr. Speaker, because it wasn't like this before this incompetent Liberal NDP government, and it won't be like that after they're gone. Because if they can just find the courage to call a carbon tax election so Canadians can fire this incompetent government, a common-sense Conservative government will bring real relief. Immediately, we're going to axe the tax. We're going to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. We're going to axe the sales tax on homes, brand new homes built under $1 million, so 30,000 new homes can be built a year. And people can save on their mortgages and the cost of homes. We're going to fix this Liberal-made productivity crisis by unleashing our economy, unleashing our energy sector, the one that's actually keeping this government from taking Canada into a recession, the one they keep attacking with ridiculous policies like this oil and gas cap, which is actually a production cap that's chasing our resources, our money, our jobs outside of Canada. We're going to unleash that economy once again so Canada can become the Canada that we all once knew before and still love, because we're going to bring that home under a common-sense Conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're going to unveil the hypocrisy within the Conservative Party. Imagine, if you will, they absolutely know no shame. They actually campaigned in the last election. Every one of them, Mr. Speaker. They campaigned to have a GST tax break for the holiday season. Their leader actually endorsed it by retweeting what Erin O'Toole tweeted, Mr. Speaker. And then when it comes time to actually vote in favor of a tax cut for Canadians, what are they going to do? Let's wait and see. My money says they're going to vote against it, Mr. Speaker. How would you define hypocrisy? I would say they need to reflect and look in the mirror on this issue.
The honourable member from Calgary Force Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal NDP government are the kings of hypocrisy. He wants to talk about hypocrisy? Let's not forget, this is the Prime Minister said that he wouldn't run deficits over $10 billion. He blew right through that after the first year, and we still haven't had a balanced budget. You know why? Because he doesn't think about monetary policy, and he thinks that budgets balance themselves. This is the same guy that said our government is open by default, yet this is the most corrupt government propped up by the corrupt NDP party, all for greed over their pension, that's had more ethics violations than every Prime Minister before him combined. This is the guy that said he has a feminist government, yet fired a strong Indigenous woman who was a cabinet minister because she stood up to his corruption. And let's not forget, blackface-wearing, racist blackface-wearing Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Will. I remember when the Conservatives were for tax cuts, but maybe it's because it's the Conservatives who brought in the GST that makes them so sensitive to cutting it. But it's funny, my honourable colleague talked about pennies for cheese puffs, and he called it chump change. Now, I want to say this is what the proposed GST cut will be on. Children's clothing and footwear and diapers. Yes. Children's car seats. Yes.